Hi everyone, and welcome to this latest UK and Changing Europe conference. Very much hope you enjoy it. I hope you've got a copy of the report. But it's worth pointing out that what differentiates us from think tanks or other organisations is that what we try and do is draw on the best academic expertise to help inform debate. So in the report today, what you'll find is some of the best people in universities who are working on public opinion, and our hope is that what they do is they present the findings of their research in a way that is easy for you to read, to follow and to understand. If you enjoy today, if you enjoy the report, there's one favour you can do for me, which is to sign up to our newsletter. Apparently our newsletter is a KPI for the organisation. Okay, so I'm going to plug this all bloody day. If you can sign up for our newsletter, if you can get your extended family to sign up for our newsletter, even better. But I'm desperately trying to push the newsletter at the moment. And the one thing apart from news of all the latest blogs and reports, is you'll get early information about events to sign up for. Because in general, this room notwithstanding, our events tend to sell out quite quickly. So enjoy the day. Any questions about the organisation, come and find me. I'll be around all day. And I'll hand over to Adam.
Alan, thank you very much indeed, and good morning, everybody. Whenever I come in this room, I always think of 1992 and John Smith and Gordon Brown's shadow budget, which you may remember had a remarkable impact on the expected outcome of that election. So there's going to be lots for us to talk about today. Of course, we are looking forward to being able to say very soon an election in the next year. Unfortunately for us journalists, the shorthand that it could go into January means we can't say that yet. But I just want to start by, thanking our hosts, thanking UK and a Changing Europe. I think they've been absolutely essential part of informing the public about what's going on in politics, producing a series of splendid and very useful reports, of which the State of Public Opinion 2023 is the latest, and I'm delighted to be here to chair this panel. I would say one thing, please use the QR code or log in and ask your questions via Slido. That is simply to keep a good record and to make sure that a discussion flows without too many speeches. We're not going to have opening speeches. We're going to start with discussion right away. And just to introduce my panel, we have here Rachel Wolfe from Public First, who of course is, I don't know how to put it, token conservative, something like that, was involved in that 2019 manifesto. Chris Curtis here, standing as a Labour candidate this time round. He's from Opiniom. Then, man who needs no introduction, Rob Ford from the University of Manchester, also associated with UK and a Changing Europe. And finally, we've got Sophie Stowers, who really deserves the thanks for pretty much putting this together. I understand the author of the report we're talking about today, and particularly the chapter on the Labour Party. So without further ado, let's start talking about what does the public think. And Rachel, what currently do you think the public thinks of the Conservative Party?
Thank you. I feel like much of my career of the last 5 years has been being the token Conservative woman in the room, so I'm hoping that there'll still be demand for it in the next 5 years. So to answer the question directly, it's fairly clear that most of the public have stopped listening to the Conservative Party. I think some of what you've seen in the last year, and I'll come back to this, I think being three sort of semi-identifiable strategies from the Conservative government has been a sort of realisation that people aren't hearing what they have to say. And that is partly about the Conservative Party and the view of the public the accurate view of the public that they are poorer in many cases than they were a few years ago because of the cost of living crisis, that the NHS is in bad shape, and that some of this is because of chaos in the last few years. But I think it's also worth recognising that the public isn't really listening to anybody. That's not to deny the huge poll lead that Labour has, and I think while it may tighten somewhat, will continue to have. But we are in a period of extremely low trust and low belief among the public. So to give one example of this, and again, this is not pretending the Conservatives are in a better position than they are, we asked recently whether people think, if they imagine the Labour Party wins the next election, Keir Starmer would be more likely or less likely to achieve his policy goals than recent Conservative Party Prime Ministers. And about 26% said that he would be more likely, about 22% said he'd be less likely, and sort of the larger group think that it will make no difference. So the public are not listening to the Conservatives, they have very low trust, and they don't think anything much is going to make a difference to their lives in the next few years. And I think that's in my view, the most important thing to understand about public opinion right now, although I'm always looking very nervously at John as I say this because I feel he's going to contradict everything I say. I wanted to make two other kind of brief points. The first is, I think some of this is global. I think when you talk about Britain, we tend to be, like all countries, a little bit myopic. You have to recognise that there has been huge political turmoil in many comparator countries and is continuing to be. Actually, interestingly, much of that has been a lurch to the right rather than to the left, so somewhat different than in our two-party system with different incumbents. But people are consistently deeply unhappy with the state of the economy and the country in many of our comparators, and I think that is going to continue to be the case for some years. The other point, though, because I recognise that you could caricature what I've been saying as the Conservatives are in a bad spot, but none of it is their fault. There has unquestionably been deep confusion over what the Conservative governmental and political strategy is and should be over the last several years. So to sort of very briefly go through, and you'll all be familiar with this, we had, as recently as 2016, a Cameron government which was relatively liberal economically and relatively liberal kind of socially and culturally, kind of the sort of traditional, what we now call blue wall Tory view. We then had Theresa May and the very early period of Boris Johnson and Dominic Cummings, which moved to a, in some ways, much more median public position of being relatively right-wing culturally and actually moving more towards public spending economically, and obviously Brexit was part of that. Then post-COVID to a brief period of sort of, amid the chaos, let Boris be Boris, which was relatively liberal London Boris, where he wished to talk about the environment. He was always very relaxed personally about issues like immigration, to sort of libertarian Truss, through to I'm just about delivery, Rishi, to let Rishi be Rishi, which is sort of the environment, somewhat scepticism, the announcements he made at conference, to now I think a much which I suspect will carry on, sort of dividing lines, Rishi focusing on mostly cultural issues, the immigration announcements through that. It's been a bit of a bewildering array of the different flavours of conservatism that are possible. And so I think it would be very hard to expect voters now to listen and assume that there would be consistency going forward. That said, and this is the last thing I will say, given the position they're in, and I've written in the past about what I thought the Conservative Party ought to do a couple of years ago, and at that point I said it was the last chance, which was very much to lean into the realignment that happened in 2019. But given where they are now, and given that the voters are not particularly listening, they really only have one choice, which is to try and create situations where people get more nervous about Labour, which is why you're going to see consistently questions around tax and cost and culture, and that is going to be the prevailing, I think, electoral strategy into next year. I think that answered your question.
Yeah, I just one thing, I was wondering, do the Conservatives actually want the public to listen to them?
Yes, I think they do, because there's really two options. They don't listen to them, in which case they notice how bad things are right now, which they're definitely noticing, or they do listen to them and are convinced that this is for good reasons. And actually, I personally think it was slight insanity that so many of the recent Conservative Prime Ministers have tried to pretend they have no sort of record or they're not part of the past. You could imagine a scenario where they say, it was really bad, but it was bad for good reasons, right? COVID happened, the energy crisis happened, we had to deal with them, it was really expensive, but this is how we dealt with them, this is why it was necessary, this is how it's going to get better. That would be the only chance possible, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Thank you very much. Now, what about the Labour Party? What does the public think of the Labour Party?
So I think the overall theme, I'll be sort of slightly more positive about the Labour Party than we were about the Conservative Party. I mean, look, we're as Labour Party candidates, we're told probably like 10, 15 times a week about the importance of not being complacent about the next election. And obviously there's really good reason for that. You know, we're standing in the room where the shadow budget was given. We have seen elections time and time again where it looks like Labour is on a journey to victory only for that to be snatched away right at the last moment. Even as a pollster, I would acknowledge that polls have been wrong in the past and we can't be entirely confident. In fact, actually, I would go even further than that. I would say I'm more worried about the polls, certainly much more worried about the polls this election than I was going into the last election for various reasons. There's reasons in the polls that can be wrong. I think there is an expectation that the polls are going to swing back to the government in the coming months. The question really is how much they're going to swing back. So look, I'm positive. There's certainly been far worse times in recent years to be a Labour Party candidate, and knocking doors in Milton Keynes at the moment is a lot better and more positive than it would have been knocking doors in 2017 or 2019 or even 2015. So that's me sort of, covering the line. But having said all that, I also think it's pretty important to acknowledge just how far Labour has come. I was in a minority of like a handful of people a few years ago in rooms like this going, no, I don't think we should rule out the possibility of Labour coming back in one term. And when I said it, I got, people sort of tilted their heads slightly to the side and were like, really? Do you really mean that? But the reason for that, and part of it's covered in this report, is that voters are far more volatile than they ever have been in history. You've got more sort of compare the market voters and less party loyalists, and all of the data and the British election study has been showing that and backing that up. Now, yes, that means that we could see a swing back to the Conservatives in coming months. Actually, it could, there's reason to believe that it could be larger than the normal swing back for that reason. But also it means that Labour can go from that historic defeat that we saw in 2019 to a victory in one term if it, does everything right and solves the problems that voters had with it at the last election. We sat down coming out of the last election and we looked at what the path would be to Labour turning that around in one term. And yes, obviously it involves holding on to that coalition of progressive voters that Labour won at the last election. But most importantly, Labour needed to win a significant chunk of voters straight off the Conservatives. If you take the pessimistic assumptions that Labour isn't going to get a swing back in Scotland, I'm not necessarily sure that that's true, that there isn't going to be a big turnout change, as in Conservatives are going to stay at home and Labour voters, people who are Labour leaning, are more likely to come out. It's a pessimistic assumption. I don't think it's true, but let's assume it for a minute. And if you don't assume that the Conservatives are going to lose voters to their right, if you take those three assumptions, Labour needs to win 18% of those who voted from the Conservatives, get them directly to switch over to the Labour Party in order to win a comfortable majority at the next election. Without those assumptions being held in place. Now, when we first came up with that number and worked that out, that's higher than the numbers we were seeing in 1997. And yet, many of the polls are now showing that kind of switching taking place. Not all of them, but many of them are showing that kind of switching taking place, in which case it's a case of Labour now holding on to those switchers that have moved over. The other thing that I think is important about what we noticed is that there was this particular cohort of Conservative voters. So, you don't go after every Conservative voter. Most Conservative voters, 2/3 of Conservative voters say that they would, rather walk over hot coals than vote for the Labour Party. But there was about a third of voters. They were generally, much more socially conservative than people who normally sit in Labour's voter coalition. But crucially, they were at the economically insecure end of the Conservative coalition. So quite often we talk about socially conservative, economically left-wing value voters. But actually what we were noticing in terms of those voters that we thought might switch and now actually are switching is, yes, they're socially conservative, but crucially they're much more economically insecure. And Jane's piece in this about economic insecurity and how important that is as a switcher, as a driver of switching, is really important. Noticed this a few years ago, and I think broadly Labour has just had that group of voters in their mind constantly, day in, day out, speaking to them, polling them, focus grouping them, and making sure that they're listening to their concerns, putting forward the kind of ideas that will appeal to them in everything that they put forward. That's the reason we've started to see that switching. That's the reason there is that positivity, there is that big, comfortable lead for the Labour Party in the polls at the moment. Now, we've seen it fall away in the past. We might see it fall away again. We need to keep working to make sure that we, as a party, are in the service of working people again. And be honest about the fact that in recent elections, we haven't been doing that as well as we should have been.
And what about what Rachel was talking about, low trust, general cynicism? Is that what your experience on the doorstep about the Labour Party as well?
No, I think more than we've seen in recent cycles, people are open to listening to the Labour Party. I think it's certainly true that people are not paying as much attention to politics as everyone in this room is paying attention to politics. People are possibly even paying less attention to politics than they may have been in recent cycles. I think that's certainly true. But then, to be honest, there's a certain amount that is always the case. And that is why I think it's important that, the things that you talk about the Conservative problem about sort of jumping between strategies, and I think that's true. It's important that you shrink down the number of things that you say, and you say them more often. You have a more succinct, more consistent message that you put forward to voters, purely because, I don't think part of it's a lack of trust thing, but part of it is that people just have really busy lives. They don't have time to listen to what Keir Starmer's saying day in, day out. The Resolution Foundation event yesterday was brilliant. Most people would not have heard a word that Keir Starmer said. So we have to make sure that we're putting forward a succinct, consistent message that appeals to those crucial voters that Labour needs at the next election.
I want to come on to that in a moment. Sophie, you end your chapter on the Labour Party saying the party cannot rely merely on Conservative unpopularity to do the job for them. Why? The government's pretty unpopular.
I think it's because of partly what Chris just said. It's the scale of the task that's ahead of the party. I think to have a majority of one, they've got to win over 120 seats that they don't hold at the moment. They've got to win some seats that they've not held since 2005, as well as winning back a lot of the Red Wall seats that they lost in 2019. I think that's not just a huge task, but it also involves appealing to quite a wide coalition of voters whose priorities are relatively diverse and may not have voted for the party in recent elections for a number of reasons. And I think, a lot of the discussions we're having now take for granted that Labour will be probably the largest party at the next election. But I think the thing that will be crucial is how big their majority is. And, just having an anti-Conservative sentiment might get you so far, but it won't gain a meaningful majority to really implement the change that Labour will want to do in their first term in 13 years, I think.
And turning it around, what do you think the Conservative Party need to do?
I'm not really sure where they can start. I think the key thing that if you look at where the Conservative Party is at, they're not just behind on Labour on voting intention. I think that's probably the most obvious measure. But on things like competence in office, competence on key issues, they're behind on a number of measures. And I think trying to make any sort of reproach on any of those is a kind of a key target. I think something that might be crucial for them is sort of going beyond the quite sort of small issues, that something like immigration, that they're trying to go out on now. It appeals to a relatively small small core of voters. It's not something that is really going to make inroads, I think, on that issue of competence, particularly because most people don't think that this government has got a particularly great record on immigration. So I think a bit more of a broader approach from those kinds of issues that only appeal to a small core of the electorate.
Well, so from what you've heard so far, do you get any sense that there are going to be dramatic changes between now and polling day, whenever it is?
Well, I think that can't be ruled out, but I think the changes could be further in the negative direction for the Conservatives, as well as potentially what everyone tends to expect, which is some sort of a squeeze. In fact, I'd like to offer a little bit of bipartisan pessimism, if I may. Some reasons why things could get even worse for the Conservatives than they are right now, and some reasons why a Labour victory could be small, could be big, might well turn to ashes quite quickly once they're in government. So on the first point, one of the things that I've found quite remarkable about the current Conservative government is their persistent failure to understand the implications of the changing demography of their vote. They, if I may put it bluntly, rely on voters who won't be around for very long. They're older. They're less educated. They're more socially conservative. Whereas the voters who are entering the electorate every single year are younger, more likely to have degrees, more socially liberal, and increasingly more keen on getting a wisdom tooth out than voting for the Conservatives. If you run the path of demographic change forward over 5, 7, 8, 10, 15 years with that pattern of support, the inevitable direction of travel is downwards. Now that interacts with the second factor that we have, because these new voters and these new old voters don't cluster in the same seats. And one of the other blind spots that's been quite evident in the Conservative Party, it was evident once again yesterday with their new immigration proposals, is there's a big arc, a C-shaped arc of seats all the way around London. The Lib Dems talk about them a lot, but the Conservatives talk about them episodically and then seem to forget that they're there, or regard the challenge there as in some sense notional. It's actually quite reminiscent of the psychology, I think, that existed in the Labour Party towards the seats in Scotland and then towards the seats in the Red Wall. This belief that, yes, in theory, some weird academics say there's a way in which we might lose these seats, but let's be honest, we're not going to lose Surrey Heath, we're not going to lose in Hampshire and so on. Well, actually, guys, yes, you could. And there's another reason why you could, and here's big irony. Who's the biggest potential facilitator of Lib Dem victories in the south of England? Nigel Farage. If he appears on the ballot in seats where he wasn't on the ballot before, then that splits the remaining very right-wing vote in those seats, while at the same time the Conservatives are losing younger, more socially liberal voters out the other door. Put all of those factors together, and you can end up with a result that's even worse if you have a uniform swing. And as my colleague Steve Fisher has shown, we might not get a uniform swing. And if we don't get a uniform swing, if we get a swing that's bigger where the Conservatives start stronger, then we get into the kind of territory which our Canadian friends are familiar with, where you're talking about not 150 Conservative seats, but double-digit Conservative seats or lower. So there's my cheery message for the Conservatives. Things can, and indeed may, get worse. And then for Labour, all of the big macro factors in public opinion that have been pushing the Conservative numbers down aren't likely to reverse very quickly. And the Labour government faces severe constraints in responding to some of the pressures that have built up. So there's a big risk that the hopes that they raise up will get dashed quite quickly. And if they get dashed quite quickly, there's not a lot of strong reasons to imagine that voters will stay in the Labour camp for the long term. They don't have very strong support for Starmer. They don't regard him necessarily as a very strong leader. They don't have very high levels of partisan attachment like they used to have in the past. And the Conservative government seems to be filling a cupboard with poison pills for an incoming Labour government. A series of spending cuts which pretty much anyone who's analysed them considers to be completely unsustainable, which the Labour Party has now said they will stick to for several years. A series of watering down of net zero commitments, which Labour will either have to stick to and enrage their left-wing activists, or abandon and shift to a lefter climate position and potentially annoy moderate voters. The reforms we got to immigration yesterday, which if implemented in spring, will, as autumn follows spring, bring an NHS and social care recruitment crisis in the first year of a Labour government, thus facing Labour with the choice of reverse these changes and turn immigration sceptical voters against you, or keep them and have a disaster in public services, and then other long-run structural problems in things like housing and social care, which successive Conservative governments have left to fester. So you may get a triumph if you're Labour next winter, but that triumph may swiftly turn to ashes as it comes to the task of government. See, I'm very cheery today, I think.
Yeah, well, I just wonder if you're characterising the new cohort of voters correctly, in as much as, you know, much commented on is lack of faith amongst younger voters, for example, in democracy. I mean, is it fair to say, well, this new cohort are pretty much predominantly going to be progressive Labour voters?
Well, the ones who are voting, we know, are skewing very heavily to Labour right now in the polls, but there are two big question marks over that. One is, as Chris has mentioned, do we have a good sample of younger people in the polling? They're harder to sample. The other is they could be more polarised around axes like education. So young graduates maybe still tend to report relatively robust faith in democracy, but younger voters who don't go to university, very low trust, low faith, disaffected. don't turn out right now, but if they started turning out in large numbers, having not done before, then they could potentially start causing ructions and upsets. So I would say the younger school-leaving voters are a kind of wild card in all of this.
So Rachel, it's, things can only get worse for the Conservative Party.
Well, I think the other thing, Rob, from memory from British social attitudes, is the younger voters also tend to be quite anti-tax, anti-paying tax. So they're not kind of traditionally left-wing in the sense that we often think of them. So I suppose I would have a slightly different cast. It's not that I disagree with anything Rob said. But my background is actually as a policy person, not a pollster. And there is nothing more irritating when you're a policy person than when pollsters turn up and say, you know what, in order to win the election, you just need to fix the NHS and make the economy grow a lot next year. Like, could you just do that? And then we're sorted. It happens all the time. Because it seems to me that a lot of these sort of poison pills are actually a reflection of unbelievably difficult policy circumstances. It's not that the Conservatives are deliberately sowing the ground with salt. It's that we're in a very bad situation. We have very high debt interest payments. We have very high taxes. We have relatively high real terms spending. We have low growth and low productivity. And none of those are soluble by anyone immediately, and yet the public isn't listening and don't want to hear that you have a long-term plan over the next 10 years. And I do not think, while there might be policy changes I'd make, I don't think this is a political party problem, which is why, of course, you get people frustrated that there aren't bigger differences between the Labour Party positions and the Conservative positions. I think that we are in a monumentally difficult set of policy challenges. So yes, I think things could get worse.
What about these poison pills? I mean, one thing strikes me about Labour campaign at the moment is it's most extraordinary, you know, the cliche is about campaigning in poetry and governing in prose. Well, you're very much getting Keir Starmer campaigning in prose at the moment and really not promising anything, not talking about Europe, not talking about tax and spend, not talking about commitments. It's a very black, negative prospect for a party that appears to be doing so well with the public opinion.
Well, I mean, firstly, we're up against this, I don't want to make a sort of partisan point, but this kind of like Wile E. Coyote approach to political traps from the Conservatives, where, you know, we're trying to be roadrunner and go straight past, and it turns out that boulders keep falling on the Conservative Party head whenever they try and set these traps for us. You know, and that's the reason, you know, everything at the moment, so much of the narrative, because there are people in the Conservative Party who don't think they're going to win, everything is about trying to set traps for us, and that does make the sort of setting out a lot of the things that you're talking about very difficult. I think sort of, if I was to kind of, a more optimistic take than what Rob was saying is, you know, if we do end up winning the next election next year, I hope we do, and end up getting, you know, a fairly comfortable majority, which again, I hope we do, you then have a lot of political capital to spend. And, you know, what Keir has been saying is that his most important mission, if we hit that moment, is to get economic growth back. And there are lots of things that you can do in this country. The headwinds are really difficult. You're right. There are loads and loads and loads of really difficult situations, circumstances in the next few years, from, you know, ongoing turmoil around the world to an ageing population. All of that stuff is true. But there is also lots of things that we could be doing as a country to get growth coming back again.
Such as?
Whether that's planning reform, whether that is the kind of investment in making more energy here in the UK, so we're not reliant on the energy from...
More immigration?
Well, whether that is fixing the relationship with Europe that's currently broken. I'm not as much of a policy person as Rachel with, but there is certainly things that can be done, which you know, the current Conservative government don't feel like they have the political capital to do, but an incoming Labour government that's just secured a victory would be able to achieve.
So what you're saying, Chris, is that if a government comes in with a majority of, say, 360 odd seats, they should be able to get major ambitious reforms through, thanks to having a big majority, and solve problems like planning reform, immigration, relatively swiftly. In which case, Rachel, what happened after 2019?
Well, I think one of the things that happened after 2019 was COVID. Because, well, it is plausible, I think, in the absence of COVID, that there would have been more policy change in 2020 than there was. But, and actually, I agree with Chris. There are things you can do, and there are things that are easier for a Labour Party to do than a Conservative Party to do, and planning reform is probably one of them. Not easy, but easier. I think I would have two caveats. The first, partly morally, and partly because I think it is what has contributed to this very difficult political low trust environment we're in, is I don't think it's a great idea to go into an election with a manifesto and then 2 months after say, surprise guys, I lied. Now I'm going to do all this radical stuff I didn't tell you about. So I think it is important that, and I think there are difficult political things Labour could put into a manifesto, planning being high, that you level with the voters to a significant extent, or they will rightly feel betrayed. And the second, to your point, Rob, although I think it would have been easier in 2020, and I think the first year is the easiest time to do it, is the fact that you have an 80-seat majority on paper does not mean you have it in reality. And I think just as voters have become less attached, so have MPs. It's not obvious to me that we can rely in the next few decades on even the level of loyalty to political parties that we've had in the last few. And that makes the relationship between the executive and the legislature very, very different.
Let's bring in some of the questions we're getting now coming in on Slido, and that really relates to what you've just been saying about, whether the voters have got anywhere to go other than Red and Blue, Labour and Conservative. Patricia Locke has been sending in some questions. Now she, I don't think, is very impressed with the drift away from Corbynism and certainly has concerns about parties' positions on Palestine and Israel. But she says, how can Keir Starmer abandon with a good conscience all the policies he was elected on, and why doesn't he not risk losing the support of many members of his own party? Chris?
Well, Labour can't win the next election unless we win voters straight off the Conservatives. That is a fundamental fact. You need people who voted for Boris Johnson at the last election to vote for Keir Starmer at the next election.
But how many of the ones who voted you in 2019 can you?
Well, yeah, we need them as well. But, the coalition needs to be expanded. That means expanding into the Conservative coalition. And nobody in the Labour Party should ever make any apology, not a single apology, for trying to reach that hand out and getting Conservative voters to switch straight over to Labour. And I'll tell you why, because if they don't, you end up with 5 more years of Conservative government, and all of the things that people like Patricia, I'm sure, hates about the current Conservative government will continue happening for 5 more years. I think it's a dereliction of duty for any political party, Conservative or Labour. They're letting down the voters if they are not being as competitive as they can in an election and doing the kind of things that you need to win.
I mean, it strikes me that one of the big differences in politics at the moment is that the Conservatives are disunited and Labour is united. But to what extent do you think you can hold that together, particularly when global events such as Israel, Hamas blow up? I mean, are you worried that people are going to go to the Greens or...
Look, we've got the boldest package of environmental measures of any Labour Party in the history of this country. It's like one of our boldest policy pledges. And the same on workers' rights. Incredibly progressive policies there. So, look, I'm worried about everything all the time. But at the same time, it's about finding those kind of policies that hold your coalition together. And I think that Labour is putting forward a package, or trying to put forward a package at least, that does that.
And on the other side, got a question from Adam Payne from Politics Home here saying, recent polls suggest Conservatives are losing a bit of support to reform. How big a problem, Sophie, do you think that is for the Conservatives?
I think I'm always a bit sceptical about kind of how the Conservatives respond to the issue of losing votes to reform, just because I think the sort of immediate kind of knee-jerk response is to then sort of go really hard on immigration and asylum and small votes. But the thing is, the Conservatives don't have a great track record on that. Voters don't have a huge amount of confidence in any of the schemes that have been implemented by the government in the last 13 years to tackle migration. They're very aware that there's been numerous missed commitments and targets on that issue. So I don't think kind of that pivot does a huge amount to kind of ward off voters switching to Reform. But I think it's quite interesting that if you look at people who have, so quite a large amount of people who are now don't knows are people who voted Conservative in 2019. And I think there's an assumption from both parties that these are, voters who will come home in election either to the Conservative or to the Labour Party, who are just wavering at the moment. What we actually see from a lot of the polls is that's not the case. It doesn't mean that they're all going to Reform. They're actually fragmented amongst Liberal Democrats, Greens, a number of parties. So I think, to just think that the sole kind of driver of vote away from the Conservative Party is Reform is actually not the case. These are voters that are quite weak partisans that have floated around a number of parties in the last 3-4 elections. So they don't just risk losing votes to the right, they're actually at risk of losing them to the left as well. They're sort of being pincered from both sides.
Rob, how potent do you think Reform is?
Well, I think one important thing to bear in mind with Reform, and this is coming back to the geography question, is they didn't, Nigel Farage, in its previous Brexit party instantiation, they did not stand candidates in any seat that was already Conservative in 2019. And when you have a governing party that the tide is going out, and then a lot of those seats that have been Conservative since 2015, 2010, 2005, even earlier, are now at risk, you cannot afford to lose 2, 3, 4, 5, 6% off your total, particularly if you know that those voters are liable to give the Conservatives as their second best choice. So the split vote problem from new Reform UK candidates is the biggest reason to worry about them. I think there's another reason for the Conservatives to perhaps worry less, or that they inflate their concern, which is Reform's performance in local elections and by-elections has not at all matched its polling with most of the pollsters. And that is very different to UKIP in particular. The Brexit Party wasn't long enough around to assess, but UKIP would often outperform its polling in local elections and by-elections. The surprise was on the upside. With Reform UK, they fall flat. They lose their deposits. They don't get the votes. Now, that may be different in a general election. I think it would definitely be different in a general election if Nigel Farage is campaigning. But it may be that actually a number of those voters aren't going to end up in the Reform column, in which case it's actually perhaps Labour and the Liberal Democrats who need to think hard about where those Reform UK voters are going, because it might mean that nationally and in some cases locally, the Conservatives are stronger than they appear in the polling currently.
I think I would just add two things. First is, Rob just said this, I think how Reform is polling when Nigel Farage is not in charge of it is broadly irrelevant. The question is what happens when he is. If he is, we don't know. That makes an enormous difference and has consistently. The other thing is, obviously, Reform could have a very, very significant negative effect on the Conservatives in the next election. Longer term, when you look across sort of Europe and North America, it seems to me that the successful new leaders that have sprung up look much more like Nigel Farage than they look like anybody else in British politics. We generally have the assumption that the first past the post system means that we can't get those kinds of results here. But if you think that there are kind of global shifts towards this kind of populist leader, Nigel Farage seems to me by far the most potent we have in this country.
Well, that was what I was wondering, whether Nigel Farage is actually more interested in leading the Tory party than he is in leading Reform.
That is a very interesting question, to which I do not know the answer. One thing we haven't talked about today, and it's a much longer term conversation, but I think we will have to come back to in the future, is the relationship between parties and leaders has changed so much and is going to change again because people don't join political parties anymore, generally. And the sorts of people who join political parties change so much. So the systems we have by which we select leaders from parliamentary parties who then become leaders and prime ministers seems to me to have fundamentally changed and is not working the way that we would have assumed it would 30 years ago. And that if you don't change that system, then anything can happen.
Which kind of brings us to the European question. Question sent in anonymously. Why is Labour still backing a version of hard Brexit when any version of hard Brexit won't help economic growth so much?
I was around as we all were, in the Brexit battles. Is battles the right word? War arguments. Like,
Internecine misery.
I feel quite often like I still kind of have a version of PTSD from that period. Like, it was an awful period for this country. We ended up in a pretty awful constitutional crisis. You couldn't move in this square mile for people on the streets yelling at you about various things from both sides. Now, it is certainly true. I mean, I voted Remain. I'm proud to have voted Remain. I thought I was right then. I think I was right now. I think Brexit was a mistake and everything else. But I have no desire at all, and neither do people in this country, to go back to the kind of situation that we were seeing in 2018, 2019, when we were having these battles. So I think the first step should certainly be trying to see what we can do to make Brexit work for the United Kingdom without reopening all of those wars and battles. And Keira's as determined to do that as anyone else is.
But it is a question of don't talk about Europe, isn't it, basically?
Well, he spoke about it yesterday, started talking about some of the things.
Well, he talked about the benefits of Brexit, and I understand there was a snigger in the room.
It opens up some possibilities, but more importantly than anything, this is not a question that there is desire in this country to reopen, and having lived through it once, I can totally understand why.
I think the problem, though, Chris, is that desire in the country is not the only factor that a Labour Party in government is going to have to consider. I think Rachel really put a finger on something very important when she was talking about how MPs are not as biddable as they used to be. Party members are not as biddable as they used to be. Partisan loyalty is not the force it used to be. And that makes it difficult to govern even with a majority. And we know from that period of Brexit warfare that we've just lived through that there are an awful lot of Labour activists and quite a few Labour MPs who have very, very strong views on the EU issue. And I think the desire to keep the conversation off Brexit is relatively easy to achieve when you're in opposition and desperate to get into government. Once you're in government, I do think it's going to become a kind of perennial source of disruption and rebellion. It'll be like the Thatcher Major years in reverse. There'll be this group of Europhile rebels and a very, very vocal section of your membership who are really, really going to want to talk about this. And I think it's going to be a very difficult issue to manage once you're in government.
But, Sophie, it seems to me that the difference with this election from the ones that we had in 2017, 2019, is that whether people were Brexit or Remainers is not influencing their party choice in the way that it clearly did then.
I think not to the same extent. I think primarily just because it is not as high an issue on voters' priorities as it has been in the last two elections. We've seen most people are concentrating a lot more on things like the economy and the NHS, which, although not completely removed from Brexit and victories in 2016, are just sort of much less heavily influenced. And I think we did some polling with Public First with Rachel, UK and a Change in Europe, testing sort of different proposals that Labour could put forward on Brexit. Time and again, we found that actually what happened was it increased support amongst people who were likely going to vote Labour anyway, and the stronger the proposal was, it actually put off those voters that Labour are trying to target at the next election, primarily those who voted Conservative in 2019 or who don't know. So I think there is an incentive there for Labour to just not really touch this electorally. And I think just one other thing I would say as well is that quite a lot of these conversations quite often kind of ignore the fact that it's not just about Labour's incentive to focus on this issue, but also Europe's incentive. What we see time and again is there is just quite a lot of Brexit fatigue in the EU. There's not a lot of sort of desire to really reopen the Brexit agreement and go through, that kind of war zone period. Again, people are quite they've got their own things going on and they want to move on and talk about other things. And the Brexit deal we have is working quite well for the EU side. And also for a Labour government, reopening the deal we have with the EU at the minute is not something that they may want to consume their first 5 years in government with. It's quite time consuming, especially if we're talking about real kind of change the deal we've got at the minute, not just tinkering around the edges. And for a Labour government that's going to be dealing with the type of economy crisis in the NHS that we have now, I don't think it completely makes sense to focus a huge amount of a relatively limited first term in government on that issue.
But in Labour's pursuit of growth, closer, better relations with Europe are surely pretty essential, aren't they?
There's loads of things that we can do in order to help get growth. I think, just as you were saying, there would be a massive opportunity cost to an incoming Labour government trying to reopen the kind of Brexit wars, Brexit arguments. That would drown out everything else a Labour government would look to do. And I think it would be far more beneficial to be Labour to be focusing on those other things, reforming workers' rights in this country, planning reform, increasing the amount of energy that's generated here in the UK. Those kind of things will also create economic growth, and we can do those things a lot easier than, reopening this Brexit battle.
I mean, it was, Rachel, wasn't it? The Red Wall was built by the Conservatives on Brexit, basically, wasn't it?
Yes, although I would stress that Get Brexit Done was a effective slogan because people just desperately by that point wanted to stop talking about it. And they wanted to move on and feel like the deadlock in the country was moving on. I mean, I think the two most powerful forces in 2019 were Get Brexit Done and Don't Be Jeremy Corbyn. So more than any other policy, and I say that having written the manifesto, most of what I said was totally irrelevant in electoral terms. And I, as a policy person, sort of background, there's no question that for several years after the Brexit referendum, it absorbed attention in government to the extent that no domestic policy progress of any significant level was made. So I would not be advising Keir Starmer to massively reopen this issue right now.
Let's just talk about some of the issues in this election year that's coming up. I've noticed you've all referred to planning, house building, whatever. I mean, Rob, how does that work in terms of party political appeal and dividing the parties?
Well, Ben Ansell at the University of Oxford has done some great research, which I'm now going to quote, but being a good academic, I'm giving him good credit. He has found that housing is now a very strong dividing line in terms of who you vote for. In particular, the Conservatives are now the party of homeowners whose mortgages paid off. This is one of the reasons that a lot of the economic ructions of the last 18 months or so don't seem to land on the core Conservative electorate in the same way, because they don't face rising interest rates and so on. Whereas homeowners with mortgages, particularly young homeowners with mortgages, renters, council tenants, they're all in the Labour coalition, and all of them share a desire to get more housing built. So this should be a relatively straightforward issue in theory when one looks at the mass electorate. In practice, once you're actually trying to do planning reform, as the Conservatives did make a pretty big push to try and do it in this Parliament, you come up against a very different dynamic, because it's less about what's popular in the mass electorate and it's more about the extremely highly motivated, organised and mobilised groups who favour the status quo and will lobby relentlessly to try and water down these changes, obstruct these changes and so on. So I think Labour have a very obvious electoral case to make house building, building in general, a major part of their proposal. It's certainly a logical way to try and unlock more economic growth, but they're still going to face the same massive obstacle that every single government that's tried to do this in recent times has faced, which is a series of very organised and entrenched interests who will howl in fury as soon as this actually arrives on the agenda.
Can I just make one point on that, which is there are panels that happen like this a year-ish out from most general elections. I would guess that it's probably been decades since the most talked about issue on that panel has been housing and planning reform. It's certainly never talked about at this stage in an election cycle at events like this as much as we've been talking about it today. So there are reasons to be optimistic that it is much higher on the agenda, that those obstacles, which are certainly in place, can be overcome this time in a way that they're been harder to overcome in the past.
On the other hand, I have noticed 3 or 4 Labour MPs in the past couple of months boasting about how they have tanked proposals for housing in their seats. Now, that, I think, highlights the problem. And again, coming back to rebelliousness of MPs, it's all very well to propose lots and lots of building in somebody else's seat. But when the building's happening in your seat, then all of a sudden the enthusiasm tends to drain.
Yeah, we want to try being in my family with my wife's cousin building 400 houses on the farm opposite where she lives. Interesting discussions. I mean, is there a Conservative answer to this? Because as I understand it, when housing policy has been most successful has been when there's been both a private and a public sector involved in construction and making homes.
So I suppose I'd say 2 things. My view is that the only way through planning is and has always been deeply concentrated political pain. You just have to choose a couple of places and build all over them because you're never going to be able to do it in a generalisable way. And you should just name them. I mean, if I were Labour, I'd just name 3 places I was going to do it in and I'd make sure they were Tory places. But that's me. The other thing I think I would say, because we've talked about immigration and housing separately. I've never done a focus group or had a conversation with people about housing policy that didn't become a conversation on immigration policy. And I think it is very hard, I think it is harder to sell planning reform and housing when you have net migration that is this high, because people will assume that all of the housing will go to new migrants, it will not go to their families, it will not help their children or their grandchildren. And whatever your own personal views on this, I think it makes the politics of building much, much harder.
I don't actually disagree with that. I think that's a complete. We need to build regardless.
Yeah, I mean, you want houses built, but not in Milton Keynes, right?
No, we've got thousands of new homes being built in Milton Keynes. Right now there are shovels being put in the ground, building new homes for people in Milton Keynes, and I'm damn proud that they're being built. I got the great start in life that I got because a 1960s Labour government decided to build the new city of Milton Keynes. And that meant that my parents, my young parents, much younger than I am, were able to buy a home. I'm possibly going to be an MP next year. I've never been able to buy a home. We're about to get a generation of Labour, hopefully about to get a generation of Labour MPs in, who have never been able to afford their home, who have been at the brunt of this housing crisis. I got my great start in life with that security of home ownership because a Labour government in the 1960s made that brave decision to build a load of new towns in this country, including the now city of Milton Keynes, and I'd be damn proud to be part of a Labour government that does the same again.
Sophie, do you see it changing? How do you see this issue playing out as a voter determinant?
I think what Rob touched on about age is really important, and there is a chapter in the report actually which talks a little bit about that. I think something that's quite interesting about the housing question is when you ask about sort of which party is trusted on the issue, Labour are quite far out ahead of the Conservatives in terms of who they think would deal with the issue better. But then when you rephrase the question slightly, which I think it was YouGov who did it, and asked, do you actually trust Labour to, in the end, deliver on this issue? There's quite a low level of people who answer yes. So I think there is quite, and this is repeated across a number of issues, but I think particularly on housing, there's a lot of big promises that people don't actually think will turn out and be delivered on in the end. And I think that kind of taps into what Rachel is saying, is people just don't think that they will be the ultimate benefit of policies like these. And that applies across a range of issues, but it is quite concentrated on the housing question.
Now, we have one question in which basically sort of demolishes the whole premise of today's meeting. It says, while we're talking about what the public think, surely we should be talking about what the voters think, which I guess is talking about differential abstention and all the rest of it. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it is an interesting question to pose in a country where actually, it's about 2/3 or maybe 70% of people who vote and a very substantial chunk who don't. I think we do all end up focusing in electoral terms and policy terms on voters. I like to tell my students, because young people are one of the groups who don't vote, there's a reason that when there's a clash between the old and the young, the old tend to prevail in policy terms over and over again, And that's because they may not march up and down in the streets, but they damn well do march down to the ballot box and they vote. And, you know, politicians will respond to the groups that vote. But that in itself is a structural problem that we're seeing, referring to what Rachel was talking about in terms of populist politicians and stuff like this. What we've seen time and again with these politicians is that often one of the biggest groups they mobilise is former non-voters. And one of the reasons they pose a particular challenge to the political system is those are often people that the parties have not been incentivised to talk to very much or respond to very much for a long time. And so when these parties emerge, mobilising non-voters, they're kind of taken unawares and they're not really sure how to respond. So I think we do need to think about how we engage and mobilise non-voters, but unfortunately that's a really difficult thing to do, and it's not a thing that often delivers very high returns. James Carville famously said, if your campaign is all about mobilising non-voters, well, sorry son, you've already lost. It's not, there isn't an electoral incentive within the current system to mobilise non-voters. So where this conversation naturally leads is maybe the system has to change in a way that ensures the people who currently don't vote right now are mobilised more automatically, either through compulsory voting or a different voting system.
Rachel, after the by-election defeats in Tamworth and Mid-Beds and all the rest of it, there was a narrative from Conservative leadership saying, well, our voters just stayed at home and come the election they'll turn out. Are you persuaded by that?
Not really. Well, I suppose the optimistic case for them would be, as I sort of said at the beginning, there are enough dividing lines generated between now and the election on kind of core questions like cost, taxes, immigration, potential divides within the Labour Party on issues that are kind of not hugely electorally salient, like Gaza, but which kind of display division, that your core voters get frightened. And if they get frightened, they do turn out and vote. But if I had to predict now, I would say next year is going to be a low turnout election generally.
What do you think?
I actually think I think it's incredibly difficult to tell because a lot of those effects that Rachel was just alluding to happen during an election campaign. Yeah. And there's not necessarily a strong correlation between how sort of excited and switched on and infused about politics people are this far out from a general election compared to how they'll be on election day. So actually I think, you know, the most important determinant of that will be how that election campaign plays out. Don't know how that election campaign is going to end up playing out yet.
But I mean, are you worried that you've already said you think the polls are going to narrow.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think that is going to disproportionately affect your vote because it is younger, because some of the changes in terms of voter registration have allegedly hit Labour voters?
I think I do worry about some of the changes that are happening to, you know, the way that the election system's being changed, voter registration, voter ID. I do worry about some of those things quite a lot. I think they're the wrong thing to do regardless of which party they help or don't help. But on the point of these things usually end up coming out in the wash. Sure, it is true that younger voters are less likely to vote than older voters, but people without an education are less likely to vote than people who have been to university. And a lot of these things end up cancelling each other out. And actually, when you look at non-voters, they tend to look mostly like the country as a whole in terms of their political attitudes. So I don't think it's going to be what ends up deciding the result of the next general election. It's going to be the number of Conservative voters who switch directly over to Labour.
Right, let's take some of the questions which we've been getting in. This is sort of a quick fire now to try and get in everyone who's been participating in our discussion on Slido. Question here from Jill Rutter. There are lots of ex-Coalfield seats that were marginal or Labour seats until 2010. We now have big Conservative majorities. Can Labour ever win back those seats? Who wants to answer that?
I thought Chris was going to. Sorry. I think there is a way to do it. But it kind of goes back to what I think this whole discussion started with, which was that a lot of the mood in the country at the minute is anti-Conservative, and I think the best way to sort of visualise it is a stepping stone almost, in that a lot of these voters have said, okay, we're not going to vote Conservative, but they've not quite made that hop over to Labour yet. They're kind of stuck in the middle. And I think the challenge for Labour in the run-up to the next election is really to put forward the vision and the policies that will pull over those voters to the other side. And I think that will be vital to winning back those seats that they've not won in quite a long period of time. Those seats aren't marginal enough to just win those over by not being the Conservative Party. They've got to do more, I think.
Rob. I mean, I think yes, in many cases, probably not 100% of them, but a lot of them are probably competitive, partly because of what Sophie was talking about, but also coming back to the point about demographic change. The electorate in those seats won't be the same in 2024 that it was in 2019, and a lot of the most strongly Labour to Conservative group, the oldest voters with the lowest qualification levels, many of whom might be the last generation who had a direct link to the coal mining industry in these seats. A lot of them are fading out of the electorate, and the younger voters who are coming in, they aren't necessarily well off, but they aren't as interested in the kind of socially conservative, Brexit-tinged Conservative Party that won those seats in 2019.
I mean, Rachel, I suppose we've got sort of Lee Anderson as a kind of exhibit number one in this sort of old coalfield people. I mean, we were talking before about the model, as you saw it, that was laid out by the Resolution Foundation yesterday of Britain. I mean, is that sort of post-coal industry issue still, how does that play out in party politics today?
So it's interesting. For those of you who weren't there, Resolution Foundation published a report yesterday on a sort of economic model that was very heavily leaned into the service industry and sort of high-skilled tradable services. And those high-skilled tradable people in turn pay for hairdressers and non-tradable services in the country. It was very much not a manufacturing policy, which is interesting given that the main economic policy of the autumn statement was full expensing, which does not help consultancies like mine, but does help you if you're in manufacturing or high R&D. And Keir Starmer yesterday, as many parties across the world have post-COVID, particularly left-wing parties, spoke a lot about sort of reshoring supply chains, which is effectively a kind of manufacturing tinted policy, as is the green investment to the extent that it comes. So regardless of whether it would work, it seems to be completely implausible that either political party is going to move away from a somewhat manufacturing-based rhetoric and series of policies. Whether that will in fact help the former coal mining areas economically is a different question, because we've struggled to move highly specialised areas into other highly specialised areas over time. That's an economic answer though, rather than a political answer. Politically, I'd go back to something that Rob said earlier, which is, I think the electorate is inherently quite volatile now, will remain volatile. We've thought of these people as kind of solid Labour voters who are deeply emotionally attached to the Labour Party and then switched. But they're not deeply attached to the Conservative Party and they're not deeply attached to the Labour Party. I think they will continue to swing with elections now for some time. The only other thing I'd say where I think I might disagree with the rest of the panel, there's been a kind of assumption through this that social conservatism, which is usually expressed through A, immigration, and B, some of the kind of anti-culture war stuff, is a total dead end and a disaster electorally. I'm not convinced that's true given the problem that the Conservative Party has now, but more than that, I think the beliefs and strength of beliefs on these issues among the electorate are in turn dependent on what politicians do in events. So if you assume, for example, that a Labour government in the first 5 years simply will open more questions around culture because they'll be more relaxed about universities renaming all their statues or various other situations, I would expect public opinion to change as a result. The salience of these issues depends on what is actually happening, just as the salience of questions like immigration depend on what is actually happening.
Yeah, I'll echo that point, actually. I think that there's quite often a lack of understanding about what we call socially conservative voters in this country, which actually when you do the focus groups like Rachel does regularly and speak to voters, it doesn't often come across how it's often, let's say, stereotyped by people in this, in the square mile of where we're currently based. On the question more specifically, I'll give a more general answer to the specific question, which is, the seats you win, the voter coalition you build, is never going to be the same as what it was in the past. It is going to be different in some ways, some of which are not entirely predictable, right? So there are going to be seats which Labour always won, which Labour, even if it gets a comfortable majority at the next election, isn't going to win back. There are going to be seats that Labour never won, that even when Labour gets a comfortable majority, it will win back. These things change over time, and they always have, and they always will continue to. Some of that is going to be based on the kind of red wall next time round, just because they're the seats that Labour did particularly bad in at the last election. But voter coalitions change, the makeup of the country changes, the demography of the country changes. Rob talked correctly about the kind of changing the way this is changing and the way the Conservatives aren't appreciating it. But a lot of those voters who were loyal towards the Labour Party, yes, their loyalty disappeared at the last general election for some people, but also many of them aren't with us anymore in those ex-coal mining seats. So it's factors like that and effects like that mean that the electoral map is always going to constantly be changing, and I think we'll start to really see the effects of that after the next election.
Okay, a few more quick questions. Will David Cameron's return bring back voters to the Conservatives?
I'm happy to go. Do you want me to? First of all, I will say, I think purely on a decision in and of itself, making a former Prime Minister Foreign Secretary seems to me quite sensible. They have relationships that other people don't. They have gravitas. People take them seriously. They have experience. It seems to me a perfectly sensible decision to make. I cannot believe they thought it would move the polls, and it did not.
Here's another one. Will Labour, following the Conservatives in diluting climate measures for short-term political gain, what impact will that have? What do you reckon?
I suspect probably not. I mean, I don't think they'll do it for short-term political gain in the electoral sense. They might seek to do it because of the fiscal constraints that they're under and the very many demands that there will be on the Treasury if we get a Labour government next year. But I don't think they'll do it for short-term political gain because their current electoral coalition is very strongly stronger action on climate change. So I think if they do feel that in order to balance the books they need to water some of these things down or move the spending further out on, etc., the risk is that they could face a significant challenge on their kind of green left. I think it's been mentioned that the Labour Party are very green now compared to the past. That's true. But the Green Party can function as a sort of all-purpose, the Labour Party is not left-wing enough protest party once the Labour Party are in government. And this could be one of the kinds of things that would potentially set that off.
Sophie, I mean, we haven't talked very much about the Green Party or indeed the Liberal Democrats. What does the public think about them at the moment?
There's a really good piece in the report actually by Alan Wager about the Liberal Democrats, which talks about kind of their strategy, and I think he describes, their polling as a comatose patient on life support, I think is how he terms it, and what he means by that is it's just basically being quite static over time. But in a lot of ways that doesn't really matter to them because of their electoral strategy. They want to get a foothold where they can, so they're carrying out very kind of hyper-local targeted campaigns, particularly a lot of sort of southern Conservative seats where there's a lot of dissatisfaction with the government and current Conservative leadership. So I think the Liberal Democrat strategy is not really a national one, it's very hyper-localised, and in that sense it's quite difficult to get a sense from national polls about how well they will actually do in an election. So it's quite difficult to read, I think, from national polling.
I mean, there is something quite potentially important for them at stake, which is that if Scotland goes, as some people think, they could become a national party again in terms of being the third party with the privileges. Is that something which is registering with voters, you think?
I think it's one of those things where it depends how much you think voters are aware of tactical voting and how well they are able to do it. And I think that depends on what seat you live in. I think 2019 was quite a disappointing election for the Liberal Democrats, but the one good thing it did do is it left them as number 2 in a lot of seats in the southeast and the southwest of England. And I think there is much more of an awareness of tactical voting and the impact it could have on outcomes than there maybe is in other seats where there's likely to be perhaps more of a three-way split and just more of an anti-conservative vote as opposed to kind of a really strategic attempt to get the voters out. I think something that's really interesting in Scotland that might work in the Liberal Democrats' favour is there's been this sort of decoupling of support for independence from automatic support for the SNP. A lot of voters who have in the past prioritised independence now say that actually their priority is getting the government out of office as opposed to voting for a pro-independence party. So if, you know, that does materialise in Scotland, that could work in the Liberal Democrats' favour. But again, it's just that awareness amongst voters of tactical voting and their best option.
Question about how significant do you think foreign interference is going to be in the UK general election? But I think more generally, given that we've got these sort of massive global events, the Middle East situation, the Ukraine war, Donald Trump apparently, you know, running as a rampant candidate next year, what aspect do you think foreign affairs, Chris, is going to be an election issue? I mean, we're always told it doesn't really matter to the general public. You know, we were proved wrong, if you like, about the European Union. Yeah. and obviously, in your sector, the Middle East issue is very, very live.
Yeah, I mean, look, as the sort of the directly, I still think that these issues are always going to play secondary to kind of domestic issues. I think what's changed is the interaction between the two. And when it comes to domestic politics these days, people are find the kind of security message far more appealing in what they see as an increasingly chaotic world. So one of the things that the Labour Party is talking about that leans into this is this idea of, you know, generating more energy here in the UK with the kind of green GPP plan, rather than being reliant on oil or gas from abroad, which is causing people's bills to go up, right? That is a message that appeals to that kind of shift in thinking that people have had. They see that the world's chaotic. They think the world is getting more chaotic, but that is having more of an effect on domestic politics. And therefore, the way I think we'll start to see political parties talking. Actually, that's not even just the Labour Party. The Conservatives have also started talking a lot more about energy security as well in recent months.
Rachel, what do you think?
So I agree with Chris. I think actually in 2019, one of the reasons that people turned off Jeremy Corbyn so much was this sort of vague sense that he fundamentally wasn't patriotic and didn't care deeply about Britain. And that is probably the most visceral way in which foreign affairs plays through to leaders and therefore into domestic politics. It's also a dividing line in terms of how young people feel versus older people. Rob may feel patriotism is bound to be dead soon. But I think that does matter. And I also agree with Chris. Of all the announcements in the last year, actually, I think the sort of watering down of net zero was the most... the poorest in electoral terms that Rishi made, because there is, I think, real desire to see energy security, and people link that to some of the green policies, and also because it felt like it was another commitment that had been abandoned. So I think it makes a difference indirectly. I would be very surprised if the Middle East made a massive difference directly to votes. There was one poll of Muslims. It's very difficult to poll Muslims, but as far as we can tell, it's still the NHS and the cost of living that are the driving factors of their vote, and certainly it's not going to switch them from Labour to Tory. That could change again. I guess if we assume that the world's going to become more and more chaotic, and that seems a reasonable assumption right now, of course questions like defence spending, our own involvement in foreign affairs will become big electoral issues. Iraq was a big issue. So not in the next year, but in the next 5, I think it could be quite significant.
I think I probably would raise 2 things. Firstly, just picking up what Rachel was saying, I agree that I don't think the Middle East is going to play that much of a role in the coming election campaign, although it's obviously a bit dependent on how the situation evolves. But it will be another one of these issues that will be more difficult for Labour to handle in government, because once they're in government and the spotlight is on them, They will have to manage the fact that the Muslim communities in Britain in particular have very distinctive views on the Middle East issue. And while, like other voters, it's not issue number one on their agenda, it's higher on their agenda. And we have seen in the later Blair years a willingness of Muslim voters to switch away from Labour in very large numbers in order to express that point of dissatisfaction, normally going leftwards. So it's another thing that could produce leftward challenges. The second thing is we have an unusual potential coincidence of electoral calendars if we get the election next autumn, which is the date most people think is most probable, because then the crescendo of our general election campaign will coincide with the crescendo of the American electoral campaign. And I think if there's one thing we know about the last 8 years in American politics, if Donald Trump is one of the candidates, we can expect the unexpected. Who knows what firecrackers will be thrown into our election campaign by his behaviour during the final weeks of the US contest.
I suppose just in terms of the in terms of the question that came up though, maybe it will mean less foreign interference in our election because all of the foreign interferers will be too busy trying to affect that one.
Right, our time is just about up, so I've got one final question. Rob's anticipated it, but when's it going to be and what's going to happen?
Oh, God. I'll go for October next year and a small Labour majority.
I'm going to go October next year and put my sort of money where my mouth was about pessimism and say it'll be worse for the Conservatives than it looks. It'll be a large Labour majority. Chris?
I think we'll get a majority. I think it'll be May.
Rachel?
Oh, God, I hope not.
October and Labour majority.
Okay, well, 4 votes for a Labour majority there. That's very interesting. Thank you very much indeed to Rachel Wolfe, Chris Curtis, Rob Ford and Sophie Stokes. Thanks to you. Thanks for sending in all those excellent questions. There's going to be a pause now, but thanks to my panel.
to this second session. This is going to be slightly different to what we normally do in the sense that we've got three colleagues up here who are going to present some substantive research. So the presentations will be slightly longer than normal. As ever, if you can, stick your questions on Slido. We've had the usual pushback about Slido, so it could be we take the odd question from the...
I mean, you know, what's the point of us getting us all together and then we don't actually have an interaction with the audience?
I hate talking to people, okay?
It just dulls the whole atmosphere, but you can still do that and still take the people from outside.
Right, we'll deal with this mutiny in private later. If you are going to put your questions on Slido, because of the way we're doing this, could you, if possible, specify to which of the presenters you are directing your question? Because that might make life a bit easier. But without further ado, let me hand over... Oh, this is John Curtis, this is Rob Ford, this is Jane Green, by way of introduction, and Jane is going to kick us off. Jane.
Thank you very much. So I'm the person that has to work out if the slides are going to just magically come on, which they seem to do. Okay, let's go back one. Here we go. Okay. It's absolutely fantastic to be here. Thank you very much to Anand for inviting me. What I want to do, just for the next 10 to 15 minutes, is to reflect on a question.
Jane, can you talk to the mic? Otherwise I can't hear you at the back. I'm sorry.
So we were just laughing about the problem. If you're not very tall, standing behind a lectern makes you look really quite small. So now I have the... so now you get small Jane standing behind a lectern, but at least you can hear me. I want to talk to you about a question of whether Brexit still matters anymore. And you might have assumed, or perhaps you might have hoped, or perhaps you might have just, imagined with a pandemic, with a cost of living crisis, that we're really much more focused on the economy now, and therefore Brexit doesn't matter anymore. And what I want to show you is that it still does, even though so many things have changed. And I want to show you why it's kind of still there in the background, but why our politics has moved on to a different kind of set of considerations, a set of considerations around competence, and why understanding that matters for the next election. But to do that, I need to explain this word realignment. So this is a word that political scientists use, and it's capturing the fact that up until 2016, you could still largely predict how people were voting for the two major parties on the basis of economics and on the basis of those things that correlate with economics, so whether you're well off, whether you're working class, and so on. But a gradual process had happened, slowly and surely, that a different dimension had become more important. That dimension is a cultural dimension or a nationalism dimension, or indeed a European Union preferences dimension, and those things correlated. And then, after 2016, of course, the two major parties started competing on that second dimension. And where age and education had always been the thing that characterized people's views about that second dimension, those socio-cultural issues or nationalist issues or so on, the major parties campaigning on them meant that age and education became much, much more important to how people voted. And if you've been following UK and Changing Europe conferences and reports and everything else, you'll probably know that. But just to explain the word realignment, because I'm going to be talking about that for the next 10 minutes or so. So, here we go. So I want to say that the Brexit realignment is indeed persisting so far. So that change that was very significantly accelerated after 2016, we saw it in 2017 and 2019, that change in relationship of what predicts your vote, whether or not Leave voters are aligned more to the Conservatives, and also those Leave voters are likely to be older and have lower levels of education, Remain voters being more aligned to the Labour Party, those voters are less likely to be old, they're more likely to be younger and more likely to be professionals and graduates. And this is because the really crucial things that have happened since 2019 have been competence shocks. They've been all about performance. Now, that's really important for understanding how the electorate shifts, because essentially what we're talking about is these are non-ideological things, and they're shifting everybody similarly. And it's kind of orthogonal, if you like. It's on a different dimension. It's on a different axis to left-right competition or competition around Brexit or other ideological issues such as immigration. It's really all about competence. And both of those points matter for how we understand current politics, and both of those points matter for how we interpret, I think, the coming election. So one thing that's important to bear in mind is that since 2016, there's been so much switching, so much post-2016 switching of party choice on the basis of Brexit, and also people have indeed changed their opinions too, so we know that support for Leave has declined. But we also saw support for Leave increase after 2016 amongst Eurosceptic Conservatives who had voted for Remain. And the reason this is important is that we're going to look at the kind of persistence of these relationships. We have to use people's updated views about Brexit and their updated party preferences. And I'm going to show you a graph now that does that. And it shows the Conservative relationship and the Labour relationship. And this is the relationship between supporting Leave, supporting the Conservatives, supporting Remain, supporting the Conservatives, or the same for Labour. And the line in the middle is the 2019 general election. And I'd like you to focus on the dotted line. So the dotted line uses people's updated Brexit preferences and their updated party vote intentions, of course. And what it shows is that there's been so much stability in this relationship since 2019. Very small changes if you focus on the dotted line. You see a little bit of support going up in May 2023. This is using the last wave of the British election study data. But you really see that this relationship is changing in the 2017 general election. It's changing again in the 2019 election. And it's not really changing very much afterwards. And so this is, even though Brexit is not the primary concern on people's minds, it's absolutely the economy and public services. But it nevertheless is the pattern still of support. Now, what we also need to remember is that there are fewer Conservatives and there are fewer Leavers, and there are more people now intending to vote for Labour, and there are indeed more people who would vote Remain in a second referendum. So these are relationships of smaller numbers on the Conservative side now and bigger numbers on the Labour side. So why? Why is this? Despite everything that's happened, you might have thought all of that kind of focus on economics and the pandemic might have shifted this. Indeed, these are exactly the kinds of things that tend to cut through people's party allegiances, that tend to kind of wake people up and, we all pay attention to it. You can't avoid the things that have happened post-2019. And so, as I said at the beginning, the reason is, I think, that this has shifted, those things that have happened since 2019 have shifted everyone similarly and been on this non-ideological basis. So I just want to show you some graphs that are very simple illustrations of how it hasn't really mattered whether you're a Leaver or whether you're a Remainer once you take into account people's party choice, on how people have evaluated 4 key things. So the first is the pandemic, shock number 1. And of course, this came hot on the heels of the 2019 general election. At least, I think we had like 2 months, didn't we, of a gap? And then this happened. And so, we just exited the EU on the 31st of January 2020, and we were hearing this thing come out of all the news come out of China. So in May 2022, and it doesn't really matter if you do this earlier, we asked a question on how well or how badly was the government seen to have been performing on the pandemic. And I hope that what you can see here, we're looking at Labour voters on the right, Conservatives on the left, whether they voted Remain or Leave in the referendum. And I hope you can just see that there's almost perfect symmetry. There's just no relationship, or hardly any relationship at all. It's very, very marginal how Leavers or Remainers are evaluating the government on COVID. So this is what I mean. Essentially, this is shifting everyone similarly. And we did a big in-depth piece of work around the COVID pandemic to try to understand this better, who was moving, those people that Rachel was talking earlier about, the weaker Conservative supporters who had supported Labour in the past. So what's the next shock? The next shock was Partygate, Boris Johnson. And so here we're just looking at evaluations of Boris Johnson and whether people defected from the Conservatives or whether they remained a loyal Conservative. And what you see here again, if you defected from the Conservatives between these periods, 2019 and 2022, that's dark blue. If you're still a Conservative, that's light blue. And essentially the relationship is very similar right across whether or not you thought Boris Johnson, you really disliked him on the left-hand side on a 0, or you really strongly liked him on the right-hand side on a 10. So the relationship is very similar. There's some marginal differences, but it's basically the same story. Budget, the mini budget of Liz Truss comes next as a kind of competence signal. And this was a really important competence signal. This was a signal that has changed which party is trusted most on the economy, and it hasn't changed back. And those changes of which party is trusted on the economy tend to last for a really long time. So that's very, very bad news for the government. And this was indeed the moment that happened. So if we look at those evaluations of Liz Truss, what we see there, just between Remainers and Leavers, Conservative and Labour, very, very similar negative evaluations of Liz Truss. So it's not really making much of a difference how you voted Leave or Remain. And then the last one is, of course, the cost of living crisis. And here we have evaluations, and it's pretty much the same story. I mean, I'm just showing you the same thing 4 times, essentially, that your Leave or your Remain preference, how you voted in the referendum, once we account for party, is really not very making a difference to how people have evaluated these shocks. So these shocks are kind of shifting everybody equally. And that's important to understand for the election, because essentially what's happening is the tide is going out for the Conservatives and it's lowering all the boats at the same time. The Leave boats and the Remain boats, they're all going down similarly for the Tories. And they've lost more Leavers, but that was, of course, because they just had so many Leavers in 2019. So if 80% of your vote base voted Leave, and you lose support, then you're bound to lose more support amongst Leavers, but the relationship of whether you vote Leave and whether you vote for the Conservatives, or would be likely to, is very, very stable still. There are now fewer Leavers, there are now fewer Conservatives, I said that, and the key thing is that the rate of switching hasn't been significantly different. So there have been more Leavers switching from the Conservatives because they had more Leavers, but the actual rate at which people have moved has been very similar indeed. So why does this matter? So I think one reason it matters is that we're likely to see this relationship be an important indicator in 2024, assuming the election is held in 2024. And this is going to be kind of confusing, because there's going to be big geographic changes, lots of those red wall seats potentially going back to the Labour Party. We might look at all of that and say, well, that's undone everything, but beneath the surface, beneath the bonnet, there will be a strong relationship, unless something very dramatic happens between now and then. And this may go some way to reduce volatility. The last panel, I just slipped in towards the end. And one of the things that I would really wanted to kind of draw attention to is that volatility isn't always high. It's not always going to be increasing. And there are really interesting reasons for that. I'm really happy to talk about them. There's a piece in the report where Dan Snow and I actually show that volatility decreased in 2019. And it's not at the moment looking like it's going to be as high as it was in 2015. And the key other thing for the government at the moment is that their problems aren't really down to ideology, but down to competence and trust. So reputation matters more, I think, now more than anything. And I think it's why, or at least potentially why, some of these kind of resets aren't really resetting everything. It's really the politics of competence, even though Brexit still matters behind the scenes. Thank you.
What I suggest we do is we have all 3 presentations, then get into a broad discussion at the end. So, Rob, you ready? Can I just say, with regard to the last session, I was slightly upset to hear people saying we don't want to return to the Brexit wars. The official position of UK in a changing Europe is we'd welcome a return to the Brexit wars, because they're rather good for business. So, just so you all know.
Thank you, Jane. As you can see, I don't suffer from the podium height issue. This is the gender politics of podiums. Could be another topic for discussion here. Sorry. They were finding my slides. They have found them now, I think. Oh, got a bit of a delay on it. So I'm going to say some kind of similar things to Jane, but with a slightly different focus. So I started off as a political sociologist, and one of the results of that training is that I always start looking to social structure whenever I'm trying to understand big changes. And the big social structural change that we have seen in the decade or so since Brexit, along with the age divide, is a big increase in the impact of education on political choice, the relationship between education and political choice. So here is a similar kind of graph to Jane's. You'll see the dashed line represents the EU referendum in 2016, and you'll see the dark line, that is school leavers, that is people who leave school with either exit qualifications, GCSEs, O-levels, so forth, or no qualifications at all. And you'll see that support for the Conservatives in that group shot up. In the middle blue line is voters with A-levels, and then the light blue line is university graduates. You'll see support for the Conservatives did not shoot up amongst university graduates. Then you will see the rises and falls of electoral fortune. You'll see the big bump from COVID and the vaccines. You can possibly spot 2022. I can't separate out Partygate and Liz Truss there, but the combined impact is to pull these things down. But you'll see that the lines are still fanned out in a way that they were not before the EU referendum. The result being that the Conservative support in the most recent wave of the BES in May 2023 was still higher amongst school leavers than it was when David Cameron won his election in 2015, whereas their support amongst university graduates is currently at its lowest level since at least 1979. That's as far back as I've gone so far. It could be a lot further back still than that. The Labour story is similar, but with one important difference. The education divide in Labour support started to open up even before the EU referendum, and the critical event or shock on this was the election of Jeremy Corbyn as Labour leader. Once Corbyn was leader, support for Labour amongst school leavers began to decline, where support amongst university graduates remained higher. We can see the rise in Labour support in the past few years, again across all groups, but the lines are still fanned out. The result being that in the May 2023 wave, we have Labour support amongst university graduates and A-level graduates substantially higher than was the case 10 years ago, while support amongst school leavers is still, even at that last point, below where it was in 2015, which was, of course, an election Labour did not win. Now, both of these divides are historically new. If we go before 2015 and look at the British election studies all the way back to 1979, Labour consistently does better with the voters with the fewest qualifications. But this isn't actually an education effect. If you do a statistical model of the different demographic factors together, most of this is in fact social class. This is class politics being expressed through a different channel. Whereas university graduates tend to be more middle class, Labour does worse with them, then you'll see in the last two elections that relationship has reversed. For the Conservatives, the story is even more dramatic. There was really no substantial education effect at all until this post-Brexit period, where you can see the degree line has gone down and the no qualifications line has gone sharply upwards. Now, as I mentioned in the first panel, one of the reasons this matters a great deal is because this education divide has opened up right at the moment when the educational composition of the electorate is undergoing sustained, large-scale change. So if we go back to the 2001 election, Tony Blair's second landslide, 2/3 of the electorate at that point had exit qualifications or less. 2 voters out of 3, and only 1 in 5 had a university degree. By the time of the 2021 census, so a couple of years into this parliament, we're down to 40% of voters with exit qualifications or less, and 1/3 of voters having a university degree. If we project those trends forward, we will be in a situation within the next decade or so where university graduates are the largest group in the electorate, substantially larger than school leavers, which poses a significant opportunity for a party that finds itself doing better amongst graduates, and a significant problem for a party that finds itself doing better amongst school leavers. Now, of course, the nature of education is that most of it is acquired early in life, which means this does also superimpose upon the generational divide we have in politics. It is not incidentally responsible for the generational divide. You run a model with both of these things plugged in, they both have a substantial impact. But what we have right now is an electorate where school leavers dominate amongst pensioners and graduates dominate amongst the young. And the older you go, the more that dominance of school leavers becomes true. And the voters who are leaving the electorate year on year tend to come on the right-hand side of the graph, where you can see the school leaver share is extremely high, whereas the voters entering the electorate every year come in with graduation, university educational attainment rates of round about 50%. So what mobilised this all into politics? Well, Jane has already covered that in her presentation. This is one substantial part of what is being expressed in the Brexit divide. Brexit, even before the EU referendum began, deeply divided voters by education. It is generally one of the strongest demographic predictors of leave or remain preferences, year in, year out, wave in, wave out, every single survey. But to say graduates like remain, school leavers like leave, that doesn't get us very far, because it begs the question, well, okay, why do voters with less education find the idea of Brexit attractive? Why are graduates keener on the EU? And that runs us into deeper issues of national identity. Graduates are the only even moderately enthusiastic European identifiers in the British electorate, whereas school leavers tend to express much stronger levels of English and British identity. And education is the strongest predictor of these kinds of national identity attachments. But it also takes us in to the changing politics of class. Class has always been one of the big structuring factors in politics, and we can think about class in different ways: the jobs that you do, the income that you earn, the housing that you're in, but also what you identify as. And increasingly, identifying as working class and middle class, it is, yes, still, of course, a matter of the jobs you do, it's a matter of the income you earn, it's a matter of the housing that you live in, but it is also a matter of the educational attainment that you have. University graduates identify more as middle class, school leavers identify more as working class. So that's factor number one, identity. Very important, also mobilised by Brexit. Factor number two is values, but not economic values. This is the predictors of the traditional left-right questions of economic values: state versus the market, public services, so forth. And you'll see class, housing, and age are the strongest predictors of those things. So younger voters do tend to be more left-wing on these measures than older voters when you plug all these things in together. Education does virtually nothing at all, though, when you put all the demographic factors together. Instead, what it predicts is what Jane was referring to as dimension 2 social values: liberal, authoritarian values. Tough on crime versus protecting the rights of criminals. Open immigration versus protecting cultural traditions. These kinds of questions. Here, time and time again, you will find that the education divide is the strongest divide that you're seeing. So, that gets us through the structure. Education now predicts how we're behaving a lot more. That's partly because of Brexit, but it's also because of the things that led to Brexit: identity, value divides, getting mobilised. But what does that mean going forward to the next election and beyond? Well, three little things I'm going to tell you about. There's lots more in the report that I've done on this, which you are welcome to read. One is that it also predicts which issues voters focus upon as salient. Two is that it interacts with geography in our very geographical electoral system. And three, it interacts with local patterns of party competition. So I'm going to whiz through those very quickly. Firstly, there are particular kinds of issues that mobilise voters on one side of the education divide, but not the other side. Immigration is the classic example of this. Voters with school leaver qualifications tend to focus on immigration a great deal more than voters with university degrees. This creates an asymmetry in immigration politics where voters who are more sceptical of migration are allowed a voice because they mobilise more on it. But on green politics, the environment, which is on the right of this graph, there were labels on this, but they've vanished. It's the exact mirror image. Graduates tend to be more climate interventionists. They want to see more action on climate change, and they also focus on this issue more, emphasise it more, name it as a key issue. Whereas the school leaver voters that we perhaps have seen the Conservatives attempting to get excited about, rowing back on climate commitments, about railing against ULEZ, it's just never been an issue that they really rate as a particularly important issue to focus on. And the lesson we can see from immigration is, if you are on the wrong side of the salience divide, then you risk annoying voters who are your opponents, but without actually mobilising voters who are your supporters. Geography. Here are two maps from the 2011 census on the left and the 2021 census on the right. The shares of voters with school leavers where it's highest, you'll see red and yellow. Where it's lowest, you'll see various shades of green, with dark green being lowest of all. Hopefully what you can see from this graph is that the pattern is broadly similar, but there's a massive, massive overall change everywhere. The share of school leaver voters is dropping everywhere. And those blotches of red that you can see, often red wall seats, there are just far fewer school leavers in those seats now than there were 10, 15 years ago. A lot of what you hear from the political class about the red wall seems premised on an electorate that is static in these places, but the electorate is not static in these places. The same is true at the other end of the education divide. Graduates tend to cluster around London because that's where a lot of the graduate jobs are. And there's this growing blob of seats in and around London where graduates are becoming the locally dominant group. Conservative MPs represent an awful lot of those seats, and they face an electorate that has a lot more voters from the group that is now a lot less keen on their party than they faced 10 years ago. So they face a double challenge: the challenge of losing support with this group and the challenge of that group becoming bigger. So, how does this all cash out? Well, importantly, neither party can prevail at the next election without bridging the education divide, because both parties have to win critical sets of seats at opposite ends of the education divide. For the Conservatives, to illustrate this, I created two sets of seats. This is all incidentally on old boundaries. I can imagine John was going to ask that. I didn't have the data for the new boundaries yet. The red wall seats are the seats that the Conservatives have won from Labour since 2015, not just the ones won in 2019, some in 2017 as well. In those seats, school leavers are nearly half of the electorate, and the average increase in Conservative support is nearly 20% in the last two election cycles. The blue wall is seats where the Conservatives, it's the Conservative-held seats from 2015 with the highest shares of graduates. Take the 40 seats with the highest shares of graduates that are Conservative-held, and on average, you get a very high share of graduates, of course, and a sinking Conservative vote. And many of those seats are now marginal in a way that wasn't true a few years ago. The Conservatives have to hold on to the bulk of both of these groups of seats or they lose their majority. Conversely, you can create two groups of Labour seats. The seats that Labour have lost to the Conservatives and to other parties and need to recover on the left, and the seats where Labour have actually been advancing against the tide since 2015. And Labour need 120 seats in total, so I made it roughly 60 seats in each group, and it's the same problem. One group is very school leaver dominated, the other group much higher shares of graduates, and therefore much more like the average seat that Labour currently hold. So that centre group is probably easier for Labour to appeal to because it looks like the seats they already have, but they can't get a majority without also winning that left-hand group. And then finally, the Liberal Democrats get an opportunity from all of this, which is, if you look at the change in Liberal Democrats' share since 2015 in seats where the Liberal Democrats are second, and you plot it against the share of graduates in the seats, what do you see? The more graduates there are in these seats, the better the Lib Dems have done. And what do we know from the demographic change story? That in all of these seats, the number of graduates is going up very rapidly. So a bunch of those spots at top right are seats where the Liberal Democrats have a golden opportunity to build a demographically and geographically coherent heartland of seats in and around London where they become the local party in a Conservative versus Lib Dem competition. Now, one final point. 2021 isn't the end of the story. This change is still ongoing. If we project forwards linearly, it's a very simple model, not very sophisticated, to 2031, we can see that the number of seats that where school leavers outnumber graduates by more than 10%, so seats where you would really want to focus on school leavers as the main electorate if there's an education divide in politics, falls from nearly 500 seats in the 2011 census to 50 seats by the time we get to 2031. Whereas the number of seats where graduates dominate to a similar degree goes from 26 seats in 2011 to 250 seats 20 years later. Demographic change is slow. It's seldom newsworthy, but it is relentless, and it means that the political landscape does not stay the same from one election cycle to the next, and definitely doesn't stay the same from one decade to the next. And that's that.
Rob's written a couple of books, incidentally, if you have a look at the screen.
Thank you very much indeed. I was left contemplating, as someone who's been in the university system for 40 years, what we're doing to the country. We're now producing so many university graduates, but anyway, it's just, hang on. We seem to have, okay, we've lost the first slide here. Right, the title, because it's gone, it's a 7-year itch. I couldn't ignore this, right? It's 7 years now on since the implementation of Brexit, and what I want to look at is at people's attitudes towards Brexit, how they have changed, to give you some idea perhaps of why they changed, but also perhaps equally crucially, also why they have not changed as well. Exhibit number, and one of the risks of, whenever you give a talk at a conference, the organizer always says, please send me the slides a week in advance. And I go, I can't send you the slides a week in advance, the story may move on. Well, I did send this yesterday morning, and since then the story has moved on. That is, that there were 2 polls out yesterday on people's attitudes towards how they'd vote in the second referendum, one of which was the first poll to have stay out ahead for the first time in about 2 years, and the other also had a marked swing. So actually, if I'd had time to do the thing then, there would have been a little bit of dip on the right-hand side. Now, in truth is, I'm going to ignore that, but it'll be interesting to see. There are already signs. Is it possible, please, to have the slides rather than anything else? Those of you in the gallery, if you can't realise we're here, can we please have the slides and not this hanging thing?
Oh, there you go, John.
Ah, we've even got the title now. Wonderful, fantastic. So on the far right-hand side, there would have been a dip, but we'll wait and see whether or not that's polling variation or what. So the story, more broad story you can see, is that basically this is a running average of the polls since the conclusion of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement at the end of 2020. In the immediate wake of that, the public drew a quick breath and went, oh, maybe it's going to be right, okay then. And we went back to roughly the 52-48 of being in favour outside the European Union that we'd had in 2016. But you can see that gradually, basically it starts in the autumn of 2021, which is when we had the first stories about lorry drivers apparently being too thin on the ground to be able for us to fill our supermarket shelves and our petrol stations for a while. And indeed other aspects of the economy began to hit trouble. And it carries on through, and I think is also part of the consequence of the Liz Truss fiscal event. That also seems to have helped to undermine confidence in Brexit, so that for much of the last year, it's not a continuing secular trend. We've been around at 57-58% support for people saying they'd vote to rejoin the European Union, and around 42-43% in the opposite direction, and that's been fairly constant. What's going on in this arithmetically, but what's going on is essentially 2 things. The first thing is that indeed the proportion of people who voted leave in 2016 who now say they would vote to be outside the European Union, that proportion has fallen from 85% at the beginning of 2021 to around 73% now on average in the polls, whereas the loyalty of Remain voters to being inside the European Union has, if anything, strengthened a little. One of the many myths that we had in the wake of the 2019 election is that Remain voters have now given up the ghost. They accept it's happened, etc., etc. This was always a myth, and it's now very clearly a myth. The second thing, however, that matters, it's always mattered, it's mattered certainly since 2017, is that those people who did not vote in 2016 are disproportionately in favour of being inside the European Union. It's now roughly around a 3-to-1 ratio, fairly consistently in the polls. One of the reasons, though of course it's only one of the reasons, and again if you want to talk about demographic destiny and Brexit in the way that Rob's been talking about the support for the Conservative Party, as you can see, those who are aged 18 to 24, most of whom who are not eligible to vote in 2016, are overwhelmingly in favour of rejoining the European Union. But otherwise, we still have that age gradient. But the truth is, unless middle-aged voters at least are at some point in the not too dim and distant future persuaded of the merits of Brexit, there is a demographic time bomb kicking underneath the support for being outside the European Union. But that's not what I'm wanting to focus on. I'm wanting to focus on why the shift, the turnover of support amongst those who did vote in 2016. So my starting point is to look at, well, what were the things that were related to how people voted in 2016? And essentially there were three central issues that we're familiar with. One is the economy. 90% of those people who thought the economy would be better as a result of Brexit voted to leave. Only 7% of those people who thought the economy would be worse voted to leave. Equally, people's sense of identity, whether or not if you thought being inside the European Union cut across Britain's sense of identity, you voted leave in very strong numbers, and if you didn't take that view, you didn't. The other issue is immigration. The relationship actually on immigration was not as strong as it was on either the economy or on identity, but still, amongst those people who thought that Brexit would reduce immigration, 70% of them voted leave, much higher proportions than any other group. So therefore, I'm going to take these three issues and track what's happened to them since 2019, or indeed since 2016, and then also how this is related, or in some cases isn't related, to people changing their minds about Brexit. So, number one, this I think is now, to the best of my knowledge, and I've not fully checked with the British election study, but I think this is probably the only time series that now exists of asking pretty much the same question about the economics of Brexit all the way back to the referendum. Last I've got a gap in 2022, that's to do with the vagaries of funding. But yes, you've got it, the headline is right, is that basically now in two readings in 2023, people are, and these are Leave voters, by the way, I'm looking at here. Half of Leave voters now think that Brexit is doing the economy damage. And that is a marked turnaround for basically the back end of 2021. So number one is the perceptions of the economy are now very, very different. The second thing that's changed, it won't surprise you, is that Leave voters have indeed noticed that immigration has not gone down in the wake of Brexit. They're not quite so pessimistic about it as they are about the economy, but probably if I'd said to you on June the 24th, 2016, that in 7 years' time, only 9% of those people who have voted Leave will think that immigration has actually gone down, you probably would not have believed me. But that is where we are now at. The third issue, so-called illegal immigration, as the government describes it. Leave voters also think that that's gone up quite a lot, and very few think it's gone down. But then on the third issue, the nearest item I've got on this, and I've only got it for doing 2023, it's Leavers' perceptions of whether or not being outside the European Union gives the UK more control over its own affairs. So that's the closest I can get to conceptions of sovereignty and legitimacy. Now you will see here, this is the one area where Leave voters are still inclined to believe that Brexit is delivering what they were hoping for. Although it is now down to around a half of them who think that being outside the European Union is actually giving us more control over our affairs, though only 10% think the opposite. So on immigration and on the economy, the perceptions of Leave voters now are very different from what they were when they voted in 2016. But on control, at least we know that at present they are still inclined to the view that Brexit is delivering, though maybe not as much as they hoped in 2016. But which of these things actually matter? And to do that, what I'm going to do, I see a lot of data kicking around about what do voters say are the most important issues. I have to say my preference as a social scientist is to look at the relationship between issues and people's probability of changing their mind, okay? And that's what I'm doing here. So on the left-hand side, what I'm showing you is that amongst those, I'm not sure I've labelled this correctly, but anyway, amongst those who think that the Brexit isn't doing the economy any harm, we've got around 90%, 80% of people saying they would vote to stay outside the European Union. Amongst those people who think that Brexit is doing the economy badly, who voted Leave in 2016, only around a half of them would now vote to stay outside the European Union. That said, you can still say as many as a half of them would still vote to stay outside the European Union. But you can see that greater pessimism about the economy is indeed associated behaviourally with people now being less likely to say they'd vote to stay outside the European Union than amongst those who voted Leave in 2016. But if I do the same analysis for immigration, and I think here I've got the bars labelled the right way around, I don't see what you might expect. Whether or not people think immigration has gone up or not in the wake of Brexit is, broadly speaking, largely unrelated to their probability of now saying they would vote to stay out or not. Immigration has, in effect, seemingly fallen out of the Brexit debate, even though it had seemed to be so dominant back in 2016. Almost undoubtedly what's going on here is this, is that basically Leave voters, as you've seen, most of them think that Brexit has failed to deliver on immigration. And that's still true of many of them who would still vote to stay out. So therefore, there isn't any clear relationship between people's perceptions on this issue and whether or not they would vote again to stay out or whether they would now vote to rejoin. So in other words, for a lot of Leave voters, it sucks, but it's not the thing that if they feel it sucks, that it necessarily impels them to say they would now no longer vote to be outside the European Union. The same, by the way, is broadly speaking true of illegal immigration. There's a little bit of a relationship there, but Leave voters' perceptions of illegal immigration is also, broadly speaking, unrelated to people's attitudes to whether or not they vote to stay out now. And by the way, I've done this on other data sets. You get the same answer, whatever data set you use. But then notice on the question of control, this is also still related to people's attitudes towards whether they want to be inside or outside the European Union. So Leave voters who think we are still getting more control as a result of Brexit, around 4/5 of them would vote to stay out. Amongst those who don't take that view, it's somewhat less than half. So what seems to be going on here is that the perceptions of the economy, now much more pessimistic, does indeed seem to be something that's helping to erode the loyalty of Leave voters to staying outside the European Union. But that is still being counteracted by the fact that many of them still have the perception that, well, we might have made a mistake, and we might be making mistakes, but at least we're making our mistakes, and they would still prefer us to make our mistakes rather than necessarily to make Brussels mistakes. So that's therefore perhaps helping to explain why support for Brexit is still as high as around the 43% mark. But anyway, this is the summary of what I have said, and it all just goes to show that basically when politicians start talking about issues in the belief that they matter to their core voters, well, they might matter to their core voters, but they're not necessarily drivers of attitudes, and it's certainly that seems to be the case so far as Brexit's concerned.
Thank you so much, John, and thank you all of you. That was utterly fascinating. I've got about 50 questions of my own, but I will get onto the Slido. But just to kick off with a couple of points that occur to me for each of you. I mean, Jane, when it comes to reputation, is it possible to regain a reputation for competence, or do you have to wait for your opponents to lose theirs? Because it seems to me there's a story you can tell, which is Labour lost a reputation for economic competence in 2000. Well, the Tories lost it on Black Wednesday.
Yeah.
Labour lost it in 2008.
Yeah.
The Tories lost it with a mini-budget, which seems to indicate to me that actually you've got to wait for the other side to trip up. There's not much you can do. Is that true?
Partly, yes.
Okay.
So Anand's just listed the absolute key moments for understanding which parties trusted more on the economy. And you see this, I have a graph that shows this, right, in the longer time span. But it's not just, what matters isn't just which parties trusted on the economy, although that's hugely important. But what also matters is how well you're rated on the economy. So there's fluctuation. So, sorry for I hope you can sort of see what I'm doing. So if you've switched and now you're here and you're a party in opposition, or in the other party in government is, that's loud, down here, you can still improve a little bit. You might be behind, but you can still improve a little bit. And I think, so when we think about public opinion, about reputations and competence, I think of three things. I think of which party is trusted more. That's hugely important. How much within that are parties trusted a little bit better, a little bit worse? And we might see some improvement on Conservative ratings if the economy starts to improve. And that's frankly the most important thing that I think we need to be looking at. That's the most important thing for the Conservative government right now. The other thing that's important for understanding public opinion vis-a-vis reputations is the whole bundle of things, the whole kind of just who do you trust, who do you not trust? And that's really interesting too, because that tends to be cyclical. So what you tend to see is governments come into power and they'll get a little bit of a peak, a honeymoon period. And I think, and my work with Will Jennings showed, that a lot of what's happening there is that people are still blaming the government that's just gone out. These things tend to decline over time. So we refer to this as the cost of ruling or the costs of governing. And so public opinion tends to shift away from a party in power over time. And it does tend to peak, or at least have a little incline before an election. And so there's this kind of shape to how well you trust a government overall. And that might indeed also help the Conservatives a little bit, because there might be some a little rebound. And that could be to do with voters who have pretty much switched off between elections, but then start to switch on again, pay more attention, look at the parties, compare them, and decide to go back to the party that they voted for last time. So there's three things that matter, and whether or not you're trusted on the economy matters hugely, but there's just some marginal things that you can do, even if you're behind.
I wish they'd take that picture down. I'm slightly concerned about my hairline. But we've got so many questions. This might turn into quick fire, but let me just pose a couple to you, Rob, and then a couple to you, John, and we'll go to the slide out. I mean, I suppose the first question for you, Rob, is why? Why are university leavers think the way they do? Is that because they thought it when they arrived? Is that because they were taught to think it when they got there? Why?
It's a little bit of both, as often with these kind of phenomena, and we don't know fully, also as often with these phenomena. So we do know that the people who go to university tend to be more liberal when they arrive there than the people who don't, but we also know from panel data that on graduation they tend to be more socially liberal than they were when they came in. What exactly it is about being at university that produces that effect is, heavily debated. Not a lot of it, sad to say, the academics up here on the panel seems to be to do directly with what's going on in the classroom, so we aren't brainwashing them into this stuff. It seems to be more The experience of being an undergraduate involves meeting people from a lot of different backgrounds. It involves moving to different places to study at university and then moving again to take on jobs. And then often you end up working in jobs that involve a lot more mobility and openness and so on. So all of these things bundle together under the term graduate. This is often true with these kind of structural things. It's like, well, what generates the class effect? It's never just one thing. There's about 10 different things that are going into the package. What's new is that package of effects and that difference has become structurally very important because these are two very big groups. And this is not unique to Britain, although we have the Brexit story here. The story of graduates to school leavers behaving differently politically, it's happening everywhere. It's happening all across Europe. The Dutch election we just had, you saw a huge education divide there. It's happening in the US, where degree or not is the strongest predictor now of Republican or Democrat. It's happening essentially in every developed country where you're seeing the same growth of a graduate class.
I mean, you've anticipated one of the questions there, but the age patterns are slightly different, aren't they, in terms of left and right in some of these European elections? That's to say, you get quite significant proportions of younger voters voting for the far right, which isn't necessarily the case here. Is that true?
That is true, and I think that there's at least two things that may be important when thinking about that. The first is it may partly reflect the differences in our electoral systems and how voters respond to those. So take the Netherlands, this is a very low threshold proportional system and very high turnout elections. Disaffected young school leavers, they show up and they vote for radical right parties. In our system, they have similar attitudes. They're similarly socially conservative, particularly relative to people the same age, but they don't vote in large numbers at all. And when they do, they're kind of funneled into the existing parties. So there's a kind of latent demand there, but also the dynamics of politics are just very different. I was actually just in the Netherlands a couple of weeks ago. I'm not going to bore you with a 10-minute explanation of Dutch politics, but suffice it to say there are other Netherlands-specific reasons why that happened there, and that's true in lots of countries.
Okay, and John, I mean, there's a couple of very predictable questions I'm going to ask you. Let me start with another one, which is it feasible to assume that if, and we heard in the last panel it's quite a big if, the economy starts to do better, people's views on Brexit might change because people will assume that Brexit is working? So that's to say this is a function partly of the state of the economy rather than anything else?
Yes.
Okay, good. Excellent. Given what you've said and given the shift in public opinion, does the Labour position that was touched on in the previous panel make sense, or could they and should they be more, I don't know what the term is, pro-European, more aggressive on Brexit, if you like?
I mean, you're now inviting me to tread on Jane's shoes, but
Absolutely.
Anyway. First of all, I will say I agree with virtually everything that Jane said, and the crucial mistake that everybody mistakes when they say that the public have moved on is you have to distinguish between the structure and the flux. And what explains the structure of voting behaviour in society is not necessarily what explains the flux. If you want to understand the flux of our society, basically you need to know 5 words: Johnson, Partygate, Truss, fiscal event. These are the heart of the competence issue, and as Jane has very ably demonstrated, basically these affect voters irrespective of their views upon Brexit, but because they affect voters irrespective of their views upon Brexit, ergo you end up with a structure that still looks remarkably similar to what you had 4 years ago. So that's an absolutely crucial distinction, and Jane has been absolutely right in pursuing that. The second thing then to say is that the second thing we now know is that the assumption that the Labour Party made after 2019 is that it could not conceivably get into an election-winning position unless it fundamentally changed the character of its electorate into a more anti-EU direction. That assumption has been shown to be incorrect. That doesn't mean to say that Labour were wrong to pursue the strategy they did. It's simply that the way that things have turned out is that the Labour Party have ended up with an electorate that is still almost as pro-EU now as it was in 2019, not least because, I mean, the underlying dynamics are people the Labour Party has had some relative success in gaining ground amongst those people who voted Leave in 2016, right? That's true. But the people who've switched to Labour, who voted Leave in 2016, are disproportionately people who've changed their minds about Brexit, one. Two, people who voted Labour in 2019 have swung in favour of being inside the European Union in exactly the same way as the general public, see my earlier slide. And three, the Labour Party is very, very popular amongst voters who did not vote in 2019, who are overwhelmingly pro-EU. So although the Labour Party, as it were, has had some success in drawing from the well of Leave sentiment, it's been constantly also refurnished by other sources that have meant that in practice, once you look, and again, this is the other crucial thing that Jane was doing, once you look at people's current views about Brexit, you discover that the structure still looks incredibly similar. And the answer is no. Why could Labour succeed in winning an election, potentially, without changing the character of their vote? Johnson, Partygate, Truss, fiscal event. And those are the things that are absolutely fundamental and crucial. And again, so I think one other thing then we need absolutely to be aware of, I mean, as psephologists, we all kind of tend to spend our time looking at voters, right? You know, how have voters changed, all right? But also we have to remember the supply side of politics, okay? And the supply side has been one whereby the Conservative Party, I mean, you're right, Anna. No government that's presided over a financial or fiscal crisis has managed to survive at the ballot box in the post-war period. Labour came closest in 1950, but they gave up the ghost 18 months later. But the thing that's really unique about this government is it's lost 2 prime ministers, and it's had 2 significant electoral shocks. And, you know, that's very true. The only other funny thing that I would say about Labour and its stance on Brexit, one of the reasons why Labour Party is as far as ahead as it is, and why its Brexit strategy has been okay, is because the Liberal Democrats have also shut up. And what you can also show, actually, is that one of the reasons why the Liberal Democrats are still only at around 11% in the opinion polls is that they've lost a significant number of pro-EU voters who voted for them in 2019 who have now moved off the Labour Party. So the Liberal Democrats are picking up votes, well, not picking up that many votes of Conservatives, but they're picking up some of the votes from the Conservatives, but they're losing a shed load to the Labour Party. If the Liberal Democrats were to come out more clearly, at least leadership level, and they try to compete with Labour for that rejoin vote, then Labour's position may prove to be rather stickier.
If either of you want to chip in, or preferably disagree, that would be fantastic. Jane?
I can't disagree with John, who's just agreed with me. So that's a little bit. I just wanted to say that, like, what's fascinating to me about this is that essentially we've had a perfect experiment where we've had this kind of one thing that's really changed, which is what matters to voters. The second thing that's really changed is that there's been a whole ton of things that the Conservatives have suffered for. The third thing that hasn't changed is what the parties are saying and doing and talking about on Brexit. So John's absolutely right. I mean, one of the things that you have to remember, and we do actually as a British election study team focus on this quite a lot, is how important who are the parties trying to represent? What are the parties talking about, and what are they saying on different issues? And we're not going to see a radical shift in the tribes that underpin the election unless the parties appeal to different kinds of voters, and the parties aren't appealing to different kinds of voters. I could have also shown you a graph that showed an almost static perception of the Conservatives as the party of Leave and Labour as the party of Remain. And that corresponds to the static nature of the relationship with the Brexit vote. Now, what we don't know, of course, is if the parties start talking about this again, or if the parties start trying to appeal to different kinds of voters. And that's where it gets really complicated, of course, because as John says, then you're back on this kind of dimension where you've got competition both in the 2 major parties, but also the smaller parties, the Lib Dems, Reform, the Greens, and so on. And that's where, obviously the parties have tried to avoid doing that because they think there are going to be gains and losses if they do it.
But of course, the other interesting thing one can say about what's happened, I mean, one should not exaggerate the extent of the change of public opinion, but it is quite remarkable that public opinion has changed to the extent it has, given that in England and Wales, at least, nobody has essentially been advocating politically the rejoin cause. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily to be the case that if Labour or Liberal Democrats were to change their mind, that would necessarily suddenly produce a dramatic movement. But it is worth noting that the movement has occurred despite the absence of cues from political parties in this direction.
John, can I just come back?
You
I
can.
will disagree with one. I'm not going to disagree. All I'd say is that they're not that big changes.
No, I agree with you. No, they're not that big. Absolutely, they're not that big. But it is interesting. But even so, depending on what you think the position was back in 2018, but it's still interesting that we've had the movement to the extent I think that we've had in the absence of anybody pushing them in that direction.
I still think if you look at those graphs of how many people would support a second referendum, we also have to dig down and think, well, what would people really do? Those leavers are still going to be more inclined towards leave. The Remainers are, the softer Remainers that would have moved over towards maybe they would vote for Brexit now, they could be pliable too. So they are they're important changes, but they're small changes so far.
I don't disagree with you. The point is, if we were to have another referendum, everything would depend on the campaign.
Absolutely.
I'd like to try and make Anand happy by suggesting that what John and Jane are debating here might illustrate how the conditions under which new arguments over Europe break out could arrive quicker than everyone anticipates if we have a change of government.
Sign up for our newsletter.
Because right now, within the Labour Party and within the Liberal Democrats, there's a very strong don't rock the boat dynamic. You've got an unpopular government. Opposing it is clearly a strategy that's working for both of them as things stand. And there is hanging in the background a fear, particularly in the Labour Party, of some late-breaking thing messing everything up. So it's very, very safety first. It's very, very cautious, which means the logical consequence of the kind of skew of voters and even more so activists in both parties isn't manifesting because everyone's just be quiet about this. We don't want this argument. It's a distraction. But once you get into government, if Labour win a big victory and if the Lib Dems take quite a number of seats where the share of votes who will remain is drifting ever upwards, then I think quite quickly we'd be in a situation where the outriders in both parties would be very eager to try and get those conversations going again. They'll say, you can't have economic growth without integrating more closely to Europe if you're in Labour. And in the Lib Dems, they'll be saying, our future lies in being to Labour's left on this issue, being the pro-EU outriders again. Yep. They don't want to do it now because they think, A, much easier to just bash the Conservatives, but B, they still fear the downside that Jane mentions.
Yeah,
but after
the outriders exist in the Liberal Democrats already. There is quite a tension between the general party membership and the party leadership. But the party leadership, but the only thing I would say to you is that while I think you can argue the Labour Party have not, put it like this, the Labour Party have not suffered from their stance. I think in the case of the Liberal Democrats, I could provide you with evidence that they have suffered. Basically, they've lost a barrel load of Remain voters, and the Leave voters they've gained is much more minimal. And essentially what the Liberal Democrats are doing, they are betting the farm on the Conservative Party being down at 25%, which just therefore means even if they don't do particularly well themselves, they will just pick up a load of Conservative-held seats.
But it's
very much based on that assumption.
I would just raise a cautious dissenting note on that, which is... surely it is the case, John, that we can't infer that much about the Liberal Democrats' prospects from national polling because really their prospects in terms of seats comes down to how they stand in the overwhelmingly currently Conservative 30 or 40 seats where they have a prospect.
Exactly. The point is they're betting the farm
but we don't
on
know,
the Conservatives doing badly.
But we don't know if the Remainy Labour-y voters in those seats will behave the same as the Remainy Labour-y voters.
No, absolutely. No, sure. But the point is, if the Conservative Party were to significantly recover over the next 12 months, the Liberal Democrat strategy would look very threadbare indeed.
And two other words that could help the Liberal Democrat strategy on that front are Nigel Farage.
Yeah, sure. No, there are lots of reasons why it might work. But the point is, because of what they've done, it's not clear. Again, I won't bore you. If you actually look at what's going on which you can do with the British election study, you can look at the seats that the Democrats held in 2010 that voted Leave, because one of their hopes was also to reconnect with, for example, the Celtic fringe. There's nothing particularly going on there. All right, okay. What you can show is the party has gained some ground amongst Leave voters across the UK as a whole, but that is less than the ground that they have lost to Labour amongst Remainers. So in terms of their broader position in the opinion polls, their stance isn't obviously working. And insofar as you are right, the seats that they are best placed to attack the Conservatives are places which are relatively Remainy. Again, it's not obvious why you don't pursue the issue.
Right, I'm going to take back control of this now. Firstly, Nina from Hebden Bridge, I hope you found the link. There is a link to a PDF with all the slides for those of you who want the slides afterwards. And if you look on the Slido, there is a link to a web page where you can get all the slides. I might come to you in a minute. There's just a few more specific questions. There's a very specific question for you, Rob, that actually occurs to me out of the report. We have a section by James Kanagasuriam and Sophie Stowers on ethnic minority voters. And one of the interesting things they say, and it's a really interesting survey they've done, is that the educational pattern among ethnic minority voters is exactly the opposite of what you posit for the population as a whole. This might be a really unfair question, in which case you can say so, but can you hazard some thoughts as to why that might be the case?
Yeah, a couple. Firstly, that's partly going to reflect a very big generational divide in education levels amongst ethnic minority voters, and the very distinctive tendency of older generation ethnic minority voters to be very strongly, actually, the better way of putting it, very strongly anti-conservative. Yeah. So very, very suspicious of the Conservative Party as a party that doesn't look out for ethnic minority group interests, which are very salient for older, less qualified ethnic minority voters, whereas younger university graduate ethnic minority voters is going to be somewhat more individualistic. And while they're also more suspicious of the Conservative Party than equivalent white voters, they'll be more like their peers than their parents were. Yeah. So I suspect that's in part a story of ethnic minority voters becoming more normal. The only other note I would make on this is the pattern that has emerged in the US this year is absolutely fascinating, because what you're seeing is the same education divide that exists in white American voters starting to open up amongst ethnic minority voters, with lower education ethnic minority voters who are more socially conservative becoming more Republican under Trump, which I don't think any of us would have anticipated. But it illustrates that the current pattern of support in ethnic minority electorates is an outlier. And if it were to change, then, and ethnic minority voters behaved more like the rest of the electorate, then you would see a pretty big shift towards the Conservatives based on current patterns in the white electorate.
I'm very struck by the number of photos we've seen of sort of Rishi Sunak at temples or referring to his Hindu faith. It's been quite interesting, actually, that. But Jane, did you want to? Okay. There's lots of questions about tactical voting for any of you. I suppose the simple way of putting it is, can we expect tactical voting as we saw in 1997? Is there evidence to suggest there are high levels of tactical voting and there might be in a general election? Any of you? Yeah,
I mean, the best evidence is the local elections.
Right.
Because that was also the evidence before 1997. What we saw before 1997 was indeed voters being willing to vote tactically for whichever party seemed best able locally to defeat the Conservatives. Yeah. The one thing, again, it comes back to the conversation about the Liberal Democrats. However, one of the problems for the Liberal Democrats is that what was also clear from the this year's local elections still, is that the tactical vote only switched to Liberal Democrats in those wards where the Liberal Democrats were still second in 2022, and where Labour had overtaken the Liberal Democrats in the interim for second place. It was the tactical vote was going to the Labour Party, and if you start going through the mental arithmetic of how many second places the Liberal Democrats could lose, given the Labour Party's at 45% in the polls and they're at 11, you'd knock away quite a significant chunk of those seats that potentially the Democrats might hope to benefit from tactical voting. In other words, it might be Labour. Now, I think that said, what we shouldn't anticipate is tactical voting on the scale in parliamentary by-elections. What you see in the local elections is essentially, a tactical vote worth between around 3 and 4% of the vote going to either Labour or the Liberal Democrats, depending on who seems to be better able, rather than the enormous tactical voting you're seeing in parliamentary by-elections. That will make a modest difference. I can knock 20 seats off the Conservative tally if that kind of thing were to happen. But it's not going to defeat the Conservatives on their own. But the other thing, which Rob alluded to in the first session, you also have to watch. And again, it's very clear in the local elections. You may remember before the local elections, the Tories said, oh, look, we're being told we're going to lose 1,000 seats. We can't possibly lose 1,000 seats. And they kept on repeating this. And they lost 1,000 seats. Why did they lose 1,000 seats? Not because the Labour Party did particularly well, but because the losses in Conservative support were virtually all confined towards that they were trying to defend. And again, this is another pattern that was evident in the 97 general election and was evident in the local elections beforehand, i.e. support for the Conservatives going down more in places where they're previously strongest. And under the first past the post system, if that happens to you, you really, really do suffer. It happened in 97. And in a sense, it's that pattern that's potentially more important to the Conservatives' prospects than is actually the risk of anti-Conservative tactical voting.
That's really interesting. Can I add a supplementary to you, Jane, when you answer this, which is just how savvy are voters?
I'm really glad you did that,
All right.
Anand, because I just wanted to make a sort of broad point about tactical voting, which is that it's so common, isn't it, that people that are really, really, really energised. So when you think about something like a progressive alliance, and could this be the thing that's going to change tactical voting and make it possible that voters are going to be kind of able to tactically consider voting, against the Tories? It's the average level of people's awareness of the local competitive context is obviously actually not very high. It's much lower than those people who are advocating for tactical voting as a way of strategically changing the election outcome. And therefore, the kinds of just general expectations you should have about tactical voting just always need to have that kind of caveat massively in place. Sure. And that's why it's so interesting to think about 1997, to think about the anti-Conservative vote, to think about just how motivated voters might be in this election that's coming to actually get the information, to actually vote tactically, and therefore to go and unseat a Conservative if that's indeed what they want to do. And that's precisely why, just if I was kind of explaining why John's talking about by-elections is different to local elections, is different to general elections, it's because obviously once you get a by-election, the entire national media is focused on that by-election, or at least to some degree, and the parties plough all of their resources into that by-election, and they're there and they're campaigning, and they can't do that everywhere. Certainly the Liberal Democrats can't do that everywhere, and that's one of the reasons why in by-elections, and obviously lower turnout in by-elections and lower turnout also in local elections, where the kinds of people that voting might be slightly more likely to understand the local competitive context. So we're going to kind of always have a bit of a hierarchy of expectations about where the tactical vote might be, but then the context in terms of what we've seen in local elections and what we've seen in the strength of the anti-Conservative sentiment, and what we know from 1997 suggests at least in the upcoming election will be higher. And then the final thought about this is what's so important for the Liberal Democrats. So going back to this conversation about what should parties do on Brexit, in 2019, the Liberal Democrats were the Rejoin party, and they were the only party that was kind of the pro-Remain party talking about that. And of course, what they had was a really inefficient vote. So their vote went up, their seat share went down. And that's because the Liberal Democrats, of course, have to have that concentration of votes in a constituency in order to win under first past the post. It's why we've seen the Liberal Democrats do better in by-elections, because they're able to be the party that can unseat the Conservatives. Of course, they had a big debate about that in Mid-Bedfordshire recently, about which party indeed should be the party. So where it's obvious, the Liberal Democrats probably will make their vote much more efficient, not because they're talking about Brexit, but because they are then the party that can unseat a Conservative. Where it's unclear which party is going to unseat a Conservative, of course, we've got some new constituencies to throw into the mix as well, where no one's going to have a clue which party is likely to win, or at least not a really informed one. You're going to see that dissipate. So that's just a sort of broad, I guess, little primer on how much tactical voting should we expect.
You don't have to, but you can.
No, I'd only add two further small addendums to that. One is that another consequence of the Lib Dems' very inefficient vote in 2019 is that there's quite a number of seats where it's Conservative first, Lib Dem pretty clear second, Labour third, but a substantial chunk of the vote, and Labour won't really have any incentive to throw any resources whatsoever at those seats. They've got more than enough seats to campaign in anyway, so those will not be seats that feature particularly strong Labour campaigns, I think, because Labour, although they don't like to say it out loud, will recognise that the best prospect of unseating the Conservatives in most of those seats will be the Liberal Democrats. The other thing is, I'm bringing him up again, Nigel Farage. All of those seats, more or less, are seats where there wasn't a Brexit Party candidate last time, and if there is a Brexit Party candidate next time, that lowers the bar in all of them. So coming back to the Lib Dems' silence on Brexit, I don't really think this is why they're being silent on Brexit, but it is definitely true, Farage and other people in the Brexit Party have said so, that one of the nightmare scenarios they were worried about in 2019 was accidentally electing a bunch of Lib Dems by splitting the Conservative vote. So if their silence this time makes Mr Farage more eager to re-enter the fray, then it may pay some dividends in that way.
Okay, this is not really a polling question, but a couple of people have asked it. With the Prime Minister currently apparently less popular than Liz Truss was, is it conceivable the Tories might try again and try and change later before the next election?
Never say never.
So, I mean, this brings us back to competence, doesn't it? Like how, you know, I kind of like to imagine, I don't know if anyone watches Gogglebox, but I often think about voters as people that are watching Gogglebox when they're seeing what's happening on the news and what's happening in politics and going, what? I mean, you know, we have to kind of assume that, you know, like if you were able to, after Boris Johnson, change your leader and have a charismatic candidate who people had a ton of confidence in, that would have helped the Conservatives, for sure. I mean, this is one of the ways that governments overcome these kinds of cost of ruling problems. They essentially look, hey, we're sort of a new government, so look at us all afresh and give us another chance. But we're not in that. We're not just not in that territory, and I just think people would just be like, well, that's the final straw.
Okay. Interesting. All right, John, I'm going to ask that guy there to ask a question in person.
Oh,
just
hooray!
for you. Hang on, you've got to speak in the mic and be quick.
All right, I'll be as quick as I can, because that's important. It's a case of three issues which the Remainers be careful what they wish for, which are not being raised. I'm talking about Jane's article. First of all, you're not looking at bias on, you know, when you do the questionnaires. There's always a pro-Remain bias. We saw this before the referendum where they said it would be 48-52 in favour of Remain, and it worked the other way around. So it was a 4% disparity because Leave voters, like Tory voters, are more reluctant to say their allegiance when they're asked at these questions. The second thing is the obvious one, the demographic change. More people getting older, and I can tell you that I've not changed my politics, but as you get older, you become more conservative. So for every old person that dies, there's two more coming up through the ranks, as it were. And the third factor is this. If you reopen Brexit, things that we've seen, as you alluded to this recent opinion poll, you could lose that edge and people will start looking at it seriously again, and a second referendum could cause another big conflict in society. And I think it's not very wise thing. It's like a third rail, you don't touch it. I just thought you'd comment on those three factors. Oh, just one other thing. Sorry. Southern voters. I'm a Southern voter, graduate, voted Leave. A lot of people in the South are well educated and get sick of this insult that people voted Leave are stupid. A lot of people in the South are educated, voted Leave. In a lot of the home counties, they got 50 or more, 60% of the vote. So let's not use this stereotype of pigeonholing Leave voters. I really get annoyed with that.
Just to be clear, no one on this panel has said people who voted Leave were stupid.
Just to respond on that specific point.
I'm not saying you did, but
It's important when discussing the landscape of opinion to draw, paint with a broad brush. It's necessary. You know, when I say Leave voters tend to be school leavers, Remain voters tend to be graduates, you're talking about 70-30 splits. 30 is a big number. That's 3 people out of every 10 on a dinner table. So that doesn't mean that the other group doesn't exist. It's just smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll pick up a couple of points. I will gently suggest to you that if you take all of the opinion polls that were conducted during the 2016 referendum campaign, more of them had Leave ahead than Remain. Okay? And although it is true that the final polls are what 2 of them had leave ahead and 4 had remain ahead, but actually a week beforehand they all had leave ahead. There's a lot of misremembering of what the opinion polls actually said, and a lot of, particularly people on the Remain side who saw the upswing in the last week going, oh, well, the electorate have finally come to their sense from their point of view. It's obvious what's going to happen. Actually, it was never, ever obvious what was going to happen. On the question of conflict, I mean, again, I think we're perhaps at risk of conflating 2 things. I'm not sure that there was actually a great deal of conflict during the referendum campaign itself. There was a substantial debate. The conflict was over about the implementation of Brexit afterwards in the context of a situation where the governing party often didn't have a parliamentary majority or only had a small one, and which was internally divided. And therefore, as a result, we had the executive not in control of the legislature on an issue about which people on both sides, yes, absolutely, on both sides, feel very strongly. It's an emotional issue for many people, not just a cognitive one. We can't necessarily assume that if we were to have another referendum, that we would necessarily end up with the political situation arising out of that would result in an equivalent conflict about how the hell we rejoin, right? That may or may not happen, but the referendum itself, right, did not generate a great deal of conflict. People become more conservative. I mean, yes, there is some evidence for that, but put it like this. The age gap is now much bigger than it ever was, and there is an awful lot of people who are going to have to change their minds as they enter their 50s and 60s if the demographic time bomb is not at least going to have some impact on the Conservatives' long-term fortunes. Or unless politics, the issues that surround our politics change and the second dimension becomes less important, and therefore, as a result of that, the age divide narrows.
Okay. Either of you two? John? Rob? You're not John, you're Rob. You don't have to.
No, I mean, I'm not Rob, but
I'm
Rob already spoke,
confused.
so Rob is being very polite to me. I just wanted to reiterate the point that absolutely none of us thinks that anybody who voted for Leave had less intelligence or less, acumen or less, less judgment or anything like that. Yeah. We're talking about probabilistic relationships that exist in the data, and as Rob says, the proportion of people who are graduates who voted for Leave is non-negligible. It's a large number. I mean, and the other thing that I'm sure it doesn't need to be said, but what we're really talking about here is the interaction of age and education. And so, if you're an older member of the public, it's far less likely that you would have got a degree if you look exactly like the same people now who are entering the electorate who are going to get degrees. And so, what Rob is really talking to us about is the education divide, but he's also talking about generational change. And, so it'd just be really ludicrous for any of us to kind of, I'm not suggesting that you're saying we're ludicrous at all, but none of us is thinking that, right? I mean, just to kind of reiterate the point that, many of older voters, of course they wouldn't have gone to university. This does not say something about the intellectual or the educational brilliance of the older parts of the electorate. It's really important to remember that age, and every time you see these graphs, you're thinking younger graduates are so different to older graduates. If you were a graduate decades before I went to university, then you would have been really unusual. Really unusual. Whereas now, not so much. And so there's a really interesting pattern that's actually the shifts in the tectonic plates that are going on underneath this are fascinating.
And there, just one other point to make. I think it's entirely rational why older voters who have less in the way of educational qualifications were voting to get outside of the European Union. I think there are real differences of interest by age and by educational qualifications. Basically, if you are older and you have less in the way of educational qualifications, immigration is something that happened to you. If you are younger with a high level of educational qualifications, freedom of movement is something that you engaged in and profited from. Yeah. So I think it's entirely rational for people who had less in the way of educational qualifications to be more likely to vote to get outside the European Union because, frankly, they got less out of it.
Sorry, I'm now going to add something, having said I wouldn't. I would also add to that it's entirely normal for voters to base their votes on something that's broader than self-interest. And one of the dynamics that I've observed a number of times, I observed it with UKIP voters as well, when I was writing about them before Brexit ever happened, is you would get people on the other side of the divide politically, so to speak, saying, why aren't these people voting in terms of their self-interest? And I would say to people, well, you know, you're a well-off voter in a high-income bracket paying progressive tax and you're in favour of progressive tax. That's not in your self-interest because that's not what you see your political values as being about. So why do you not acknowledge that other voters with very different values to you can behave in exactly the same way because they perceive a different set of values and interests that they want expressed?
There is some interesting polling, I just can't remember where from, that showed that actually there was no difference in knowledge about the European Union between Leavers and Remainers, which I thought told us something. Question for you, Jane, which is to what extent, this is probably an impossible question to answer, to what extent does a perception of a divided party feed into negative conceptions of competence? That's to say, is there data that indicates that if you're divided, it's even harder to appear competent?
So there's loads and loads of evidence that shows divided parties are less popular.
Right.
And divided parties tend not to win elections. So looking divided is really, it's an incredibly powerful signal. And it's one of the things, I mean, going back to my Gogglebox viewers, what I mean is like, I'm trying to always imagine normal people, right? Not political scientists, not academics, not people that are like in my generation. I'm just trying to think about a kind of cross-section of the population. And if you just see people arguing within their party, then how do you trust them to kind of have a clear policy agenda? How do you make sense of the policy offerings in a manifesto if you think, well, they're so divided, they're not going to be able to deliver that? And also, how do you see them as being able to run something if they're, spending all their time arguing? So I'd imagine that, I haven't done this study, and I don't think I've seen a study that specifically just looks at perceptions of competence, but I would imagine they would be related to that and perceptions of division, but also I'd imagine they would be related to not trusting parties to deliver on their manifesto promises and their otherwise policy appeals.
That figures intuitively, doesn't it? Question from Jill Rutter to anyone who can answer it, which is, so the Conservatives are losing both Leavers and Remainers. Are they going to different places? And is there evidence about that?
Yes, quick go. If you are somebody who voted Leave and are now inclined to vote to rejoin the European Union, you're more likely to have wandered off to the Labour Party. If you still believe in Brexit, you are more likely to have wandered off to Reform. I couldn't quote you absolute chapter and verse, but I've probably stared at enough tables in enough things to indicate that is pretty much going to be what you'll find if you really were to dig hard into the data.
The thing is, again, I was trying to make the point earlier that we have to think about the denominator. So in a total sense, you're more likely to have gone to Labour because there's more Conservative Leavers and there's more Conservatives who have, and there are more Leavers who have gone to Labour. But if you break it down between Remainers and Leavers, you're then going to see this distinction that John's making. So the total number is going to favour Labour. The relationship, nevertheless, is going to differ slightly and going to favour Reform on the Leave side. But we're all having a debate, aren't we? Well, I don't know if everybody's having this debate, but certainly those of us who are following Reform's polling numbers are having a bit of a think, a bit of a kind of scratching our heads about what the real numbers are. But at the moment they are somewhere between tiny and small. The other thing to remember is there are still plenty of Conservative 2019 voters who are still undecided. And this was important. That undecided relationship was very important for the Labour Party in 2017. So 2017, you saw Labour voters with Jeremy Corbyn just not knowing what to do. And then you got the election campaign, Theresa May, Jeremy Corbyn. Okay, Corbyn isn't messing it up as much as they perhaps feared. Theresa May wasn't running a great campaign. And you saw a lot of those don't knows, a lot of those undecided Labour voters go straight back to the Labour Party in that election. So, there are still plenty of undecided Conservative 2019 voters who are going to probably wait until a campaign where they haven't seen Rishi Sunak in a campaign. They haven't seen Keir Starmer in a campaign. There's a lot that can still change between now and the general election. And I think the campaign could be really important for those undecided voters.
I haven't seen Ed Davey in a campaign either.
They haven't seen anyone in a campaign.
seen
They
Ed
haven't
Davey
seen
at all.
Richard Tice either.
Yeah, there's a very interesting section on the don't knows in the report, actually, and how they break. There's a couple of questions. This will have to be the last question, I think, and I suppose it's slightly whimsical, isn't it? People asking whether the inexorable rise in the proportion of graduates in the electorate will ultimately change the nature of our politics, making sort of political campaigning more rational and evidence-based. All I mean, my personal answer is you haven't met my students, but Rob...
I would hazard a guess that the person posing the question is themselves a graduate, and I would say two things, one sort of more looser and more colloquial, and one that's actually research-based. The first is, why do you assume that having a university degree produces rationality in a broad sense? We've all met very tribal people who went to university. I know plenty of them. And the second thing is, when this has been looked at, for example, in the very polarized politics of America, guess who is least willing to consider the other side's view? Guess who is least willing to change their minds? Guess who is most eager to seek out the information sources that bolster what they already think? It's university graduates. So no, I'm sorry, you're not going to get some sort of Athenian enlightenment out of the university system. That's
And I would
not
say
what we can deliver.
I would say look at Sarah Hobart's contribution to the report on Leave and Remain identities, because actually the sort of mutual levels of hostility and lack of understanding are quite striking, and as strong, if not more so, on the Remain side than on the Leave side. I have timed that so well. I'm so impressed. It is now 12:45. It is time for lunch. I thought that was fascinating. Actually, we could come back and have another session, but we can't, sadly. But thank you. Thank you. I'm going to catch you this afternoon.
the next panel. Today, we're going to be talking about voting intentions in the UK. UK and a change in Europe and vocal data have conducted a groundbreaking survey into the voting intentions of Britain's ethnic minority voters. And on the panel, we'll be joined by Sundar Kotwala, who is the director of the think tank British Future and the author of the book How to Be a Patriot. We're also going to be joined by James Gassarium, who is the Chief Research Officer at Vocal Data and is on the board of Onward. We'll also be joined on Zoom by Maria Sobolewska, who is a professor of political science at the University of Manchester and the co-author of the book Brexit Land. I'll be chairing this panel. My name is Tomiwa Olade. I'm a writer and author. So basically, we'll be talking in the panel for about 45 minutes. And then for the remaining 30 to 35 minutes, we'll hand over to you for questions. You can ask a question using Slido, or you can just put your hands up at the end. I'm going to start with James, and I'll give James about 45 minutes to give his general thoughts on the survey. James?
Thanks, Tomiwa. Hi, everyone. I'll be brief. So, broadly out of this survey, this is a trail, and the numbers are all going to change because we're still work on the survey is still ongoing. So what I want to take is more of a thematic view of our survey. Our survey is of around 5,000 minority Britons, so non-white Britons, and it was conducted over this past year, around 4 months in field. And I think it's one of the largest surveys of its kind, and certainly one of the largest public surveys done ever on British ethnic minorities. And the findings were in some ways quite consistent with what we've seen before, but in some ways quite startling. I'm going to talk through three major trends, and I think interesting findings from the survey that I think are relevant to public opinion and relevant to voting intention. So the first kind of big theme I put from this survey is what I would call the Great Fracture, which is basically this idea that minority Britons don't really vote the same way as each other in any way at all. I mean, this should really be of no surprise to many, but the degree of difference between different minority communities was pretty startling, in some cases as wide as 40 or 50 points on voting intention between each other. And I'm going to go through a little bit of detail of what that is. And that fracture, though, hides at the aggregate level the fact that Labour and Conservative vote gap is probably pretty consistent by the 2024 election from where it was in 2010. So on one level, not much has changed, which is Labour hovering around 60%, and the Conservatives hovering around 20 to 25 to 30%. But underneath, at the surface level, you're seeing a huge amount of change. So, for example, from our survey, it was very, very clear that, for example, British Hindus, for example, were probably the Conservatives probably in 2019 won that group. We're still working out the exact degree that they did, but so far the latest data by 10 points. That stands in massive contrast to British Muslim community, where we estimate that Labour won 72% of the vote, and the Conservatives were barely out of single digits amongst that community. And then the picture amongst other kind of religious groups pretty different. Sikhs, we think, are roughly 2 to 1 for Labour Conservative. And certainly amongst Christians, which would, is still a sizable proportion of ethnic minorities, we see a lot of mixed trends depending on which ethnicity someone is from. In terms of ethnicity, again, we see a huge amount of flux and change. So amongst British Indians, we think that roughly the Conservatives and Labour are broadly equal, with Labour probably ahead by 5 to 10 points. But interestingly, amongst British Chinese voters who are set to become a much bigger cohort of voters across time, we think the Conservatives were probably marginally ahead of the 2019 election. And, we have a huge amount of data on this, but I mean, what's really, really clear, if you just take a step back, is that Britain's minorities, as they become a bigger proportion of the UK, I think at the latest census, they're kind of 16% of the UK now. The generalizations that can be made about different kind of communities and different areas is going to reduce across time. And the reality is that actually, if you forward to a general election when we don't know when that's going to occur, it does seem that the Labour Party has picked up proportionately substantially more voters amongst white voters since 2019 than it has amongst ethnic minorities. Even amongst ethnic minorities, it was not doing that well with before. So there's a lot to kind of take in from that. So the first theme would be a great fracture. Generalizations are very hard. It's very hard to get good data on this particular subject. Sundar and Maria are my kind of co-panelists, basically the nation's experts on this particular subject. And there's a huge amount of struggle to get really, really good data, but we've kind of tried our best in that regard. The second kind of major trend I would point is around education and cohorts. So the centre-left economist Thomas Piketty, who I think is quite famous for his work on inequality, actually did some interesting work on how minorities vote and what their values are in relation to their educational levels. The past 10 years have really been in the UK and particularly in England and Wales around a realignment around education levels. So proportionately, the centre-right have taken more votes from those without university degrees and have lost substantially more voters amongst those with university degrees. Interestingly, Piketty, what he found was he thought that he was quite suspicious about whether this was the case for minorities. Our studies kind of validated this hypothesis, which is actually the education curve is actually inverted for ethnic minorities. So the more higher educated you are, proportionately, you're more likely to be centre-right versus if you were those without kind of college education or technical qualifications. So the kind of if you kind of take a step back here, this trend is actually visible across the English-speaking world, where we see amongst white voters a complete change in who is centre-right and centre-left. But interestingly, amongst minority voters, a lot of the legacy trends around education and to a degree income are still there, which is really interesting because it gives rise to very strange coalitions. And I think, it's often commented, the Conservative Party here in the UK, a coalition from Lee Anderson to Rishi Sunak, is actually not that surprising once you look into the trends in the data. The second micro theme there on don't generalize is around cohorts. So another interesting fact that came out from the findings is that a lot of our most recent migrants and a lot of people who are not white and a lot of our non-white citizens whose grandparents or great-grandparents arrived here tend to drift proportionately more to the right, although they are still centre-left in aggregate. And actually, it's second and third generation immigrants who are not white, who are substantially further to the left. So it's kind of a U-shaped curve of kind of identity. Again, that's very, very interesting. The third kind of theme I would point out from, it's quite hard to summarize half a year's work in 4 minutes, but I'll try. The third kind of aggregate level observation I would make is that, for many, many years, at the past 4 to 5 election cycles, the biggest indicator of a seat being on the left rather than the right is the number of ethnic minorities who live in that seat, and that has been consistent. But interestingly, at the latest census that was released in 2021, we now have ONS information on the number of mixed race partnerships. And I think this is going to become a massive feature of understanding UK politics, because actually, on the one hand, you've got aggregate levels of diversity, so the number of minorities who live in an area, which is one axis. And then on the other, you have a different measure, which is the number of the degree of kind of assimilation and integration, which has lots of other covariates. But what's really interesting is how predictive that is of an area being centre-right and centre-left, but also whether it's centre-right remain, centre-right leave, centre-left remain, centre-left leave. And it explains a lot of the very interesting patterns observed at the EU referendum, where you had some of the areas of highest ethnic diversity voting leave. And now we know that that was particularly acute in areas that were actually at a micro level very homogeneously all ethnic minority. And actually it was in areas where there was a high degree of mixed race relationships. There was a much higher Remain vote. Even once you adjust for education and income levels, that pattern still exists. So again, a lot of these findings are not final, but really at the beginning of really being able to understand just how complex things are. Cool.
Great. Thank you, James. Maria, what are your general thoughts on the survey?
First of all, I just wanted to say that James is absolutely right that this is such an important survey, mostly because the field of surveys of ethnic minority political opinions and voting is basically zero currently. So this is a very important contribution, and we really need this. Having said that, you do have to worry about quality always and forever with those kinds of surveys, and I would really like to see the kind of more details on the methods. If James has some time to talk us through how he managed to overcome the usual problems that online surveys of ethnic minorities have of selection of particularly conservative-leaning voters, certainly, especially given that the findings of the survey are that the gap might be closing. I did actually want to point out a few interesting patterns in this. And obviously, this is something that really speaks to my previous research on this, which is that the period of time that the survey covers in a kind of looking at voting trends of ethnic minorities, it really shows that there was a very good positive blip for the Conservatives around Brexit. And myself with some co-authors, we have documented that Brexit has attracted many more minority voters than the Conservative Party previously has managed. So that kind of appreciation that they can revert from what we call left liberal politics and actually choose options that we might interpret as more right-wing options is possible. So there is something about that not voting for Conservative Party historically that has been holding the party back. And either it has weakened with time and maybe with the diversification of the Conservatives, or maybe the Conservatives have actually benefited from their association with Brexit in a way that they haven't even foreseen probably at the time, which is that association with some of these ethnic minority voters who voted to leave the EU. So that was really interesting and striking for me. And I would have liked if James has any info about the past vote, how he thinks that is shaping. The second really interesting thing, which is not so much covered in the report, although it is in the graphs, is the recovery of the Lib Dem vote amongst minorities. Many of you probably don't remember, but in 2005, this was actually the major threat for the Conservative Party voting, for Labour Party voting, not from the Conservatives, as we now think, but it was actually from the Lib Dems. And the issue was foreign policy, so something that has become, again, extremely salient among some minority communities. So that is definitely a live situation, especially if James is still collecting data. That's something to look into, I would say, additionally, that kind of recovery of Lib Dems. Because, of course, after the 2005 election, which was the kind of anti-invasion of Iraq election, the Lib Dems have kind of fallen back. So it is very interesting that they seem to have resurfaced to a large extent. And the last thing that I would like to kind of talk about more, I would say, is this effect with education. And this is something where I think we do need to probe, maybe, James, on the quality of that survey a little bit more, because the problem with assessing the effects of education amongst minority voters is that minorities are so well educated in this country that it is almost impossible to get an uneducated ethnic minority voter in your sample, in my experience. So I would really like to see how many of them were without university education, and of course how that variable was constructed as well. So many of our ethnic minority voters are in fact educated, but they click often other or none on British surveys because they have a degree from Pakistan, and because they find it's not accepted by British employers, etc., they would report in surveys that they don't have education, but actually they do have a lot more education. So this was really the finding that struck me, because I think educationally, if you parse out the effect of age and immigration and maybe that foreign education experience, I haven't actually seen that effect that more educated minorities lean right more than white general population. But again, I have been using those imperfect surveys that don't have a lot of ethnic minority respondents. So I am happy to accept that finding from James, but I would like to get a little bit more details on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Sundar?
Thanks. It's nice to be here, and it's brilliant to be on a panel with James and Maria, who've both done enormous amounts, I think, to improve what we know about this topic. Look, the debate about ethnic minority voting is much more anecdotal than it is based on evidence. People have guesses and estimates if they're on the left, on the right, in the centre, about how ethnic minorities think about politics in different ways. They're all probably wrong. But as Maria was saying, one of the reasons actually is that we've just got patchier evidence on this part of the electorate than on all the other demographics in the electorate. And if you get the 1990s census and it's 5% of the population, it would be very complicated and expensive to find out more about it. You can see why that's the case. But when it's become a sixth of the electorate and it will become a third of the population, over a generation, we're going to have to get there. So it is, British electoral studies are brilliant in the depth and nuance of everything we know. And yet this is the big gap. Really, Maria did brilliant work with Anthony Heath on the 2010 general election. It's the last gold standard study we've got. James, I think, is probably doing the best study we've had since. Pollsters don't report on it regularly. They might get it wrong if they did, and so we don't know. And then the media has a bias. Let's poll Muslims on extremism, terrorism, and sexuality, and let's poll this other group on something else. So we don't find out where the points of convergence and difference are. So it's really helpful, I think, to have this big study. And Ipsos Mori have done something useful in the last few days, which they've gone back and put all of their data together for the last 30 years and given us broad brush aggregates on a 6-monthly basis at the BME level. Probably imperfect data for sure, for all the reasons Maria said, but it's still quite helpful to have it. An increasingly diverse population, the big picture story is an incredibly boring story of extreme stability and sort of extremely misleading, I think, stability. But in the end, the Labour Party seems to win about 6 out of 10 votes if you're not white, and the Conservatives, sometimes it's a sixth, sometimes it's a fifth, sometimes it's a quarter. But there's just a big gap. So while we're all aware that BAME is not a category that reflects things in this increasingly diverse Britain, it's still the thing in society that is the best guess of how you're voting politically. If you're not white, you're half as likely to vote Tory as somebody who is. So it has got an explanation. Why I think it's misleading is that something has changed. I think the British ethnic minority story was shaped by the Commonwealth migrants to Britain, who had very high British identity, very high trust and faith in the British political system, quite a romantic view of Britain despite their experience of Britain, and double down on identity, etc. And you get an integration effect across 2, 3, and 4 generations, an integration effect into the skeptical, apathetic, don't know what the political parties are about, don't know if I should bother voting kind of norm. So, good or bad, you get that. And so in 2010, British people have stopped being partisan because class is mattering much less, but ethnic minorities are still very identifying with one of the parties because of the stories of Enoch Powell and Norman Temple. Well, that's gone now. And so if the Labour Party is ahead by the same levels, it's always ahead. It's just ahead because its time for a change message is working with lots of people. That could be incredibly fragile. I think we're going to see the narrowest ever ethnic vote gap at the next general election of any general election, not because ethnic minorities have shifted, but because white British people have shifted. So, having 2/3 of the ethnic minority vote wins you elections if you've got a lot of white voters as well, and it loses you elections if you haven't. The Conservative Party is obviously struggling with everybody. The Labour Party is doing well generally. So we'll see a narrowing of the gap by that fluke thing, but we'll also see, I think, a fracture and a fragmentation underneath that. Just a thought about Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak was far and away the most popular modern Conservative politician ever with ethnic minorities about 3 summers ago. And it's not by miles. And it's not because he's Indian or Asian or Hindu. It's because he was the COVID chancellor and he was doing the furlough scheme. So he was +30 with the general population. He was +20 with ethnic minorities. And at that moment, summer 2020, Boris Johnson was like minus 35, Priti Patel was minus 40, and Rishi Sunak was sort of up there with the chief medical officer. Like, he was just this technocratic bloke trying to do his best. It got harder because, we spent the money and we had to put up the taxes and different things happened, and he became the leader of the Conservative Party and the Prime Minister. And at the moment when he became the leader of the Conservative Party and the Prime Minister, the public generally preferred him quite a lot to his party. And the people who preferred him were Tory Remainers, Liberal Democrats thought this looks better, and actually sort of swing vote ethnic minorities, especially British Asians, were like, don't know about them, but he seems all right. His reputation now is very, very similar to the Conservative Party, because he's been leading the Conservative Party for a year under pressure from the Daily Mail newspapers and others to sound more Tory, and so he does sound more Tory, and people have taken him. So it's quite an interesting point, though, that the flexibility is there, that people aren't in a box. I mean, ethnic minorities in the aggregate have really liked Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, Jeremy Corbyn, David Cameron more than other Conservatives, and Rishi Sunak while he was Chancellor, but not anymore. So you can't generally... Theresa May, funnily enough, in the Ipsos data, and there are shaky points about it, that her Home Secretary record isn't harming her, and then her premiership really does. It might be the Brexit polarisation, it might be the Windrush scandal with some groups, and so on. And so Maria's done this brilliant piece of work about this. The Brexit paradox is that Brexit is more popular with minorities than the Conservatives have ever been, but Brexit really hurts the Conservatives with ethnic minorities once it has happened. And it's James's education story that explains it. The Conservatives aren't doing well with older minorities who know the story of Enoch Powell and Norman Tebbit. They are doing better with young graduates who are affluent middle class. They probably don't care that much about the European Union, but they'll stay in it for the single market. They're sort of Cameroonian Blairite characters. Lots of ethnic minority Labour voters vote for Brexit. And then don't think about switching to the Tories, and are never going to switch to the Tories. And the sort of blue wall ethnic minorities are put off by the politics culture war. So I think the big message here is that Labour and the Conservatives, they both misunderstand their own ethnic minority voters, because the Daily Mail and GB News are very interested in Black and Asian voices who are very anti-woke and very right-wing. The Conservatives imagine that those are the kinds of minorities of voting, and those people exist. But there are probably 3 times as many sort of Cameroonian ethnic minorities who are a bit more like Alok Sharma or Claire Coutinho than they are like Suella Braverman. But we don't think about the existence of those people. And so, minorities are, pro-faith, socially conservative, pro-migration as well. And so I think the Conservatives have a big opportunity with ethnic minority voters in the medium term, but they've misunderstood maybe what that opportunity is.
Fantastic. Thank you, Cinder. James, to what extent is the voting intentions amongst ethnic minority people in the UK distinctive when compared to other Western democratic countries?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's easy to kind of be too UK centric about this. I mean, it is an event by UK and a changing Europe, but there's a much wider context here, which is what's happening in Australia and Canada and the US. 3 countries where I've kind of worked in, and 2 of those I've done elections in and polled for them. Is actually the UK story is probably the least interesting. There's been a nothing short, I think, of an identity revolution in those 3 countries in regards to ethnicity and how voting intention occurs, and the story is quite different for each one. So in Canada, for example, I think a much greater proportion of people are not white. Very different types of people and cohorts of people have migrated there. And that has created a scenario where really the centre left and centre right were in a very different place in the early 2010s. So, for example, Jason Kenney, I think, who was the Premier of Alberta, had great success, I think, under kind of Stephen Harper in attracting minority votes. And in particular, if you actually look at the aggregate level, if you look at around Ontario and bits of Toronto, but also around British Columbia and Vancouver, there have been historically times where the centre-right, either the provincial or a federal level in Canada, have taken huge swathes of the vote. And the Liberal vote is, the Liberal vote being the left-wing party there, substantially more popular amongst a lot of older white voters in the way they wouldn't be across other democracies. And it's quite interesting. In the US, the story is is a bit more recent, but there we've seen a massive fracturing of voting intention amongst people, particularly who are of kind of Hispanic origin and identity. And that's particularly different by different cohorts of Hispanic voters, depending on where they're from and where their parents are from. And you can see this, and there's also been nothing short of a revolution amongst Chinese Americans, which is very visible at the congressional district level in California, where, you know, at the midterms last year, we saw huge swathes of New York going Republican. We saw bits of around Los Angeles and congressional districts that had a heavy Chinese American vote turning Republican. In a way, the story in the UK is the most consistent and the least interesting. And for those of you who may have noticed, Australia recently had a referendum on whether there should be a kind of First Nations voice, and that was very interesting because that vote, which was rejected in the end by 39%, did correlate quite closely to the proportion of ethnic minorities that were by seat. But actually, in the individual level basis, it was quite interesting there that you saw a huge variance of patterns by depending on where people were from, how they identified, which continent they were from. And the most predictive thing of that referendum was whether you thought that Australian was a country that was more European in character, or whether it was more of an Asian Pacific country. And we did a very, very large poll there, and it was really, really striking. And that wasn't really commented on much there. So I think we're at a really interesting juncture here across the English-speaking world, where the amount of generalizations you can make are getting fewer and fewer. Stuff's getting more complicated. Different communities are fracturing away from each other and going in different directions. And that's going to be really interesting, I think, for kind of policy making, for elections, for voting intention. It makes it really, really hard to do forecasting at a seat level or a riding level or an electoral district level. And I think that's only going to get harder, to be honest.
Thank you, James. Maria, what reasons do you think ethnic minority voters were more sympathetic to Brexit as distinct from the Tory party?
I think Sundar put his finger on it really quickly there, that there is this reputation that the Conservative Party has of being hostile to minorities, right? And that has got its roots in Enoch Powell's legacy. And Brexit is brand new, and the parties were divided on it, and so it wasn't contaminated by that legacy, right? So I would say that's the first thing, because it removes the negative barrier from ethnic minority voters who might actually prefer policies of Conservative Party usually, etc. But then they do have that reputational barrier. I cannot vote for the party of Enoch Powell. I cannot vote for the party that is broadly identified as against minorities, right? Against minority rights. Obviously, now it's not helped by Windrush scandals and other reputational damage pieces, the kind of set pieces from the Conservative Party. Brexit, on the other hand, because that doesn't exist, what you see is that minorities actually voted a lot more like the general population. I have a paper with Nima Begum in a kind of bowels of the peer review process, hopefully coming out soon, that shows that actually looking at the classic predictors of the Brexit vote amongst ethnic minority voters, including being anti-immigrant, worked very well indeed for ethnic minorities. Particularly, I would say that anti-immigrant opinion, because when we think about Brexit and history of Brexit, even though post the whole referendum campaign, there were worries that the anti-immigrant tone of the campaign has made it worse for minority voters altogether. Actually, the campaign itself was very much aimed at EU migration and potential joiners of EU, etc. And so a lot of minorities didn't include themselves in that group and were much freer to agree in survey questions that they didn't like too much immigration, that there was already too much immigration, and immigrants were competitors for salaries and their jobs. So what Sundar said, they're more positive about immigration. That usually is to do with questions like, is immigration good for British culture? And is immigration good for economy? But actually, if you ask them, is there too much immigration? They very often agree with the general population that yes, there is. And this is how they voted a lot more for Brexit, I think.
You can flip the Brexit story as well, because while, Brexit does maybe twice as well as the Tory party does on a bad day, I think Brexit underperforms with ethnic minorities. In the end, it gets a third of Asian voters and it gets a quarter of black votes. And why isn't it 52%? And it should be 52% because these are groups with very high British identity, zero European identity, mostly in terms of perception of what Europe is, even if you're in favour of the single market and the European Union and not leaving it for other reasons, very sceptical about the culture of diversity in Europe. People might know about it or might not know about it. If you're British middle class and you've got experience of contact with Brussels, then you kind of feel it's a bit behind and all of the diversity is British. And then pro-migration, but quite sceptical about freedom of movement. Freedom of movement can be like more openness to Europe is good because then we'll be open to the world. Or it could be the principle Europeans prefer Europeans because we're all European citizens. So why don't you have European migration, not Australians, Canadians, Nigerians and Indians? So it underperforms basically because of Nigel Farage and the echo of Enoch Powell, where without that it should have got half, and it gets less than half, but it feels, for the reasons Maria's given, it's got less baggage than the Tory party still had in the Camera. There's also just much less voting by ethnic minorities in that referendum. So the reason we vote leave is that 3 or 4 million people who are white British see the first election for 20 years they felt is about something and vote. And actually minorities, especially younger minorities, don't vote in that election. And I think John Kirst has crunched it. If the people who don't voted, would have remained. And if the 2015 general electorate had voted, would have remained. But the specific 34 million people who voted that day were the people who cared. So Brexit was more important to white British Remainers and white British Leavers than a general election, but it was actually less important than a general election to ethnic minority Britons.
Great. Thank you, Cinder. James, should we just get rid of BAME as a term? Because you talked, of course, about the fracturing, the fact that, for example, British Indian people from a Hindu background are more likely to vote Conservative. British Indians from a Sikh background are more likely to vote Labour. British Muslims more likely to vote Labour as well. British Chinese more likely to vote Conservative. What's the point of BAME or POC or ethnic minority or any of these acronyms?
Yeah, so I actually call this the Sunda paradox after my co-panelist here, which is that BAME or BME or POC or any of these other terms, they're all problematic. It involves generalization about people who A, don't want to be generalized about, and B, have very little in common, and C, actually, the thing we haven't also discussed on this panel is the degree to which minorities and white voters actually think quite similar things on a whole host of issues to each other. And actually, there's a lot that they have in common. And really, when you do these types of studies, the incentives are to draw apart differences. And so, yeah, it is deeply problematic. It's politically problematic. It's morally interesting. But I think it's the least worst option because if you think about the French model, right, it's literally illegal to record ethnicity and religion in a French survey. And you think about the social policy consequences of not recording information about different groups, particularly where they're disadvantaged as well. We haven't really touched on income levels and deprivation and how they differ by different minority groups. But I think a world in which you literally don't know anything and don't even know the percentage of people who are not white is one that's open to it's harder to kind of address kind of inequity and things like that. And we haven't talked about the great success stories around education amongst minorities and different minority groups, and not just kind of British Chinese people overperforming everybody else, but the story of British Bangladeshis over the last 10 years has been absolutely extraordinary, and is not just explained by kind of geographic effects and where the schools are located. And I just think it's hard to see how you would have the bits of progress that you've had without some kind of robust kind of recording of that. And I think to pretend those differences don't exist, even if the trends are all going in different directions. So I'm a big fan of keeping a very problematic term. because I think without it, we're worse off. And I don't think that the French model is where we want to go at all.
Yeah. So no.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of people about this after the anti-racism Black Lives Matter protests in 2020. We did qual and quant research. People end up where James said that it's not very good, and we should carry on a bit with it if we know what we're doing. If you can be clear that we want to separate identity from data, then it's really helpful, because people want to be referred to how they identify. No one has ever identified as BAME or BAME. You know, I identify as mixed race and Indian Irish. And
Is mixed race now problematic?
Yeah. Well, I identify as it, so yeah, my kids don't, but it can be problematic if you want it to be. But so if you want to know, how does Sunder, I'm going to introduce Sunder's ethnic heritage, I'm sharing, shall I find out? But if you're the census, obviously you can get people to tick enormously long lists, but in the end, if you want some data, you've got to have some data. And what people said about data is, we'd all like to live in a world where you don't ever tick any of those boxes, but until we live in that world, it'd be as well to have the boxes. But people really preferred words to acronyms. So if you said Black and Asian and ethnic minorities of other kinds rather than BAME, they prefer it, partly because 4 out of 10 people didn't know what the acronym was anyway. And then the most popular term, and it was much less posed, the most popular term was ethnic minority, because people knew what that one was. Whereas if you said racially minoritized communities, they'd be like, can I just check, are we talking about ethnic minorities? Because you've lost me a bit here. So there's a danger of essentially being overly precious, particularly if you want to monitor ethnic pay gaps or recruitment and progression. And with the school data, we've really got it down to the micro level. We can look at it, but you'll never be able to report on all 200 groups. And so the aggregate measure for a start, and then the data beneath it is what we want.
Yeah, great. There's an interesting question on Slido, which I'd like to ask Maria, and it's from somebody anonymous. The question is, are EU migrants ethnic minorities?
That's a really good question, and one that is speaks to this problem of us counting people and those people identifying themselves as something. And the way in which Britain has thought about minorities and measured minority status has been very much based on this idea of racial visibility. And this is a kind of a hybrid model, because we also acknowledge ethnic origin, but it's a two-tier model. So firstly, in a census, we basically ask people, are you identifying as white or as not white? And then when you have identified as not white, then you can choose from your various options. So in Britain, we would usually exclude kind of EU migrants and their children. And the reasons, the kind of moral reasons for this, very much speak to this idea that these are the groups that continue to experience racial discrimination way past the point where immigration could explain those differential outcomes, right? So of course, when you immigrate, you lose your networks, you lose your connections, you know, it might be harder for you to achieve educationally in the labor market, etc., right? However, children born in Britain, you'd think they'd have equal life chances, but there's research showing that they don't. And generally speaking, those people are of kind of not white ethnic minority origins, right? So there is quite, as in there isn't a lot of research on children of white migrants, but they generally speaking disappear. And this is a personal experience, as you can probably hear. I am a EU migrant, and my children are basically self-identifying as English. Nobody challenges them. Nobody asks them where they're from, right? And this is really why we have to retain also this perhaps problematic bits of language, because this is why we need to study those disadvantages, because they exist in a way that other migrants and other migrant origin groups don't experience them because of their skin color and the way in which people can identify a person as a minority person, even when they kind of born and bred in the UK for many, many generations now as well.
Great. Thank you, Maria. James, do you think that the Labour Party will lose many Muslim voters in the next election because of Keir Starmer's support for Israel? And does it matter?
A nice non-controversial topic. I'm not a politician, but I'm gonna answer that like a politician. I think it's far too early to say about that. I also think that Maria, you raised foreign policy. Foreign policy does matter. to how particularly non-white Britons vote. That's been particularly present through Iraq, the fortune of the Liberal Democrats. It was very, very clear also in the kind of 2010 to 2015 increase in the conservative Hindu vote. Recently, we've seen kind of voting intentions in areas such as Leicester react very much to kind of more foreign policy aspects. So I think to say it's not going to happen, I think is just not true. But I think the political game hasn't played out really at all over the Middle East. I'm not an expert in that area at all. But what I would say is, yeah, it's clearly had a doorstop effect. If you looked at the votes that occurred in the House of Commons, and then you looked at the rebels, and then you relayed that to the demographics of the areas that they represented, it was a very, very linear relationship, clearly indicating that a lot of British Muslims felt quite strongly about that and were not happy with the Labour leadership position. And I think, but it's far too early to say how this is all going to play out. I mean, what's happening is going to be a 10-year story, not a kind of poll after. And I think it does speak to a wider point, which is the responsibility of polling organisations to not provide sensationalist data that are badly collected in order to further inflame divisions and to go for snapshot headlines that are likely, A, not to be entirely true, and B, make a bad situation worse. And I think particularly around this issue, a lot of responsibility should be taken on by different organisations to make sure that they're not trying to be sensationalist in that regard. So yeah, sorry if I sounded like a politician.
Maria, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, so I agree with everything James just said, but to just to add to this, I think we have this legacy of thinking of ethnic minority vote as in terms of kind of the electoral power in isolated constituencies. And I think that the immediate kind of fallout from the latest crisis has been to look how many constituencies can be affected. And I always, speaking to political party representatives, I always tell them that I understand that principle, but I also think that we have to think of ethnic minority voters just like we would normal voters, not in terms of the electoral power in certain locations, but just across the board. And this is especially important because of these party reputations that we've already mentioned a few times, right? It might not actually cost any party any huge number of seats now, but it could be that the party gains a reputation based on this issue that will then haunt them for decades, right? So you do have to be careful taking foreign policy positions, I think, in terms of that kind of long-term impact of them, as well as just the short-term electoral power, how many MPs will be unseated, etc.
Great, thank you, Maria. Suna, there's a question from Slido, from another anonymous person. In what regard is the UK more tolerant than the EU and the US with respect to ethnic minorities and diversity in general?
Well, there are various studies and people can debate what they show. We've got a bit of a lack of West European data because of this sort of allergy to the data. When you have the data, on the things you've got, it shows up quite well. America has a lot of data. I mean, America is just more polarized by politics, by place, by faith and secularism, and by ethnic group than the UK is by a significant degree. That's not necessarily a tolerance point. The intergenerational dynamics in Britain are a bit different from in Western Europe. Mm-hmm. So younger British people are distinctly more liberal across groups than older British people. And I think that is the educational convergence effects. The graduate, non-graduate breaks have closed on the aggregate level. It's more complicated. And the social relationships are much stronger, especially in areas of diversity. So you haven't got young populist voting in Britain, but you have got that in Western Europe. So it's not that people born in that decade are just more liberal. It's that people born in that decade are more liberal if they have meaningful social contact across groups at an early age that was two-way. And so if we've got generational polarization in this country, it's partly because we've got essentially younger liberal groups and something different going on in the Netherlands or in France. So the relationships are clearly either more distant or close but competitive. Say something about the Muslim voters. I think the media's got responsibility. And polling is good because you can find out what you know and so on. The media just needs to get the basic facts right. So the media is always talking about block votes. Well, if there are 3 million Muslim voters and they all stop voting, what's going to happen? And just a bit of calmness about knowing what's going on. I mean, I was reading The Spectator the other day, and it said, if George Galloway stands, there's no doubt at all that most of London's 1.3 million Muslims will vote for him. Well, he got 37,000 when he did stand, and maybe you get more next time, but there is some doubt about that. I mean, a third of those 1.3 million people are children, so they're not going to vote, and only half the population vote in the mayoral elections, they're not going to vote. So it turns out that Sadiq Khan has actually got 250,000 Muslim votes, and Sean Bailey would have had 50,000. Want those votes and so on. But we shouldn't be thinking about block votes. All these seats will change because that whole group will all switch. No, Labour lost probably a quarter of its Muslim votes over Iraq because some people went to the Lib Dems and some people went to Respect, and Saeed Abbasi attracted some people to the Conservative Party, and some people didn't vote, and so on, and quite a lot of people still voted Labour. So there's this sort of block vote thing. So if it's going to matter, it's going to matter where it's really close. So it's going to matter in Wickham and Peterborough and in the Glasgow suburbs, but not on a block vote basis, but on the basis that as a political party, you're going to have to win every vote. And for some people, it will be the NHS and the cost of living, and for other people, it might be the Middle East conflict. But we could just do with a bit more, a bit less exceptionalism of sort of minorities being this enormous block. And I think, there are populist scare stories about that, but there are also sort of liberal stories about that are just not very thoughtful.
Great. James, there's an interesting question.
Another one.
All interesting. Is there a way to differentiate the views of East African, Asian origin people from those who came directly from South Asia?
Not from this survey. You might be waiting another 20 years until the demographics of Britain have changed. I can kind of understand where that question has probably come from, which is the anecdotal kind of evidence that we have in terms of our politicians. There's there's an acute a difference that's visible there. But again, I'm sorry to give you another boring answer, but honestly, people are going to have to get used to saying I don't know, and that's okay in kind of surveys and politics and data. And I think whatever we think from the anecdata, that it's not worth answering that now.
Okay, fair enough. Do you have any questions on the floor? Yes, that gentleman.
Sorry, everyone. My wife is Polish. She doesn't identify as an EU citizen. She's a Polish citizen. So these countries have a sovereign identity. I emphasize that on her behalf. And and Maria's background is probably similar. They are discriminated against. Not on skin color, of course not. But when you come to vote, and I'm not saying we take these votes away from Commonwealth citizens. Commonwealth citizens come here, and it's easier to get British votes in a general election. If you are from Europe, from a European sovereign nation, whether Italian, Greek, whatever, you cannot vote in a general election unless you get a British passport, which my wife has, but it's very costly. And that is discrimination on the franchise. It's completely wrong, and it is based. And when she said she's an ethnic minority, it was thrown back in her face. That's wrong. Every person who comes here, pays taxes here, works here, as my wife has, should get the same rights, regardless of their skin color, their age, their religion, or whatever. And that I just want to put that out there, and what the panel has to think about that. Because white people and foreign are sitting between two stools. They're not British white, and they're not ethnic minority, where the government is now rightly giving them more equal rights. They sort of sit there somewhere in the middle. It's true with Canadians as well. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts on that, Maria?
Yes, so this is a very good point. And this is why I mentioned specifically that it is after the process of immigration is concluded, right? So, it is, and I have also received some bits and bobs of discrimination here and there in my life here in Britain as well, right? But it is the issue of your children, and the fact that we even call them second and third generation. I mean, this is the kind of beef that I always sorry, it's like my teenage daughter's language coming through. I always have this problem with our European colleagues who keep saying and calling people who are, grandchildren of immigrants third generation, which to me makes no sense, right? So this is why I then prefer to move on to this ethnic minority language. And I am keeping an open mind that perhaps, my children and my children's children will come to suffer some kind of disadvantage here. And, this is always an issue where I would say more research is needed. However, on current evidence from previous waves of kind of wide European migration into this country, past that experience of immigration, which of course comes with its own issues like exclusion from certain social and political rights, we don't have much evidence of that discrimination, right? Including the fact that white immigrant origin people are overrepresented in our parliament, whereas ethnic minority, non-white origin minority people are still underrepresented in parliament. So there's quite a big difference in terms of the scale of exclusion. And I could actually talk for a very long time about the franchise, but of course, there isn't much time, but I would like to put it on its head a little bit and say, actually, most countries limit franchise to citizenship. And Britain is actually quite unique in sharing that and extending that franchise to countries with which it has had colonial links, like a lot of Commonwealth countries, Canada, New Zealand, and of course, many countries of South kind of India and Africa as well. So, it's bad for some immigrants, but it's actually such a generous and great thing to extend those rights to a lot of our ethnic minorities.
Thank you. Sana?
Yeah, it's a very complicated inheritance we've got. I mean, my dad was born British in India 4 years before British independence. When he comes over here as a 24-year-old, he's got the right to vote because he's a Commonwealth citizen. My mother was born in Cork in Ireland. She didn't need a passport to come here. She's never become British. She's voted in every general election because we treat Ireland completely differently to all the other European countries. We've now got, European nationals tended not to take out citizenship while we're in the European Union. That will rise a bit, but people have got settled permanent status and haven't got the franchise at a national level. It's extremely complicated. The public don't know anything about this. They think we've got birthright citizenship in this country. It was abolished in 1981. They think probably that only citizens can vote, but they can't. But then you wouldn't take the vote away from people who've got it. I think, we could have made a particular offer of citizenship, on different terms to that group at the time. But, if you were Dutch or something, it might be complicated to take it because of rules, or we could say, let's enfranchise people. But it's sort of because we've inherited this extremely complicated situation. There's no doubt at all that the white other group can face disadvantage, while being in the ethnic majority group as well. If you're from a traveller background, you've got the worst statistics of all. If you're I think the language of second, third, fourth generation British is inclusive, whereas second, third generation immigrant is meaningless and only applies to non-white migrants, isn't applied to the children of white migrants. So there is a sort of integration opportunity there, but then maybe a blindness to discrimination of the type you describe.
Yeah. Any more questions from the floor? Yes? Gentleman over there.
I put this on Slido, so I'm doubling up. This is a question for James, but maybe Tommy as well, which is whether you found any differences between the Afro-Caribbean British population and the Black African populations in the UK when it came to politics.
Yeah, fantastic question. This was a hypothesis that I had that would be quite a large differences on kind of personal values. And I have to say the differences were quite muted in the data and very large sample sizes as well. But I think there's a big geographic aspect to this as well, that has to kind of come into play. I think levels of social conservatism were higher in the Black African community. So, for example, we asked around issues around child raising, attitudes towards things like LGBTQ relationships. We asked people across a number of different social dimensions, and the British Black Africans did display some of the most socially conservative attitudes. They were also, though, the group that was most, but again, the thing about generalizing a group, what was very clear to me in the data is that issues that are typically bundled together amongst white voters are not bundled together when it comes to ethnic minorities. So, for example, we found that British Chinese people and British Indians were more on the centre right than other groups, but they were also the most socially liberal, and in some cases, some of the most pro LGBTQ. So actually just what we also found is a total dislocation between levels of personal authoritarianism. So the BES measures authoritarianism using a kind of 4-point scale, usually in regards to a host of attitudes. We found that fairly decoupled from attitudes towards immigration and from foreign aid. Now that's quite interesting because actually amongst white voters, a lot of those beliefs all co-vary together. They all walk in lockstep. And so, yeah, to answer your question on Black Africans, yes, some differences, but again, nothing huge. It was more around nuance.
Yeah. What makes it interesting is that the educational experiences of Black British Africans is very different to the educational experiences of Black British people from a Caribbean background. So, for example, Black British people from a Caribbean background are more than twice as likely to be excluded in schools than Black British people from an African background. But when it comes to voting intentions, the differences, as you said, is there really any difference?
Very, very marginal difference, and it's also very hard to observe at the seat level because Black Africans and Black Caribbeans, in most cases, live quite proximate to each other. So it's very, very hard to then disaggregate that data. So no, there's not much of a story there.
Yeah. Any more questions from the floor? Yep, gentleman there.
Yeah, if I've understood right, we don't have a very long time frame of this data that you've been collecting. Is that right? Or is this going over many years that the data is actually available that you've been collecting?
The data was collected over the summer, over a period of 3 months, and ended around September.
Yeah, so we can't really get any real detail about trends over many years. And is that sufficient? Were you able to determine how much people flip-flop, and do they flip-flop to extremes? Or you know, how stable is it in their area for consistency in the way that they feel or think or vote?
Oh, this is where looking at longitudinal data. So Sundar mentioned an Ipsos Mori study where they've tracked longitudinal data of ethnic minority Britons. And I know that Maria has published her entire life on this subject. And again, coming to a view is not a case of looking at one study. This is about the views that have been expressed here today is basically everyone having read 20, 30 studies, conducted 2 or 3 of their own, and then somehow coming to a view on that. And that's really, really tricky. But yeah, hopefully that answers that.
Great. There's an interesting question on Slido, which I'd like to I'd like to ask Sundar, when will the Labour Party have senior and credible ethnic minority politicians, women? Why did the Labour Party always ignore women and ethnic minorities?
So there's a really interesting contrast between the two parties, which is that Labour is good at doing equal representation or more representation at the level of the parliament. So it's a 50-50 gender party, and 1/5 of its MPs are Black and Asian. And the Conservative Party is less good at that. 1/4 to 1/3 of its MPs are women, and 6% of its MPs are ethnic minorities. And then the Conservative Party projects the diversity they've got all the way to the top. And so, you know, you don't see very many white British Conservative leadership candidates, Chancellor of the Exchequer's, Home Secretaries anymore. And, you know, the pace of change at the top is extraordinary. I mean, there hadn't been a British Asian Secretary of State in this country until 2014, when Sajid Javid became the Culture Secretary. And since then, you've had 4 Chancellors, 4 Home Secretaries. I mean, you've got a ridiculous revolving door in government and a Prime Minister and so on. So the diversity at the top is something the Conservatives do and something the Labour Party haven't done. You could just say, well, that's bad luck. You know, they could have had Barbara Castle when the Tories had Margaret Thatcher. And then it's all bad luck 3-0. And you're thinking, is it bad luck? Or is it that the Radical Party has got a kind of stable idea of leadership that needs to be a sort of bloke in a suit, whereas actually the Conservative Party doesn't have that? I think that's quite a plausible theory. There's a big contrast in ethnic diversity and geography, which is that almost all of the Labour ethnic minority MPs represent seats that are above average in ethnic diversity, except for Lisa Nandy in Wigan. And Lisa Nandy tends not to be thought of as a ethnic minority. I think her dad founded the Runnymede Trust, as it happens, but she's called Lisa and she's from Wigan. She's sort of Lisa from Wigan who speaks up for towns. And the Conservatives don't have that at all. I think Alok Sharma represents Reading, but the Conservatives basically put their ethnic minority candidates into the whitest British seats they can find with the highest Conservative majorities. Conservative Central Office thinks there might be a 2% penalty against Conservative minority candidates, and so it gives them extremely safe seats like Rishi Sunak's seat, etc. What might be going on then is that the Labour Party thinks that ethnic minorities are very good at representing communities, the black community and the Asian community in Southall and Tottenham and so on, but they might not have the model that they can be national leaders. And you can have national leaders if both the party selectorate and the voters think everybody can represent everybody. So I think the Labour Party might be in a ethnic faces for ethnic places model of ethnic community representation, which might make it less likely. And then when you say, shall we pick a leader? They might say Sadiq Khan, David Lammy, they're a bit London, aren't they? Maybe it's not yet time. The good news for the Labour Party is I think when the Conservative Party can have 3 women leaders and an Asian leader, it might become safe for the Labour Party to have diverse leadership once the Conservative Party has shown it's safe for them, and the Scottish National Party as well. So one day it will happen.
Thank you, Sundar. Maria, a question from Slido that I'd like to ask you. Are there different attitudes from different waves of migrants, even from the same country? For example, Polish migrants post-World War II and Polish migrants post Poland joining the EU.
So I think I should come clear in the fact that I don't actually study attitudes of migrants, especially. So I am interested in ethnic minorities and the effects of ethnicity and race and racial discrimination more. But it is true for racial minorities or ethnic minorities, if you prefer to call them that. We do find that people who come from different generations differ. And I think Sundar's already mentioned this integration effect. So not only just the generations, but also as people spend longer in Britain, they become more like British people, which sadly means more skeptical of Britain and more critical of Britain and of parties and of democracy frequently as well. But we do see that upon immediately immigrating, immigrants usually do show a lot of the attitudes of the country that they came from. What this usually means as well is that they are judging Britain in contrast to that country as well. So, for example, Polish people, let's use this example, based on this theoretical model, Polish people coming from Poland now would have had very different opinion of Britain and different attitudes than Polish people coming after the Second World War. But I have not studied it myself.
Thank you. Any more questions from the floor?
Got one over there. It's been waiting to get
Thank you. I guess this question's for all the panel. Given our election next year might follow a similar timeline to the American elections, do you see that having any influence on the votes from ethnic minority groups?
James?
Wasn't expecting that. I think more widely, the US election, if they are at the same time, will crowd out coverage. And it will be a real mark of the fact that the UK election isn't kind of front page news of other countries. It will kind of in the slipstream. I think next year is one of the biggest ever years for electing leaders across the world, and so that 2024 is going to be a huge theme about the world leadership changing. I don't think there will be many cues there in terms of ethnic minorities. I think particularly as the US election, which is I think in November, is probably going to be, if they are both in the autumn, going to be the latter one. But I think it's going to be very interesting looking at the polling numbers coming from the Republican Party led by Donald Trump. I mean, he's exceptionally unpopular here. We ran a study, I think 2 years ago, where we ran a mock election as if Biden and Trump were both up for election and how would Britain vote. And we conducted, it was a bit of fun really, and we conducted how each seat would vote if it was faced with those two candidates, and every single seat in the whole of Britain voted for Biden. And even the most Trump seat had a Biden lead of 20 points. And I think when that say if Trump is the nominee and we see the evidence coming out of the Republicans making pretty large gains amongst minorities, young black men is the big story that's coming out from the polls in terms of the Republican vote. There's been a massive dislocation versus young black women. Also, the Hispanic question we've talked about, and that's very, very visible at a geographic level. And I think so far on the available evidence, that's all coming together to produce a very surprising result. Trump is likely to win over more non-white voters as a proportion than almost any other Republican nominee ever.
Wow.
And that mood music will be very strange. That Canada is the other country, right? Pierre Poilievre is likely to do very well amongst ethnic minorities, and that may contrast again with what Sundar was saying, which is where Labour are on the ascendant here. So I think there will be discussions about it, but I think it'll be complex but quite interesting.
I'm sorry, go on.
I think as James says, it's a massive year of elections. There's a general election in Pakistan, there's a general election in India, there's general elections everywhere. The American one is the one that changes the weather for everybody, so we'll all be watching it. It's slightly tricky if you had a different election, if you had a Boris Johnson Corbyn election or something, it might be that Rishi Sunak goes past the American election, because if his strategy is go as long as possible and hope something else turns up, you might as well throw all the dice and so on. I think it's quite hard to see what the impact is, but I think it will increase the salience of this question of how much has Israel-Palestine affected the democratic elections around the world. So the Muslim vote in America is much smaller, but it's a key vote in Michigan, which is one of the key swing seats. And the dynamics of this conflict in American politics are different to British politics in different ways. So there's a broader pro-Israel opinion in America, but there's more partisan polarization. And so Biden might be under more pressure than Starmer generally with young left-wingers of is it worth keeping Trump out if Biden doesn't have the right position? So I think we'll get more discussion of that issue, but that issue might have American dynamics and British dynamics that are a bit different.
Great. Maria, I've got a question from Paula that I'd like to ask you. Is there a difference between being born as an ethnic minority in the UK versus being born abroad and then living in the UK when it comes to voting intentions and so forth?
So from the kind of limited data that I have looked at so far, there is a little bit of a difference there, but where the difference is biggest is in other political opinions, because what we have found generally is that for ethnic minority voters, there's often a disjoint between what they think and what their opinions are and what the actual final vote choice is. And this is why we often think about this issue of nasty reputation that the Conservative Party might have, that actually people who might agree with them hold back and don't vote for them. So you don't see such a big difference in terms of generations, whether people were born here or not, in terms of vote choice itself, although James's newer data might show something different. But what you do see is those attitudes towards democracy and various political values that are really quite divergent between people who have immigrated and people who have been born in the UK, with the small caveat that people who were born abroad but immigrated as children and have gone through school in the UK, they are much more similar to the people who were born in the UK. And that is the usual kind of socialization argument, that they were brought up in the UK with British peers, and so their attitudes are much more similar to their British peers as opposed to their parents who may have grown up and immigrated as adults.
Thank you, Mary. Any more questions from the floor? Yes, lady. Okay. And then the guy after over there.
Thank you very much. I'm Tahira from King's. I wanted to ask, so I know this discussion is about voting patterns and things, but hopefully this discussion can sort of move to a slightly different direction, which is towards encouraging people from ethnic minorities to sort of move towards the political environment in terms of campaigning. I do a lot of work with electoral reform, and in many meetings and in all of the really big events I've been to, I tend to be the only person who's from an ethnic minority. So I was wondering whether there's any thoughts on that.
Sundar?
Yeah, I think your observation is very apt, really. And this was a problem for the Remain campaign. It's a problem for the climate movement. It's a problem for the electoral reform and democratic reform movement. We've got a lot of very progressive pro-diversity groups in this country that happen to not have any diversity, but would be absolutely thrilled if they could find some and get them involved in their campaigns. And they are, I've done quite a lot of meetings, for example, with the Liberal Democrat Party about this. They are, it's almost that you'd almost be scared off if you were the first sort of Black Liberal Democrat to turn up at a meeting, because people would be immediately onto you saying, take me to your community. It's so glad you've come. We've been waiting for you for years, and you might be, but I've just come to stop Brexit and deal on climate change and so on. So I think it's puzzling for the progressive group that this is the case. And there might be lots of reasons for that around age, socialization, and so on. I think all of those groups should spend more time, talking to the group they wish would turn up and saying, we're really sure political reform, electoral reform, constitutional reform is the answer to everything, don't you think? Why don't you agree with us already? And find out what the challenge is. I haven't really heard of that issue, don't see it like that, etc. But I think, I think there should be a bit more self-challenge maybe of these progressive groups. It's likely what was said about political leadership. If you take a very sort of right-wing group, that's got sort of two ethnic minority people in it, they will push them right forward and say, look, this is brilliant. We're incredibly diverse because we've got somebody who is diverse. But I think it's a problem for constitutional reform if it doesn't happen. It ranks, James will probably know, it ranks as a much lower priority in the polls. So interestingly does climate change, and I don't know, is that being crowded out?
That's such a good question. Like at its heart is ethnic minorities are, as an aggregate, if we're allowed to talk about that, are much less concerned with what we would call social issues or issues around kind of democracy or issues around climate change. I know climate change is an economic issue as well, but it's clustered as part of a whole host of other issues. And from the data, it's very, very clear that views about the state, the size of the state, the levels of tax, these issues occupy non-white Britain's minds far more than white Britain's. And so a lot of these issues around self-realization, representation, the climate, they lack minorities because, quite functionally, they're very low down on that list. The other aspect is kind of geography to this, which is that the kind of donor class and the kind of progressive class occupy certain areas where a lot of the people who are above certain incomes are proportionately much more white. I mean, that's the Liberal Democrat problem is a problem of geography. Which is the biggest indicator of a Liberal Democrat vote now is house prices in the UK. So a lot of this is not their fault. Actually, it's actually quite a responsive thing. The other counterpoint I'd put to that, I go to both conferences depending on the year to talk about data, and it was very striking going to the Conservative Party conference this year. I remember going 12 years ago, and I was almost one of the only minority faces, and this year was absolutely extraordinary. And not only were lots of non-white people, they were all really young, and they were also all male, which was quite strange. And it's just very, very striking. And something's going on. I think that's just the main meta theme of this, which is at a top line level on voting intention, not much has changed actually, but actually all the stuff underneath, the organization, the values, the principles, the loyalties, all that stuff has changed. And at some point, that's going to lead to some kind of voting intention, kind of realignment at some point.
And that gentleman over there, that'll be the final question.
Peter Hurst. This might have been covered. It probably flew past me. It's about social cohesion. I mean, is there any work being done? How much work has been done on how integrated an ethnic minority group is within their wider society and their voting behaviour, not just the UK, but globally.
So, would you like to answer that in 2 minutes?
Yes, Maria probably knows a lot about it as well. You've got to decide what you're looking for when you're looking for social cohesion. Britain seems quite good at it comparatively if we're looking for equal opportunities in education, identification with the same things and so on. The Commonwealth story kind of helps, but you've got to decide what you're looking for and then track it across track it across groups and so on. The British kind of convergence in education and identity looks strong, with some other sort of, Canada is quite strong at this as well compared to Western European countries. Maria probably knows.
Yeah, Maria, would you like to come in?
Yes, so in terms of measuring integration and in kind of by measures of loyalty to the country and self-identification with it, etc., it is very much that Britain is at the forefront, and maybe because of actually a lot of the historical linkages between Britain and the countries that contribute so much of our kind of ethnic minority immigrants. But I must say that I have increasingly become a little frustrated by this language of integration, because we are now talking about 50% of ethnic minorities who don't have immigration experience, and continuing to talk about those people in terms of integration just jars with me a little bit, because I think they are British. So to what are they integrating, right? They are part of our society. And yeah, so I actually think that we increasingly need to depart from that language of integration in the context of ethnic minorities and think more about equalities, because this really is the main issue that we are facing, that certain communities described ethnically but also geographically do remain unequal, and their outcomes are so different from the rest of the society that this is creating a difference, as opposed to just the difference being that because they are they have some kind of immigrant background. So yes, I think Britain is ripe to have a discussion around the language of integration and maybe change that into some other more grounded in reality language, I'd say.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Can you give the panelists a round of applause, please? Thank you so much for coming.
final session, but the final panel session of today's conference. And in this, we're going to look at the role of some of the smaller parties and the role they might play in upcoming general elections, their electoral strategy, policies, what influence they're going to have on the wider political debate. I'm Jill Rutter. I'm a senior research fellow at UK in a Changing Europe, and I have a fantastically good panel with me today. So, on my immediate right is Ian Blackford, the former leader of the Scottish National Party in Westminster, and I don't think it's really fair to call the SNP a smaller party. That, I think, shows my London centrism in action.
We're hoping not to be a smaller party, but I'm sure we'll come to that.
Anyway, we can make some panda jokes and stuff like that. Then, on my far left, I'm going in seat order in Westminster. Polly Mackenzie, Polly, well-known...
I don't have any seats.
Has no seats, but was well known as former advisor to former Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg during the Conservative Liberal Democrat coalition. Polly is now, I think, still Chief Purpose Officer at the University of Arts London, which I think is one of the all-time great job titles. Then, on my far right, no symbolism here, is Baroness Bennett, Natalie Bennett, former leader of the Green Party.
And the audience is looking the other way, of course.
The audience is looking the other way.
way.
Yes, that is true, but this is a clever audience. We've established other things. And last to my left, she did say something very interesting, because you will notice that there is a small party gap on our panel, because unfortunately Mr. Farage is still in the jungle, so we don't have anyone from Reform UK. If you guys had voted him off, he could have been here, but Sarah Hubbard from London School of Economics, Sarah did say her children sometimes, when they see Isabel Oakeshott on television, say, "Mummy, you're on TV," and she has to point out she is not the partner of Richard Tice. But Sarah is joining us, and Sarah is a leading academic who's contributed an extremely good piece, which Anand's already mentioned, about Brexit identities, and Sarah is going to cover the reform gap in some of our questioning as well. Going to talk about the influence they might have. So, we've got 75 minutes. Post your questions, as always, on Slido, and I may take some questions in the room, but the guaranteed way, well, not the guaranteed way, but a more reliable way of being taken notice of is to post things on Slido. So let's start. I'm going to go in, I was going to go in seat order, but Natalie's got to go at 3:45. So I might do it with reverse seat order, and then come on to reform afterwards. Natalie, let's start with you. Coming up general election, you're going to lose Caroline Lucas, who's really sort of carried the green flag in Parliament for ages. I just wondered, for people who sort of wonder, is there any point having a party with one MP in Parliament? You know, you're never going to be a giant governing party, but what would you actually want to point out have been some of the positives, if you like, from Caroline's time in Parliament?
Well, first of all, I challenged the never going to be a giant governing party. I was elected as Green Party leader in 2012 and started saying the future of politics doesn't look like the past. And if you think about what's happened since 2012, I think I was probably proved right. And if you look at what's happening in the grassroots in British politics, the Green Party, we have quadrupled our number of local principal authority local councillors in the last 4 years. If you look at the graph, the growth of Green councillors is exponential like that. And so a real landmark this year was that we elected our first Green majority council in mid-Suffolk, where our co-leader Adrian Ramsey is standing with a great chance of being one of at least 4 of the next generation of Green MPs. And I think, you know, you ask, what have we achieved? It's a little bit like the question that might be put to UKIP/Brexit/reform/ whatever they're called this week, that they changed the debate. And one of the things I notice, I've been in the House of Lords 4 years, my fellow Green P has been there 10 years. Jenny heard a huge amount of climate change denying debates in her early years. I have never heard a explicit climate change debate speech in the House of Lords. So if you think of where we've come in terms of understanding of the need for a different kind of economy that works with the environment in a different way, you know, Ellie Chowns, who was one of our MPs and who has a great chance of being elected in North Herefordshire, she was the cabinet member on Herefordshire County Council for Environment and Economy, which I've always loved because it shows that we understand that the economy is a complete subset of the environment. And those things used to be radical, far way out things, like so many things. 20-mile-per-hour speed limits where people live, work and shop. A real living wage, universal basic income. Things that we were once just out there saying on our own are now coming into the mainstream. So what have we done? What's Caroline's legacy, if you like, is setting up for the next generation of MPs in a different kind of conversation.
So you mentioned a couple of people who are standing in some of your target seats, and you have this strategy of really focusing on a few target seats. And our article on the Green Party in the report, which I'm sure you've all taken, by James Dennison, says that the seats where you're sort of looking to break through tend to be non-wealthy rural constituencies just as fed up with 13 years of poor governance, but lacking the compelling narrative that contiguous constituency offer commentators. There's no sort of green wall that they're talking about. So what is it about these constituencies that you're targeting that make you think they're ripe for a breakthrough?
Well, I think if you look at two of them, you might describe as the traditional type Green seats, which is obviously seeking to elect Sian Berry to replace Caroline Lucas in Brighton Pavilion. And what was Bristol West, now Bristol Central, where we actually got very close in 2015, Carla Denyer is there. And they're what you might say traditional Labour-facing type seats, lots of students, etc. But the others very much fit that model, both North Herefordshire and Waveney Valley, in that they're places that people would not vote Labour. Grandma would spin in her grave if I voted Labour. And I can speak about this from on the doorstep. I mean, we just won a county council election in a little bit of Norfolk that's also part of this seat. We went from 5th to 1st in a 5-week election campaign, having never previously done any work there before. And I knocked on the doors of people who basically said, particularly women, who said, well, I've always voted Tory because I'm a respectable person, but because I'm a respectable person, I can't vote Tory anymore. And people like that are converting themselves to Green. They won't go Labour, but they will go Green.
It's really interesting because one of the other influences, you could say, was the effect of people voting Green in the Uxbridge by-election, which those 500 or so people had voted Labour. We might not have had the sort of thought that Uxbridge had led to a revolt against net zero policy. See, ULEZ is not a net zero policy, we all know that. So what's the message to Green voters everywhere else beyond your target seats? We saw the Progressive Alliance at the 2019 election with the Lib Dems, so what's the message elsewhere? Is it don't vote Green?
No, the message is absolutely get Greens elected, vote Green. That's you look at my Twitter feed and it's full of those hashtags. But the point is that that claim is based on a fundamental error. I mean, first of all, talk about the Uxbridge election. You had a party that was championing furiously against the ULEZ, and then you had a Labour Party that didn't really agree with the ULEZ, even though it had a Labour mayor doing it. So that's no kind of judgment of quote-unquote green policies. But voters do not split into two camps. I've met plenty of people who would never vote Labour, and if there's not a Green standing, they might well go and vote Tory. You meet people who, I mean, I've met people I can think just up the road from here in Camden. So, will you vote for me in the election? Is there a UKIP candidate? No, there's no UKIP candidate. Okay, I'll vote for you then. So the idea that voters split into two camps and that you can look at an election result and say, oh, well, the Greens got this many votes and that's less than the difference between, say, Lib Dem and Tory, and so you took it away from them. It doesn't add up because voters just do not act like that.
So are you in the market for a Progressive Alliance next time round?
We are aiming to get Greens elected and get the maximum number of Green votes. And what that means for us is, it also means, of course, short money. So our Green MPs will have the maximum number of staff and support. And it also means, the BBC looks at the total figures, and that has enormous impact on BBC, ITV and the others' media coverage. So every Green vote makes a difference. And it says that you're unsatisfied with the status quo. Apparently it wasn't Einstein who said doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result was a definition of insanity. But, he's right when it comes to politics. Tactical voting has got us the politics we have now.
Thank you. Polly, I wanted to come on to you. In our report, Alan Wager ends up by saying, this election presents a clear opportunity for Liberal Democrats, who you know best, to return to pre-coalition strength. Yet, as so often, how important a player they will be depends above all not on their own policies and positions, but on the fortunes and fate of their competitors. And it sounds like some of the sort of seats that Natalie's interested in, where she sees some, might be ones that otherwise we think that some of those people, dissatisfied Conservatives, might otherwise have been voting Liberal Democrat as a sort of alternative if they didn't want to go Labour. Are you worried about this sort of competition with Greens? Do you see that as a risk to the Liberal Democrat strategists be worried about that?
I mean, what do I think? I think, historically Liberal Democrats did well in university towns and in rural places, particularly rural places that had a sort of, liberal tradition, the places that the party hadn't quite died out in, and a sort of suburban areas where they sort of they swept in 97 as a kind of anti-Tory vote, as that sort of moderate alternative as you were switching away from the Conservatives. I think Liberal Democrats are hoping that essentially a vote a bit like that 97 vote will be available to them now. Obviously, a massive thing that has changed between now and 97 is the memories of the coalition period are still very clear and present for all sorts of people. I think the Liberal Democrats don't really know what to do about the legacy of that period. You know, the great advantage to Liberal Democrats, which Greens have a little bit, though the advantage of being Greens is like the clues in the name, right? Like you really do, and nobody's ever going to say, I don't know what the Greens stand for. Though, I mean, sometimes there's actually plenty of policy positions that the Greens have which are slightly more mad, just like the Liberal Democrats, because of democratic decision-making within the party. And, you know, when you get a bunch of progressives together and get them talking about policy, you mostly end up with madness. But
don't agree with that.
So I think there's just this huge challenge. Plus, of course, the Liberal Democrats are starting from a much lower base in terms of not the numbers of places they are second. They've got quite a lot of second places, but that the sort of erosion of a councillor base as a sort of key part of campaigning, and you know the Southwest remains completely different from how it was through the 90s. And so, yeah, absolutely, the Greens are in some ways sort of a threat, but the Greens are only really competitive in a relatively small number of seats. The Liberal Democrats will have to absolutely laser-like focus their attention and resources on a relatively small number of seats, right? Like, if they got up to 30, that'd be radically transformative to their sort of fortunes, and that means, you know, campaigning in basically 1 in 20 seats. So they're mostly not going to be campaigning where you live, Liberal Democrats. They're going to be campaigning in a really focused set of places. And that's why I don't think you'll see in the end any kind of formal pact or coalition, because generally speaking, it's just really obvious who should get out of whose way. And it's much safer for everybody. If you aren't eradicating choice in a way that your enemies can kind of poke fun at you, you're just putting your leaflets and your canvassers and your money where it makes the most difference. Actually, I think one of the sort of really stupid things that Labour did in 2019 was fight really hard in specific constituencies where the only impact they had was to prevent a Liberal Democrat from winning, but still not secure a Labour victory. I think everyone's much more sensible in terms of resource allocation this time.
Okay, that's really, really interesting. So it sounds like the slogan is Liberal Democrats not winning here, except if you're in one of these sort of very marginal, it's a joke, guys. Anyway, no. I'm very interested. So Alan Wager in his piece says, you know, there are these Conservative seats where in 2019 the Liberal Democrats came second, are the very obvious second place challengers, so you might expect them to be the sort of, you know, the choice for the, I don't want a Conservative here. And Keir Starmer, perceived by Conservative voters, we assume to be a bit less scary than Jeremy Corbyn was. But do you see any downsides? David's made pretty clear that, you know, he would only go one way in a parliament, that he's not going to put the Conservatives back into government. Do you see any downsides in that strategy? Is that putting you in a weak position? Does it mean that people might as well vote Labour, that they couldn't sort of really differentiate, or do you think it's just so obvious in those places that the Liberal Democrats are the anti-Conservative vote that that's not going to make any difference?
So, and just to be like, I'm not, as you can probably tell, a member of the Liberal Democrats, haven't been for years and years and years, and so they did slightly get screwed over. So I'm sorry that I'm not giving the party political broadcast that you've had from Natalie so compellingly. I feel sorry for my Liberal Democrat friends. Anyway, never mind. I think that again, the hope is 97 style, that this will be a change election. And of course, Rishi Sunak has done some weird stuff, right? Like his whole conference pitch was that this is a change election, which is why we should vote for him and his party, which has been in power for 13 years, which is a bit weird. Anyway, they've now pivoted to saying to a more of an we're on the right track sort of an election. Who knows whether that will last? But the Liberal Democrats are hoping this is a change election and therefore being positioned as, again, as they were through the 90s, just another another anti-conservative party who might have a better chance of winning in your seat is kind of core for them. That it wasn't the only sort of core pitch that Liberal Democrats have used. The other is more of what you really need is a good local champion. And that works in two scenarios. One is where people just really don't care about the outcome of a general election. And the other is where the outcome of a general election is so obvious and certain that you can feel like, oh, well, actually what I want is my good local champion in Westmoreland or Norfolk or Orkney and Shetland, whatever it might be. And what we saw in 2015 is that there were these incredibly effective letters, sort of personal letters, not actually personal, but still, from David Cameron to people in those Liberal Democrat constituencies saying, I know you love your brilliant local candidate, but I'm sorry, but the future of the country is at stake, and you've got to take one for the team, guys. I think, so in sort of 2001 and 2005, because it was so obvious that Labour was going to win, the Liberal Democrats could absolutely have those constituencies where what you've got is the good local champion, and they do it with the bins and the potholes and blah, 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 because no one cares. That I just don't think is going to happen this time. You've got to be part of the change narrative, unless and until it's so obvious that Labour are going to absolutely trounce the Conservatives, at which point maybe, well, you might as well have whatever Fred, who runs the local shop.
And if you have friends who are Liberal Democrat candidates, how worried might they be by, say, a letter from Rishi Sunak saying you might like your Liberal Democrat candidate, but they really like this Keir Starmer bloke and he wants to bulldoze the planning system, and you're not going to like that. How worried should they be about the sort of, if you like, wedgification of some of these issues, try and hang on to a sort of save Surrey strategy?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you've had lots of proper polling experts through your doors today. I don't think Keir Starmer's very scary. There might be, that's not to say that like he's my favourite person in the world, but he's many things that I might want to criticise, but he's not scary. So how do you do a sort of new Labour, new danger thing? Not that worked. How do you do that against Keir Starmer? I mean, it doesn't feel like there's much merit there. The planning issue specifically, I mean, God, what's wrong with this country? Why can't we build any bloody houses? But it is true that even the most liberal-minded people or pro-economic growth types of people seem to just, I don't know, have some sort of spasm as soon as they start campaigning locally and turn into anti-house building people. If you could fix that, you'd fix probably most of our politics and our economic growth problems, but it's bigger than me, I'm afraid.
Okay, that's whatever. Ian, Polly and English voters might not be scared of Keir Starmer and Labour, but if I read our excellent contribution from Fraser McMillan on the SNP, he certainly thinks that the SNP has quite a lot to be scared about. He writes, the weakening of the connection between pro-independence attitudes and voting behaviour is a new dynamic which poses an existential challenge to the SNP. That's a sentence I probably wouldn't have been reading to you a year ago. And obviously the beneficiaries of that challenge are potentially Labour in Scotland. So, how do you see the sort of dynamic at the moment in Scotland, which now seems to be competitive after a few years of the SNP being referred to as an electoral juggernaut through the last decade and a half of elections in Scotland?
Well, I think one of the lessons, certainly from the Rotherglen by-election, is never take the voters for granted. But I think, Jill, if you kind of put things in context, and you're right, we've dominated the landscape to a large extent for a considerable period of time. We've been in government in Holyrood since 2007, won the 2007, 2011, 2016, 2021 election, won the elections to Westminster in 2015, 17 and 19. That is a long time. And I suppose, if we go back to the post-referendum period, let's take the 2015 election as the starting point, a phenomenal evening for the SNP in many regards, because I don't know how many of the people in the audience will remember that night the SNP took just shy of 50% of the vote in a multi-party election and actually won 56 of the 59 seats. It actually came quite close to winning the 3 others as well, and that was extraordinary. And that, Jill, as you'll recall, wasn't on the premise of delivering independence. We said we accepted the result, disappointed as we were of the referendum, but it was about delivering more powers for Scotland. It was about the vow that came out of the immediate pre-referendum period, and things began to change because we had Brexit, of course, in 2016. We didn't want any of that, and there was that feeling that circumstances in Scotland had changed, and you could argue to a broad extent that when people were voting for the SNP in many of those elections, it was on expectation that the SNP would deliver what they were seeking to achieve, what was a mandate. And I suppose if I think about the 2019 election to Westminster, I think about 2021 to Holyrood, it was very specific that we were asking people to vote for the SNP and by extension to vote for the Greens, our colleagues in government, delivering a majority of MSPs, particularly in the Scottish election, for an independence referendum, but you're faced with a situation where Westminster has continued to say no. And I would pose a very simple question, that when you live in a democracy, when you live in what is supposed to be a voluntary union, how does that work when Westminster can turn round to the Scottish Parliament, the Scottish people by extension, and say that your votes can't then be given authority in calling a referendum? And of course we had the, apologies the long answer, we'll get to the point, that we had the Supreme Court judgment that the Scottish Parliament didn't have the authority to call a referendum. So, you know, I can understand those that support independence, and please let's remind ourselves that in a poll that came out last week, that support for independence was at 54%. But I acknowledge that there is a degree of a frustration in terms of how then does that support for independence translate into action? How does it translate into a referendum? How does it translate into Scottish becoming independent? And we need to make sure that, I suppose, when I think about all the things that have been discussed, and I think importantly, the reference to change, because the election is about change. What is the SNP's message in that context? The cost of living crisis. And I would say to some extent that over much of the last period, I've been quite frustrated that much of the debate has been about process. And in that context of change, particularly in the context of the cost of living crisis, the challenge for the SNP is to show leadership. In government, we have to show that we're worthy of the trust of the people. But when it comes to that leadership, and think about where we are, and think about the opportunities from green energy. I mean, we've got the opportunity to increase our green energy output 5-fold between now and 2050. And stop and think about the supply chain. Think about the opportunities to industrialise our economic base. Think about, I mean, I just published a paper about Scotland's industrial future that shows that our population within the United Kingdom on a relative basis for every decade, every single one since 1850 has declined. So if you could actually capture the opportunities that come out of that industrial opportunity and actually get the investment in industry, in jobs, driving up living standards, driving up productivity, creating the wealth to invest in our public services. And if you can articulate that in the right manner, one of the things I've asked the government to do is to have a standing industrial council in the First Minister's office. We haven't got long, but I think to create that imagination, to deliver the vision, the focus of what independence can do in a change election. But you've got to construct that around the cost of living crisis. And if we do that, we can recover that lost ground, but we have to inspire people. We have to inspire people to come to see that independence is the way out of what is a decline in the United Kingdom. But also inspire the yes voters that it's worth voting for the SNP.
So what actually, there was some discussion, I think, at the SNP conference about what the election would mean. We'd had Nicola Sturgeon saying that, you know, majority of seats in that election would actually be a mandate to go and seek another referendum. Where are we now on what exactly you'll be asking Scottish voters to say with a vote for the SNP in that election?
Well, very simply, page 1, line 1, a vote for the SNP is a vote for Scottish independence. But it's about doing the things that I talked about, and I'll happily concede, and I can see John's in the audience, John Curtis. I'm not sure that we've actually articulated anything like as well as we could have done what kind of Scotland that we would be as an independent country. What are the steps that can be taken? How will it differ from the lives of people living in the United Kingdom? I think if we can do that, Jill. But the point about, you know, all this talk about process, and if I'm honest, it bores me to distraction. And I'm not sure, probably doesn't bore John,
Yeah.
John loves it, but I'm not sure that it inspires the electorate. We have to inspire them. We have to show that there is another way. And at the end of the day, the reason why this is important, when you're having this debate about whether or not you've secured a mandate, what is a mandate, what does it look like, when people in Scotland are saying in meaningful numbers that they want Scotland to be an independent country, in the end, regardless of what the government is, regardless of who is in number 10, then that referendum will happen and Scotland will have the opportunity to complete that journey to independence. But we, first and foremost, we have to take our responsibilities. And by the way, I actually do think that Hamza understands that and has the talents to be able to do that.
But I think the recent Scottish election studies said that the sort of priority for, I think, 69% of SNP voters, looks nervously at John Curtis, he'll tell me I've got the wrong figure, but quite a high proportion was to actually, their first priority was to get rid of the government in London. So why is a vote for the SNP better than that? Or are you in the position that Polly said the Liberal Democrats might be, that an SNP vote is a bit of, you're either absolutely independence first person, or it's a bit of a luxury once you're assured that Keir Starmer, Labour are sweeping England, and therefore in Scotland you might as well have a party who is now still top-rated on standing up for Scotland, but doing a bit less well on all those other metrics in the Scottish election study.
So, you know, I understand in the context of the change election how there's an opportunity for Keir Starmer in England, of course I do. And I can understand the seduction in some ways of that appeal north of the border as well. We have to trump that. And one of the cards in that sense is saying that, look, if you want to rid Scotland of Tory governments forever, then the way to do that is Scotland becoming an independent country. But that is not enough. And of course, we have to be able to pull out that core vote. And I accept that polling evidence shows at the moment that some of that core support for independence has slipped away to other parties. We have to take our responsibility to get that back. But let me come back to the point that you have to show people how you're going to do things differently. You know, I can point to some of the things that the Scottish Parliament has done, the child payment, for example, driving people out of poverty. I mentioned trust because trust, I think, is massively important. And I'm not going to shy away from the challenges that we have had over the course of the recent past. And in the end, the parties, governments that are not delivering are going to pay a price. So we have to get our act together. We have to demonstrate that the Scottish Government is delivering. I actually think we've got some good ministers. Neil Gray is the Economy Minister. Michael Matheson, who's faced some challenges over the recent past, but is an outstanding, I believe, Health Secretary. So we need to show that we can deliver. We need to be on the front foot. But above all else, start to show how we can use the powers that we have to revitalise the Scottish economy. We've just seen, as an example, an investment in a cable manufacturing facility in the Highlands. We need to make sure that we can get things like turbine manufacturing, for example. Show that we can actually start to get the supply chain jobs. Make sure that we can empower our universities. We've got fantastic academic talent. We need to make sure that we get behind. We've got the growth capital for the spin-outs, for example, from our universities. Start to achieve the kind of success that we've seen in Oxford and Cambridge. We can do all of this. We have to empower people. We have to create that vision. We have to show people that we don't have to live in a country that will continue to see a relative population decline, that we can turn that around and that people will ultimately come with us.
But if I'm a conflicted voter in Scotland, I can pretty well guarantee that if I vote SNP and SNP win and that seat won't otherwise have gone for Labour, it doesn't make any difference because you're going to support a Labour government anyway.
Well, look, the fact of the matter is, remember that we are defending 48 of the seats, and the seats which are not held by the SNP, there's only one Labour, there's a small number of Lib Dems. There are 6 Tory seats. And if you want to remove the Tories in Scotland, then the only way you're going to do that, the second party, is a vote for the SNP. So, yeah, we've got to get our messaging right. But in the end, you've got an SNP MP that's standing up for you. And, of course, we need to reflect on some of the things that's been said over the course of the last while by Keir, not least his loving with Margaret Thatcher. Doesn't really go down well in industrial Scotland, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I think he might sort of balk at having it described as a loving, but no worries. Anyway, Sarah, I want to come on to you because we haven't, as I said, we haven't got anyone from Reform here. But they seem to be doing quite well in the polls, but one of the sort of comments earlier was that the polling around reform is relatively unreliable. What sort of factors will determine whether reform will be a big factor in the next election or not?
I mean, yeah, they're doing sort of relatively well, but we don't know. I mean, there's a sort of spread, I guess, from around 3% to 11%. So we don't know exactly how well. And I also don't think we should think of their impact in terms of seats, the way we think about it with other parties on this panel, but in terms of how much they can harm the Conservative Party. And there they could be quite significant. I mean, even with a relatively, the average is sort of 8%, that could really make a massive difference for just, how big, if we're looking at a Conservative loss, that loss will be, because the votes will mainly go from voters who probably otherwise have voted or would have voted for the Conservatives. And what happened, of course, last time, you'll recall, is in 2019, is that Nigel Farage did not stand Brexit party candidates where the Conservative looked to win, because he said, the overarching objective is to get Brexit done. And Richard Tice, at least the leader of the Reform UK, said that they will stand everywhere, they will fight the Conservatives. And that is, of course, when you say, how big of an impact, that would make a very different kind of impact on the Conservatives' fortunes, even without winning a single seat. I mean, we saw that in recent by-elections, that even getting 4 or 5% can be the difference between, potentially a difference between a Labour victory and not in seats where it's marginal. And we had, a couple of years ago, you did invite him, Richard Tice, and we were sitting on a panel with him, and at that time they were actually in a bit of a bind because Brexit, which had been their big theme, of course, as the Brexit party, they went into the European Parliament election as the biggest party, you may recall. That was their big theme, but then the Conservatives became the Brexit party, so that was gone. What also happened after the referendum and after Britain left the EU was that immigration became less salient to voters. He was saying, we're doing this focus groups. We want to talk about immigration, and voters don't care as much as they do. And you'd have Rob Ford here today and others talking about how immigration became less salient. So they were in a bind. What are we going to what is going to be our big theme? And actually, over the last few days, I thought the Conservatives have just handed them, the biggest gift in terms of saying, okay, we are going to campaign on immigration, thus making the one issue where they might be able to attract voters. If you go into an election, your old cost of living, you might vote for them as a protest, but they're not going to make a mark. Who are they? Who's Richard Tice? Who's Reform? But if it's all about immigration, then you're getting even tougher stance on immigration, but also someone who's not a party that's not hampered by 13 years of government with immigration increasing. So, the Conservatives, by making immigration salient, they are thinking we're picking a fight with Labour, but then they will have potentially this other flank to the right of them that can make a sort of a more credible case for saying, well, we would actually do something about it. Of course, they won't be in government, and I think a lot of their voters know they won't. But that doesn't mean they can't harm the Conservatives. So I think that's a real risk.
And how much more dangerous? One of the things on the earlier panel was saying it's no point really looking at reform numbers without Nigel Farage. Reform without Farage is a totally different beast to reform with Farage. We obviously don't know whether he's going to come out of the jungle and decide to join the Conservatives or quite what. Big theme at the Conservative conference about whether he could rejoin or not. But how much of a factor is Farage in the appeal of reform? Is it a sort of one-man vehicle, which man's just gone off somewhere else for the time being?
I think it's two things to separate there. One is the sort of appeal of a far-right populist party on an anti-immigration platform when you have a government that's, for the voters who cared about that, seen as failed, will always have an appeal. I mean, that's not specific to any one person. We see that across Europe. We see that, there is a voter base for that kind of platform, with or without Farage. Of course, what Farage adds is, first of all, that he's just very well known, and he's also very well-liked and popular, especially amongst some of the voters who voted Brexit. So he does add, of course, something, and he's a very, very effective campaigner. But the platform in itself, I mean, we know that is something, it has a hard time in a first-past-the-post electoral system in the UK, but it is something that can threaten a Conservative Party that is unpopular with a lot of the voters that put their faith in it in 2019 and feel they haven't delivered on the issues. They've taken back control, but what have they used that control for?
So Sarah, I mean, obviously you study political parties across Europe. Most of those countries have PR systems, we don't. We discussed earlier a bit whether it was obvious how you would vote tactically, but we've got things like boundary changes. I'm not sure what that means for who's second place in the constituency I'm being moved into, which is very different from my current constituency. Do people need some informal groupings? Will the sort of thing Polly was talking about of we're just not trying here very much make a difference? How do you think that in a first past the post system, smaller parties sort of, if you like, maximise their impact in a system that's quite hostile to them, unless, like the SNP, they're very concentrated nationally. It's a very cruel system to parties like the Greens and the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, of course, it's separate for the SNP.
It's different for the SNP. The SNP is very efficient in electoral terms, and the others are very inefficient. But anyway.
So, I mean, of course, it's the main difference why a sort of a Green Party or Liberal Democrats or indeed a far-right party doesn't do as well here is because of the electoral system. It's not that I think the voters are sort of fundamentally different. So some people say, oh, you know, that's why we don't have this sort of populist far-right politics. But of course what happens, as we've seen in the States, sometimes it just sort of becomes part of the big mainstream parties. So it doesn't necessarily mean very different policy outcomes. So with tactical voting, I guess for the small parties, they want who would benefit from tactical voting mainly in this election in England, certainly, I guess would be Labour, because what will be the tactical, if voters vote tactically, what will they think? They'll think, how do we keep the Tories out? You know, as we've discussed with, you know, previous panels, it's more a sort of anti-Tory than a kind of enthusiasm necessarily for a Labour government. So a tactical voting, I guess, would be one where you're like, okay, should we maybe not vote for the Greens or maybe not vote for Lib Dems because we just want to vote the Tories out. So that's, I guess, the danger for Labour is, as you say, maybe people don't know. I mean, I live in Wimbledon, so I hear a lot from Lib Dems, and apparently they're the only ones who can win. And, I'm a psephologist, and I'm like, maybe it will actually be Labour. I mean,
have you got horses on your leaflets? You know, 2-horse race here.
Oh yeah, but not only that, they sort of disguise it as newspapers and all sorts of other things. I mean, it's. I find it fascinating. But so I hear from them a lot. So that's obviously a kind of target seat. But the danger would be there that voters are like, oh no, we just want to. I mean, like Wimbledon might be hard, but in some constituencies we're just not going to vote for our sincere choice, which might be Liberal Democrats, who might be Greens or another party. So we're just going to sort of do that. So I think what Starmer would probably, if I was would probably fear is if it looks like they have this very big majority lead in the poll. Oh, it's safe. Oh, we can vote for the people we really think have the right policies, like the Greens. We can do it. It's fine because he will win. Like it won't be a Conservative government anyway. I mean, that's I guess a fear. So tactical voting, I think, is probably. You want sincere voting in these elections if you're a smaller party, I would think.
Okay, you want sincere voting. Natalie, you've got to go, but I just want to put a couple of questions that have come in on Slido, both, I fear, from Anonymous. One is, haven't the Greens replaced the Liberal Democrats as the none-of-the-above party for people who didn't like the coalition? But another one suggesting, actually, that Labour is going in with its big green prosperity plan. Actually, haven't you sort of succeeded in mainstreaming net zero into a party that actually might put it into practice in government? So, is there any point to being green anymore?
Well, to address the Anonymous 1 question first about the protest vote, we'll take all the protest votes we can get. We're very happy to have them. But what our big job, and I mean, just looking at the context of the voting system, I mean, there was a poll a few weeks ago that asked people, if you thought everyone had an equal chance to win, how would you vote? And we got 19%. So just imagine what a PR system looks like and why I think about, what it looks like with the first Green government, because 19% is a pretty good place to start in a PR system. But what we have to demonstrate to people is vote Green and get Green. And our impacts in the local council election results, which are nearly all, except for Scotland, conducted under first past the post. We have beaten first past the post again and again. It doesn't have to stop us, much as we'll talk about actually it makes the UK a democracy.
Didn't you lose Brighton, which was your flagship council?
Well, if you look at Brighton and Hove Council, it has changed hands every election since I don't know, as far back as my...
So we're not to read into that the Greens in theory are better than Greens in practice?
Well, I think Brighton and Hove is a really difficult situation, and lots of misses were created in Brighton and Hove. It's going to take a long time to sort out. But on the second question, the Green Prosperity Plan, I mean, it's a bit like the situation with reform. If you're worried about the climate emergency and the nature crisis, if you understand that we cannot have infinite growth on a finite planet, and, you know, when it comes to growth, there is no difference between Labour and Tory. Labour's chief criticism of the Tory party is that they're a low-growth party. We know that growth has given us a terrible level of public health, hideous levels of inequality. We need a different system. If you know all of those things, if Labour is talking green, then just as with reform for Tories, if Labour's talking green, well, you know, don't go for the pale imitation, go for the real thing.
Okay, well, that was, I was almost going to say it was a party political broadcast on behalf of the group. Thank you very much, Natalie Bennett. Natalie's got to go.
Apologies,
she has missed Lord Cameron for us, though, his first outing at questions. So thank you very much, Natalie, for being with us. Polly, in your role as not a Lib Dem, I'm going to ask you for some objective political advice for Lib Dem leadership. Quite a lot of people are saying, shouldn't the Lib Dems be more upfront about Brexit? Would that make people vote for them? Are they being too sort of aimed off? Obviously, in 2019, they went in very heavily as the Revoke party, and that didn't seem to work out too well. Would they benefit from being more vocally in favour of rejoin? I think that was a very strong message from John Curtis earlier this morning, that he didn't understand why the Lib Dems weren't doing that.
Well, it certainly would be distinctive. And I think in a PR system, it would just be such an obvious play because it is territory that the two main parties just absolutely cannot explore. I think 2019 is an interesting thing in a way because, you know, Joe Swinson called that election about Brexit and then ran it on other stuff. Was like, oh yeah, make me the Prime Minister so I can improve the NHS. And it was a bit weird in a way. If you look at the, you know, the sort of the bandwidth they actually allocated, yes, they had this very hard-line position. And it was technically revoke, but only if we win a majority, and otherwise we'll sort of renegotiate and have something. But they didn't really talk about it. They kept doing press conferences about public services and about like the planning system and about the economy. You just thought, this was our last chance to stop Brexit, and it wasn't 100 days to stop Brexit. It was a whole bunch of other stuff. It was really weird. But nevertheless, you're certainly right that the lesson they've taken from that is that they talked too much about Brexit. What I don't know and would just sort of defer to others on is constituency by constituency, given their kind of target seats, would it actually help? And they're clearly frightened of it. They're frightened of it, particularly because it would attract so much attention and opprobrium, and they're much more comfortable basically running as the good local NIMBY party across the kind of the greater southeast. That they're just, I think they're frightened of scaring people off. Partly, but the 2019 slogan "Get Brexit Done" was very appealing, even to sort of Remainery types. Because, God, we just wanted to not have to talk about it anymore, right? And I think that there's probably some substance to that as well for the Liberal Democrats, or for their voters, that yes, of course, if you want to fix the economy and fix the health service and just generally make the country less rubbish, of course we should rejoin the European Union. But I would rather talk about, frankly, anything else.
Ian, are you going to talk a lot about Brexit in Scotland? I mean, that is a point of differentiation between you and other parties.
And, you know, I was really fascinated to hear what Polly had to say, because, of course, in that 2019 election in Scotland, we did talk about Brexit, and it was about stopping Brexit. And I suppose we had the advantage that all the polling that John and others have done has shown that the anti-Brexit vote, if you want to call it that, has remained pretty robust. Actually, if anything, it's probably increased over the course of the last few years. You know, I think what we have to do is make this relevant to people, and there's a lot of talk of levelling up and what that has meant. I simply have to take people around my constituency and show them all the signs funded by the European Union and contrast that with the Portmarnow politics that we have with Michael Gove and his team and his department, and it really demonstrates how we're losing out not being in the European Union. But also, you know, I can take you right through my constituency and I can show you all the companies that are really struggling because they don't have proper access to the European market. I've got a fish feed factory, for example, in the Isle of Skye. Can't really export effectively to the European Union because the products have to be sent away for testing. The product has a shelf life of a month. It takes a week for that to happen, so it constrains them. I can think about bakeries that lost half their bakers, partly over COVID, partly because they went back to Poland. There's a massive missed growth opportunity. I get the point that you've got to invest in capacity and in plant and equipment as well, but my goodness, there is an economic cost of not being in the European Union. But I mean, you know, let's come back again to this bit about where the UK is going. And we often hear about the trade deals and what they might mean, and various trade deals that add up to 0.008% of GDP if you're very lucky. And you think about what we know, that we've, at a time of, we've talked about economic growth earlier, an absence really of economic growth, yet we've cut ourselves off from our largest trading market in the whole of the world. And if you actually stop and think about what the United Kingdom is, above all else, it's a trading economy. It's not a manufacturing economy anymore. This has been an act of enormous self-harm. And I can't understand why it's the Lib Dems or perhaps those in Labour or anyone else haven't actually recognised that people are really suffering as a consequence of being out of the European Union. And it's about that leadership. And it's about giving voice to the people that do see their place back in Europe. OK, we've got Horizon back. But think about Erasmus. Think about the opportunities for young people. The opportunities that all of us of our generation had to live, work and get an education in Europe, what we've lost. It's an absolute disgrace what was done to us. And by God, we've got a responsibility to stand up and make that call that we should be back in the European Union. You think about the environmental challenges we face. Think about what's happening in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act. Look at the 350 billion, yes, the 350 billion that Europe is investing in reconstruction post-COVID. And look at where the UK is. I know where my future needs to be. I know where Scotland's future needs to be. And it's a pity that there are more people, more parties in the rest of the UK that are not fighting that cause as well.
Sarah?
See, I can't even vote for Ian after that speech. It's a shame, no?
But should parties be much more upfront and willing to talk about Brexit? You've written a piece in the publication about Brexit identities and where they still are. And will Brexit resurface, even if there's a bit of a conspiracy of silence between the two major parties, or maybe a bit of saying he wants to undo Brexit? Is that going to be a big theme in the upcoming election, do you think?
I don't think it will be a big theme in the upcoming elections, but I think that is in part due to the political parties as opposed to voters. I don't agree with Polly that Remainers thought Get Brexit Done was attractive. I don't think there's any evidence for that. I think Remainers did not think Get Brexit Done was attractive. In fact, I think they didn't want a Brexit, and I think they still don't. And they have, if anything, those people who voted Remain and who actually voted have, as Ian was saying, held on to those views. It is not as salient to them as it was back then because, you know, we've had a cost of living crisis, we've had a pandemic, a lot of things that happened, but it doesn't mean that there's been a sort of, oh, actually it turned out fine. And it's still, I think, part of their political outlook. So, you know, I'm not a campaign advisor, but it does seem a bit odd for the Liberal Democrats that do have, I think, overwhelmingly support from Remainers, and I would also think a lot of the, you know, I'm not on the inside of what your key target seats are, but I would imagine a lot of them are Remain. Labour feels that they fear that because, of course, some of the seats they want to win are Leave, that they couldn't. But then the question is, could they still hold on to that sort of Remain coalition? You know, John Curtis has done good analysis that says perhaps they could actually be a bit braver on Brexit. They're not going to be, but it seems both of those parties are very risk averse in the sense that their whole strategy, this may be sort of exaggerating, seems to be, let's just let the Conservatives look a bit incompetent and hopefully voters will turn away from them by us saying very little, and then voters will not vote for them for that reason, and we don't want to rock the boat. same a bit with Labour and immigration now. We don't want to say too much because we don't want to rock the boat. If we don't want to rock the boat, we can win. And then I don't know what the policies will do. Of course, it's very different from SNP because you're a governing party. You can't do that. You can't just sort of sit back. You have a record to defend. But that seems to be the strategy.
Ian.
You know, just one small point when I'm reflecting on everything that's going on, and we go back to the Parliament between 2017 and 19, and I'll give you all a big regret, and that is that we allowed the focus on Remain to splinter to some extent, and it became towards the end of it all about the people's vote. I never actually, although we had to get behind it, I never thought the people's vote was going to be successful. What I regret, I deeply, deeply regret, is that I always believed that there was a majority in the House of Commons for the single market and customs union. But we couldn't give effective voice to that. We splintered too much. And if we found a way to do that right across the chamber, then we could have ameliorated some of the damage that was being done. And I deeply, deeply regret that we weren't able to pull that off in that Parliament.
We might have to produce a second edition of our regret report to include those thoughts from Ian. Let's go to any questions in the room. I think Liam is going to bounce around rapidly with a microphone. There's someone over there. Is there anyone that Liam would like to ask a question on the way of that? Okay, Liam, over there.
Poor Liam.
It's good for him. He's got to get his 10,000 steps in.
Good exercise. You've touched on tactical voting, and I just wondered what the views of the party were about the Compass Group. In my neck of the woods in southwest Surrey, all of the members, all of the parties of the left come together and sit in the Compass Group. And at local elections, they ensure that they don't put up any more than the requisite number of candidates, so they don't cancel one another out. And ideally, of course, in the general election, they'll only want one candidate of the left. We had the interesting spectacle of the leader of the Liberal Democrats in a by-election fielding a green rosette and campaigning for the Greens. So it really gets taken to quite an extreme position in my neck of the woods. Does that enhance the smaller parties, or do you think it diminishes from what the smaller parties stand for?
Okay, anyone know anything about this? She says, looking at a slightly baffled panel.
I am very nervous now about making unevidenced remarks, but here's my hypothesis, and someone else can do the research part. I think it's really, really risky, because at the micro level, you know, what a great thing, lovely people in southwest Surrey, like cooperating, coordinating. The risk is that if that gets translated into a core chunk of the story at the national level, I worry that it's so easy to attack as essentially a conspiracy against the voters. And I don't know, but I can just imagine Nick Ferrari and Julia Hartley-Brewer, and I can imagine just the sort of the big macro media narrative being that these guys are sort of sniffy elites who want to deny you a real choice. And that might provide a certain, I don't know, a sort of distaste for lots of those parties in other places that then goes beyond what might help as a micro victory at the local level. But I have no idea how you would even start to explore whether that's true.
Sarah, you're an academic. Do you know
Yeah,
how we'd
you're
start
cleverer
to
than me.
explore whether that was true? Has anyone explored whether those sorts of, you know, backroom deals, which people always say is one of the big objections to PR, because, you know, rather than know what we're doing in direct accountability, we get backroom deals and people aren't held to their manifestos. I mean, is there any evidence that that's a turn-off for voters? Or any evidence that it happens outside southwest Surrey?
We have kind of systematic, I mean, in a British context, have had enough sort of electoral deals that we have something to study in a UK context. You know, so we don't tend to have them. I mean, parties, for various reasons, tend not to do them. Of course, there can be good reasons for doing it, exactly, because often you will have, if, for example, the sort of progressive left is too fragmented. I guess what's more happening now generally is just that, as Natalie was saying earlier, that or you were saying that you sort of know where to maybe step back, but a much more informally, as opposed to a kind of a national agreement. But we don't tend to have these sort of electoral coalitions in the UK. Do people elsewhere find them unappealing? No. I mean, people are capable of dealing with lots of parties working together in the rest of the world. It's fine.
Well, Ian, I mean, what's the contrast for you? Because you have to first past the post for Westminster, where you're elected, and you have PR with the additional member system for Holyrood. So
we do.
Yeah.
So we have the list system for Holyrood, but we also have STV for local elections. So our local elections are multi-member wards. What you see often in by-elections, and it's been used against us, let's be honest, where we've come top of the poll, but not enough to win the seat at the first count. And you get sometimes you get unionist parties on transfers ganging up against us. I would make the point that's democracy. So I have no particular issue with that. Actually, I do think when it comes to the Scottish Parliament elections, and no system's perfect, but we've got 73 members of the Parliament elected first past the post with 56 additional list members. It brings in proportionality. Some would say the system was actually brought in to stop us, although we did get an overall majority in 2011. But it does mean in the end, to a greater or larger extent, that the voters get what they vote for. So those parties in Holyrood that perhaps find it more challenging to win first past the post seats then get the list members. I think it's a system that means the electorate get what they want to vote for.
Okay. Got a question down here. This is where we talk about inefficient walking by Liam. Yes.
He's got to speed up, hasn't he? We're talking, and always it's concentrating like within the UK and what's happening within the UK. How do you feel that there could be some dramatic change within the EU that says to people in the UK, gosh, wasn't Brexit the right thing? I mean, look at what's happening in Holland. Now, things in the EU could actually change that could quite affect our general election, I believe. It's a possibility. How do you feel about that? Is it a possibility in your eyes? And what would change it such that it would actually quite influence the UK general election?
So, Sarah, we've sort of generally heard that foreign policy doesn't really normally intrude that much into UK elections. Looking forward to next year, we've got European Parliament elections. Be quite interesting, possible new commission. Do you see anything, let's just take it next year. I mean, the other thing that people do talk about is the possible implications if our election came after a Trump victory or when a Trump victory looks possible, whether that would be a sort of game changer back here. Is there any external thing that might influence the UK election?
I'd say in the long term, I think you're right, that of course it could be part of the reason why Brexit is, I think even people who voted for Brexit think perhaps that we're not better off after Brexit, at least in the short term, is that sort of in a comparative sense we are not, but that could change. It could be that it's, Britain goes on to have enormous successes, and then people might, in the long term, change their minds. And also in Europe, by the way, there's research done on how has Brexit affected attitudes towards the EU and the rest of Europe. And generally what's found is make people more in favor of membership because they've looked at Britain and thought, ooh, looks a bit of a mess, doesn't look attractive. But again, that's not set in stone, those sort of comparisons. Do I think that before the next general election in the UK, that we're going to see events so enormous within the EU that this will make a difference to UK politics? No, for a couple of reasons. First of all, the EU is a sort of system that's very highly consensual with a lot of institutions and checks and balances. Things don't change a lot in a short space of time. Secondly, people generally have no idea in the UK what happens in the EU. I would love it if there were lots of coverage of European Parliament elections. Probably will have the sort of coverage saying, oh, look, the far right has done well, with no journalists knowing that even if they get a third in the Parliament, that doesn't actually affect decision making because you have a big sort of mainstream coalition of the centre right and the centre left that takes the decision on legislative outcomes. So I don't think that really, in the short term, I don't think we're going to see the shift. Actually, US elections are the ones that receive far more coverage, but again, it's not clear how that would affect those attitudes. But I agree with you in the long term. It's not to say that Brexit will historically go down as, oh, that's terrible, we don't know, but certainly so far, both in the UK and how it's viewed in the EU, it's not viewed as a success.
And we didn't have much idea about what was going on in the EU while we were a member state, to be honest, did we? So maybe she moved on. I wanted to finish up by just asking you a question that all small parties will have to answer. Maybe not reform if their influence is more on what happens to the Conservatives rather than expectation that they'll be very present in Westminster. But the question of, what happens if we don't get a clear-cut election result? What would happen next? Polly, we've got quite a lot of questions. You were in the coalition. We've got quite a lot of questions about, have the Lib Dems managed to shake off the burden of that coalition, which cost them so heavily in 2015 and arguably 2017, 2019. What do you think would be going through Ed Davies' mind if he is pressed in one of those debates about what would he do? Would he be open to another formal coalition, minority government, a confidence and supply of the sort of thing that the Conservatives did in 2017 with the Democratic Unions? What would he be insisting on? How much would you think Lib Dem High Command will be strategising about that in advance?
So I think there's three questions there. One is, have they got over it electorally, as it were, the damage, the harm? I think no, quite simply. Because it takes away your ability to just be none of the above. And I don't think the Liberal Democrats have yet really found a way to talk about the coalition with pride. And I think in the end you have to, because who else is going to tell the story that it was the right decision? It needs to be caveated because, of course, the Liberal Democrats made mistakes, I made mistakes, God knows that. But they haven't found a way to talk about that with confidence and pride, or just they really talk about it with humility or shame, and that's not going to work for them. How will he talk about it in a debate, I think, is quite different from what might they be thinking about, because, as a general rule, Liberal Democrats want to avoid at all costs, they fail, but they want to avoid talking endlessly about what are they going to do, the negotiations, the inside Westminster stuff, because every minute they spend talking about inside Westminster, they are not talking about stuff that voters care about. And they absolutely, like most political parties, they really do care about their voters, about talking about the issues. They do want to be talking about whether it is, fixing the NHS or carers or stopping houses being built in your local constituency, whatever. They want to talk about that stuff. They do not want to talk about, confidence. I mean, as soon as you use the phrase confidence and supply agreement, you can feel yourself just wanting to die, right? Nobody talks about that on the doorstep. So what you will see during the election campaign is probably Ed Davey and all of them being endlessly bullied by the Sam Coateses of the world about what will you do, and they'll just say really boring stuff to try and get everyone to stop asking the question. It will fail and it will all be terribly painful for us all. What are they thinking about in terms of post the election? I think that they are thinking that it all depends on microscopic flexibility in the amount of power that you actually have, right? The Liberal Democrats nearly had no power at all in 2010. I mean, Cameron was so close to a majority, and yet that suddenly the Liberal Democrats had all this power. Even though we'd got 1.5 million more votes, but we'd lost seats, total, so microscopic. If they have power, if they are the difference between Labour having a majority and Labour not having a majority, I think they'll want to do a deal, but I don't see why the Labour Party would bother. I think that the SNP in the end can't, maybe Ian will contradict me, it can't be seen to help the Conservatives stay in power. So how are they going to vote down a budget or a Queen's speech? They're just not gonna. And the Liberal Democrats as well, they're not gonna. So I just don't see why the Labour Party does anything other than just brazen it out and be a minority government. Theresa May proved that you can do it. It took them ages to do the deal with the DUP. And the DUP showed that you can get a lot more by kind of staying on the margins and keeping negotiate every single deal. So I think that's much more likely to happen. But I also think that Labour's just going to win because, like, the...
Okay. Ian, what would you be thinking about in doing that? I mean, you've obviously, as an SNP, made minority government work under Alex Salmond. You've done that, and Nicola Sturgeon. And you've done a deal with the Scottish Greens, the Bute House Agreement.
Yeah, there's been shades of different varieties, haven't there?
So what's your advice as someone who's been there, done that? Well, not you personally, but a party that's been there, done that in many shades. What works, what doesn't?
Well, I mean, I suppose if I look at the last Scottish Parliament, one of the particular challenges was how to get the budget through. And I'm actually not convinced that the other parties were as smart as they should have been, because they should have come knocking on our door and said, "Okay, we'll support the budget, but this is what we want."
So that's what Labour can expect from the SNP.
Well,
saying,
you know, I'm listening really with interest to what Sarah had to say. I mean, none of us know what's going to happen, but you know, look, if there's a scenario, there's a minority Labour government, might be, might not be. Let's say that we won again in Scotland. Of course, we want the right to have that referendum if it's clear that there's a mandate for that. And I would say to Keir Starmer to respect democracy. But you know, there's other things we can do in the short term. So we can look at powers over the economy, over energy, for example. So we'll be pragmatic on that. Let's be absolutely crystal clear. We do not want a Conservative government, period. I want the Conservatives away from office, and I want to see, in a broad sense, a progressive alliance. You know, if I think back to the 1719 Parliament again, and we did have the smaller parties working well together. I actually liked and worked well with Vince Cable, for example. He was a joy to work with the Greens, with Plaid Cymru. You can work with others across the chamber as well. So I think you've got, and I think the voters expect you to do that. You know, what I would say, now bear in mind I'm not going to be in Parliament, I'm no longer the Westminster leader of the SNP, so I can now say this. But if there are certain elements of the programme that we had to support because it was the right thing to do, maybe, but remember, though, that our interests, what we're put there to do, is to stand up for our constituents, to stand up for the voters in Scotland. If Labour's in a minority situation, and let's just say that Keir's maybe not getting it, let me put it that way, and he's bringing forward legislation that's England and Wales only, he might be in a bit of difficulty because he might need our votes. So let's wait and see.
Okay, and if Rishi Sunak came to you and said, we're basically an English party now, I'm happy to give you an independence referendum. If you support us in government, would you say no?
we would. That's a very, very clever question, Jill. Thank you very much. It is a very clever question. Look, I'd say whether it's Rishi Sunak or anybody else, that whoever's in government's got to recognise democracy and the right for people to choose. We would not put a Tory party into government. That is non-negotiable.
Okay, right. Path to power for Rishi Sunak.
That's not what I said.
Sarah.
You said no, didn't you?
but shutting off another one. Shutting off another one there. That was my last throw of the dice for Mr. Sunak, but possibly. But Sarah, any sort of thoughts from a sort of political science point of view about, actually, in terms of their longevity, the sort of impacts? The Liberal Democrats really suffered very badly in 2015 from that decision, which, you know, seemed perfectly reasonable at the time to take the offer of coalition rather than to do some sort of more awkward, clunky minority. You know, while we still have first past the post, would any smaller party be advised stay clear of, you know, the temptation of the ministerial box and the car, just do the sort of deals Ian was suggesting, because you're going to get hammered as a junior party? Is that what political science literature tells us, or can they make any sort of other deal work for them? What would they do to be in the best interests?
There is research on the cost of being a junior coalition partner, and it is generally don't do it. Not being in coalition, but being the junior partner. And we've seen similar, you know, the Liberals in Germany and so on. So that's what the evidence shows, that because you don't get to take the sort of incumbency credit, but you get punished just as much, and that's what I guess the Liberal Democrats. So in general, yes, I think the evidence would be well, just try and extract as much influence, but better to stay out, because also you can then still get that protest vote, whereas once you're in government, you are held accountable, as you're experiencing in Scotland, and as the Conservatives have. There's only so long, so that's, but you don't get any of the influence. I mean, it's not, the Liberal Democrats maybe, didn't get to set the agenda, but they still get to be held account. So I think that would be the advice. I mean, but it might be for the country the right thing to do. But that's a sort of strategic. I think one other just thing from political, so we often sort of compare ourselves here to the US because sort of two-party systems are, but where I think it's different for smaller parties in the UK is that there's just much more, as you've seen from previous panels, much more volatility in voting. So we don't have we have two parties that dominate, and they will dominate, I think, these elections, but voters are not as attached to them as they are, Republicans and Democrats in the US. So there is, in a sense, I agree with we might laugh at sort of Natalie Bennett saying, oh, we're going to be a big governing party. But the point is that voters are just not as attached as they were. So that means in time, things could change, things could fluctuate. And who knows what, not at these elections, but what will happen later down the road. The Liberal Democrats didn't get that big moment with Brexit, but we just don't know. Voters are not as attached to the parties as they were.
Okay, so come back for our conference in 2028, when we'll be looking at the prospects for smaller parties to take on governing with the degree of electoral volatility that Sarah's just pointed out. But meanwhile, could I ask you to thank my excellent panel, Ian, Sarah and Polly. And now Anand is going to come for the final session with Kelly Beaver from Ipsos Murray.
Well done, well done.
Thank you. Yeah, that was fun. That was very fun.
You're asking me?
I know, I'm asking the wrong person, aren't I?
Is there a way to get the slides up on there?
Yeah, okay, just so I can see what's actually sitting behind it.
There's clever people up there, it should be okay.
Yeah, no worries.
How long are you going to talk for?
20 minutes.
Right, so I'll take 10 to if possible.
You've probably covered it up unto death, to be honest. So. We're good? Yeah. No, it's, look, it's like, I was waiting for Anand to be introducing me. I may be waiting some time, but I'm Kelly. I lead Ipsos in the UK and Ireland. And I'm really delighted to come and just do some summary piece for you at the end. I'm going to talk a little bit about the mood of the general public, and then I will touch on what trends that we're seeing in public attitudes and opinions. And then finally, I'll say a little bit about what the British public want, what they want from the future of whichever government we may have at the end of 2024, early 2025. But firstly, I thought I would give it a little bit of context. So 2024 is set out to be quite a bumper year for democracy. There are a huge number of electoral events set to happen across the world. Of course, we heard already about the EU parliamentary elections, which could change the complexity of the relationship between the UK and the EU. But there are also major democracies going to the polls, like the US, India, Indonesia, and then a number of markets where there are significant geopolitical tensions. You can see the three-way race taking place in Taiwan, where the key central issue that's being discussed is about the relationship with China. And also Russia and Ukraine are both set to go to the polls in 2024. So you could be talking about a festival of democracies, and actually what we are seeing is more anxiety around the amount of electoral events taking place next year. Each one feels like a potential roll of the dice around whether or not there will be chaos or order, and whether or not it will be democracy or autocracy. So there's a lot happening from a political perspective, but politics is just one part of what we're seeing as a bit of a restless decade for citizens around the world. And there are a number of macro forces which are impacting on how people are feeling, how they're behaving, and some of the sentiment that we're picking up through our research across both citizens and consumers. And you might think the title of this slide is trying to rename Anand's fabulous institute, A Changing Europe in a Changing World. That is not what I'm attempting to do, but instead just showing you some of the interconnected forces that are at play, that are impacting on people's lives, where local issues are becoming global issues, and the fragility of some of the big factors, macro factors happening in the world, are creating a scenario where people are going to the polls against a backdrop of political instability, climate concerns, economic crisis, and much more. So what's the public mood? Well, you've probably heard from a number of people doing polling like we do today, and they will tell you that the public mood is quite a sense of declinism. We see this coming through in a number of statistics, and one of my personal favourites, and not because it is a positive statement, is one of the questions that we ask around whether you believe that Britain is becoming a better place to live than it was 10 years ago, a worse place to live than 10 years ago, or it's about the same. And if you go back 25 years, 4 in 10 people would have said Britain is becoming a worse place to live. Financial crisis, 7 in 10. July this year, it's as many as 2/3. And only 6% say that Britain is a better place to live than it was 10 years ago. And that just sums up the sentiment that we're seeing across the mood of the nation today. And that context drives some of the differences that we're seeing in voter intentions and also how people feel about how the government is actually delivering. 8 in 10 now say they're dissatisfied with the way the government's running the country, and that's been that way for a number of months now. And one of the other key statistics underpinning that is that 16% would choose to describe the government today as competent, which makes way for this change agenda that you've heard so much about today from a number of the panels, I'm sure. But now we have a majority of citizens in the country who are saying that it's a time for change at the next election. So what does the current government do? Back to the future, they bring forward, stage left, David Cameron. And it's not just political change that they want to see. 9 in 10 think we need a new set of leaders, a fresh set of leaders to help the country navigate what is this restless decade of change and uncertainty. But can Stammer be the change? Well, looking at the data, it's not an insurmountable challenge for Sunak to beat Stammer on this particular metric. 4 in 10 say Stammer, nearly 3 in 10 say Sunak. The biggest, the closest here is for the over 55s, where it's almost the same across them. So there's not an overwhelming view that Stammer can be the change, but he is certainly ahead of Sunak. So what are the issues that might come up in a general election? We're around, I think, a year away, but everybody has their own views on that. And everybody does have their own views. I was laughing when I saw the people predicting May. I thought, absolute madness. But the leading issues, of course, yes, the economy is still up top. And yes, inflation and cost of living is still up there. But look beneath the surface. Some of those secondary issues that are becoming increasingly salient with the public, it is public services. It's the state of the NHS, housing, our education system is in there as well as one of the top 10 issues. So this is our issues index, which we've been running since 1974. So there's some really good trends that you can look back on and see what happened around the point of key elections. And at this point, it looks like if the economy and inflation were to improve somewhat and optimism was to rise a little bit over the course of 2024, public services would become a very dominating factor. But where's Brexit? And I think Rob touched on this earlier. Brexit is no longer in this list of the top 10. Only 1 in 20 British voters would say that that's the top issue facing the country today, which is the lowest it's been for 8 years. But underlying some of the data I've just shown you is this general concern about government capacity, not just capacity to deliver today, but capacity to deliver for the future. And one of the lovely studies that we run across 31 countries globally is one where we ask about whether or not people believe government and public services in their country will do too little to help people in the years ahead. And it's just a sentiment statement. And the UK is almost 8 in 10 who say that they are worried about that. So we are higher in that list than the Germans and the French, which higher isn't good. And also the other countries that are around us, it's the LATAM countries that are around us in that metric. It's not a brilliant place to be. And underpinning it, you can see that our expectations of public services and how they're going to be faring over the next few years are relatively low, particularly the NHS, which is a core area of concern where the public are more likely to say that it's going to be worse than better by some distance, but also about opportunities for young people, the quality of education and the skills in our workforce. And this could be, from an electoral perspective, a great benefit for Labour. Labour are known as the party that tends to fare better in the area of public services. And you can see it here in the state as well. Questions about whether or not a Conservative government under Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister versus Labour with Keir Starmer as Prime Minister would improve public services. Strong Starmer lead. In fact, across a whole range of issues, there's a strong Starmer lead. In particular, some things that really do matter for the British public, like cost of living. On growing the economy, there's not that much difference between the two parties. And does that matter? Well, yes, it does, but there's not a lot of faith actually in the current government's ability to deliver on the economy either. So this is one of our long-running trends on whether or not people believe the government's policies will improve the state of Britain's economy. 7 in 10 disagree. And this wasn't just that brief Truss interlude that took place in September 2022. This sense of decline, actually, this level of disagreement started before that in March 2022, but it's certainly escalated since that point. So an election focused on the economy, it doesn't look like there's much between the two parties in their narrative at the minute, or indeed how the public feel about it, but they believe the current government isn't doing enough and the policies aren't going to work. But what about everything else? Well, on housing, Labour have a lead, on healthcare, Labour have a lead, etc. But let me just pick out two from this chart. One, on the handling of Great Britain's future relationship with the EU, Labour do a little bit better. But on the environment, there's not much between the two parties. And what we've seen from some of our most recent polling is that this has really become quite a wedge issue for the British public. They are very divided on whether it's something that we need to act on today or whether it's something that there's too many other concerns and it's really not an area where they can place a huge amount of focus. We saw that in the divided responses to Rishi Sunak's changes on the net zero activities that was originally proposed. So this could be an area where the parties seek to make distinctions between each other about what they are proposing for the future during the next general election. So I said Brexit is no longer a particularly salient issue. What we do know is that the public are less likely to pick it up spontaneously as something they're worried about. The majority think that it's gone quite badly. But what it doesn't mean is that they don't think it's important for us to have a strong relationship with the EU. And this is some data just looking at both what the British public think, but also, and often under-researched, what those in Europe think about the relationship that the UK has with Europe as well. And you can see that whilst people in the UK are more likely to think that it's important to maintain that close relationship, there are still majorities in some of the major economies in Europe as well. So it will be important to have a plan on it for the next election, but it's more about what that shape of that relationship looks like. So 2024, I write an election year, but it may or may not be. There's still a month in 2025 where it could happen as well. You'll have seen a lot of the voting intention polls today, I'm sure, and this is the Ipsos political monitor, which has voting intention going back over quite some time. I'm just showing you to 2015. The key point here is one that's very obvious. There's a strong Labour lead, and you can see that that has been relatively sustained over a reasonable period of time as well. Yes, both Partygate and the Truss interlude both pushed that even wider. And I think the question that many are asking is, how long will that lead be sustained for? How long will Labour be able to maintain it? And what one of the questions I've asked internally, I've asked the lovely Professor Roger Mortimer, who is part-time with King's, part-time with us at Ipsos, to go back through the Morey vaults and tell me what happened in history where there were double-digit leads, a year-ish out from an election for parties. And Roger, first of all, he told me, as he likely does, that you cannot plan everything for the future based on what happened in history. Pollsters have learnt that lesson. So that's a very important thing to caveat with. It's important. So I will mention it. But what he did say is, so the lead's always narrow, okay, nice and simple. No party is that it was 10 points ahead a year out has ever failed to get the most votes. But in some cases, the vote narrows so much, 2010, that you ended up with a coalition. And even when you look at some of the more popular leaders, like Blair, they were 26 points ahead a year out from an election, 13 points in the end, which allowed them to have a majority. But if Starmer was to have his vote from where he is today, it wouldn't necessarily give him a majority position. But they all did get the most votes. And I think we will not make guesses today about what the next election holds a year out, but I think it is still useful to look back at what the precedents have been in the past. It's also useful to ask the British public, because sometimes they have a reasonably interesting perspective on it, and so we did. Thinking about the outcome of the next general election, what do you think is most likely? Well, the majority do think that a Labour majority will be the biggest party. There's also now an increasing view that there will be a hung parliament, 3 in 10. But whatever happens, whichever government and whatever shape of government there is at the next electoral event in the UK, one thing that does seem to be a likely challenge for any government will be the fact that there is very little appetite amongst the British public for austerity. This is some of the British social attitudes data running back to 1983. And what you can see is at key electoral events, such as 97, where there was a view that the public wanted an increase in taxation and wanted to spend more, it was a Labour government. Then 2010, we had a Conservative government. They wanted to keep taxes the same, spend the same. Today, it's more about they want to spend more. They recognise that there are challenges with public services, there are challenges with the waiting lists, the trains, the sewage, etc., the schools, the RAAC in the schools as well. So some of those things are pushing the public's perspective around public services and how effectively those are working, and no appetite for austerity. So 3 things that it's worth bearing in mind for the next UK election. The public are in a mood of general declinism. It's quite a negative mood. You see that coming through. Yes, it is about the economy, but it's not only the economy. It's also the state of public services and how they experience day-to-day life. We might see a partial recovery in 2024, but that doesn't mean that that mood will shift completely, and there are a number of really significant challenges for any new government. Public services are likely to be almost as important, if not more, than economic competence by the time we get to that election for the electorate. And whilst this is an area where Labour have traditionally been strong and where the perceptions of Labour are strong, they're going to have a very limited funding capability to make the changes. So there will be this tension between how they can deliver for public services and how that would be funded. And lastly, the public do expect a Labour win. But expectation sometimes breeds a sense of, if they expect it to happen, what level of standard are they going to hold for Labour in the run-up to an election? And what does that mean for the gap and how much it's likely to close between now and then? Thank you very much.
Right, we've got about 15 or 20 minutes because Kelly has to rush off to a meeting at the other side of town. I've got a Slido that's full of questions from the last session at the moment, so I'm going to ask you a couple. And if there are people in the room who want to ask questions while Slido catches up, if you can ask questions from different corners of the room, it'll just be fun to watch Liam. So we shall aspire to that. A couple of things to start. Firstly, on expectations, it was interesting because we had Chris Curtis this morning. And one of the things he said was, we are reminded 10 times a week to say, ooh, it's far closer than you think. You know, we're not miles ahead. So I think expectation management is part of the Labour game. But on Labour, one of the contributions in our report by Sophie about Labour makes the point that even though Labour are ahead on all those key indicators, the one thing that there isn't apparent in the polls is any kind of enthusiasm for Keir Starmer. A, would you agree with that? And B, what implications does that have, do you think?
So probably two main thoughts. Two main thoughts on it. When people go to the polls, there's a view that they vote on, yes, the leader, but they also vote on the policies and they also vote on the party. I think on this particular occasion, yes, Keir Starmer is, he's not a particularly popular politician. You see that coming through. There are a significant proportion, still have, who would say that they don't really know what Keir Starmer stands for, and lots of people have done focus groups and talked a little bit about it, etc. But he still does do quite well on being seen as somebody with integrity, somebody who is competent, etc. And some of those skill sets are things that people perhaps may rate more than they did back in 2019 as important characteristics for a leader. So yes, I think there's something about him not being particularly popular, and that will be even more challenging if they end up with not a clear majority, because he would be a less popular leader with not a clear majority, and that makes it very difficult, given the circumstances that he's going to inherit, to make very difficult decisions and push things through as well.
I mean, it's interesting. It's almost impossible to believe now, isn't it, that integrity and competence were key to Rishi Sunak when he became leader of the Conservative Party. So you can lose those reputations.
Yes, indeed. Now they are no longer seen as the party of competence.
Before I go out to the audience, one more question, which is, I'm always struck by that question on your issues tracker, that so many people, I know it's dropped off a bit, think that their lack of faith in politics is a major issue facing Britain today. I mean, it's just staggering that that's come up to where it has now. And I just think the combination of that, plus those rather grim slides you showed about people's expectations for the economy, would this look, I mean, particularly if we had another electoral system, are we an electorate ripe for populism here? Does that just lead to anti-system feelings?
So we're actually about to start another round of polling on populism, not just in the UK, but globally, so that we can see whether or not there's been a shift. Actually, there was when we did this across 20 markets at the beginning of this year, it was one of the lowest populist sentiments that we had seen for some time. But then since then, we have now got Trump polling very well in the US. We've had the issues in the Netherlands. We've got the chainsaw man in Argentina, etc. So it has definitely not disappeared by any stretch of the imagination. But that particular, on the issues index, the issue around people having faith in politics, it's been much worse than that. Around the point of Partygate, it was the top issue that we were registering in the country, and so it has dropped back somewhat. But this is an issue, I think, going into an election with people coming to vote. And the actual turnout numbers for people where they have lost faith in politics, they've never trusted politicians, that hasn't really shifted that much. As you know, it's very low, but it may impact on whether people feel that it's worth coming out to vote at an election given their lack of faith. So I think it's an interesting one, and we do watch that on the index. But you asked about populism as well, and I've already answered you. That's
cool. Was the gentleman there, did you want to ask? Can you keep your questions short and sharp? We'll get through a lot of them.
Well, it's about, Kelly made a good speech about everything that is undemocratic around the world. And I agree with her. But I think the biggest problem we have is that the referendum was unlawful, undemocratic, and illogical. And I've said that for the last few years, and I still stand by it.
Okay, is there a question?
My question is, what are you going to do about it?
I think the answer is probably nothing at the moment. I mean,
no, I'll poll around it if you want, but unfortunately it's not in my gift to do anything about the specific issues of the referendum. But we're still interested in what people think and feel around it, and many people still track it, and that information is put into the public domain as a public good, and that is our role as an independent research organisation.
Thank you. That was very good. I enjoyed that, listening to you there. When I go around asking people things and talking to them, I always seem to hear within them this thing about like immigration and racism. Now, I was very interested in your list of 10 points that immigration came down extremely low. Now,
I think it was number 4, actually.
Yeah, something
so
like
I wouldn't say it was low. For Conservative voters, it's actually quite high still.
Yeah. And I think that when people are, well, racism is a mother nature thing. So when resources get scarce and things get difficult, and people would just describe that as the environment we're in now, it sort of raises its head. It's a design with mother nature for survival. So the thing, though, is people have learnt not to express their sort of racism and things like that, to be protective of it. So therefore, I feel a little bit that your results, or from anybody that's doing the polling, that they don't really get a true image of how people feel in that respect. And that is why I think that the Netherlands came out as a surprise to a lot of people. And that is because when there's a chance to do it anonymously, and they feel that voting does give them that ability to be anonymous, that is then when they sort of like feel they can do it through a third party. So what confidence do you really have on that particular polling point that you're truly getting a proper answer from people? Because I don't feel you are.
Okay, lovely question, because one of the challenges for any researcher is to really understand, when you're asking the public anything, is to understand the social desirability response bias that is there, because there was a whole issue in one of the major elections around shy Tories once upon a time. We might get that again, actually. It may be a thing, where people were too embarrassed to say that they were going to vote a certain way, or they were too embarrassed to tell you a particular thing. And I think in this case, the methods that you utilise are really important, and a lot of the polling now is done not by us online. We still do telephone polling, we do face-to-face, and we do online, but many organisations have just moved to online, where there's not the peer-to-peer conversation, which allows people to be a bit more honest with you. It doesn't strip it back completely, but it does help with the issue of people feeling that they can be truly honest. And then, of course, some of the qualitative methods sometimes help to tease out what people are really thinking, even if they're not willing to say specific things. But on immigration, it is a top 4 issue. That means it is an issue for the British public, more Conservative voters than not, and immigration does not equal racism.
Hang on, we've got to move on. There are loads of hands. Liam, there was a gentleman at the ladies are allowed to ask questions as well. I just want to make that clear. And actually, before you ask your question, there's just one here on Slido from John Davis that says, it was quite interesting, your slide on dissatisfaction with government showed a picture of Parliament. Do you get any sense from your numbers?
It's just
that
my
people,
graphic design team.
Well, sack them all. Do people distinguish between the two? Or do you ask questions that passes that?
So we do ask questions about ministers, government, civil servants, local government, etc. We do, and it depends. It's so nuanced. It depends on issue. It depends on the specific part of government that you're talking about. So if you ask them about local government and potholes, then they'll tell you they're deeply dissatisfied, etc., etc. So it's quite nuanced. But yes, don't let the picture guide your thinking.
I don't even notice the picture, to be honest.
Yes,
but
well.
Yeah, thanks. Kelly, you mentioned that Brexit seems to have fallen off the chart in terms of being one of the major issues now. But when you look at what was on the chart, you could argue that most of them have been made much, much worse by Brexit. So even though people aren't necessarily using the word, are they actually really giving you the message that Brexit is still a really big issue? You're just not mentioning it.
So some of the other data that I did mention was about people feel that things have gone badly, and I think that's where you get the sense of how they feel about Brexit, and people will understand that it feeds into the economic. It's not, but there are so many other factors now that feed into the economic dramas, the public services, staff shortages, etc. It's not just Brexit, but they do believe that it's gone badly, and they do care about the relationship with the EU. When we ask them about relationships with lots of parts of the world, the EU is still our most, from the public's perspective, our most important relationship.
Just also, if you go on our website, there's a Brexit regret report, which has got, where we basically ask people which part of our economic performance they attributed to Brexit. There's some quite interesting findings there. I've lost track of the mic, but just shoot whoever's...
It's interesting that, according to this research, the public is worried about the cost of living. But they're also in favour of increased spending on public services.
Yes, I know.
So how do we square the circle? Do they think...
No, they're going to tax everybody else, but not themselves. That's the answer.
Okay.
Just so you're...
That's the answer.
Yes, it's always increase somebody else's taxes.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah. But there is a big issue coming through in a lot of the data that we collect about the public services, and I just showed a snapshot of that today.
Though it is worth bearing in mind what Rob Ford said earlier today, which is people sometimes do vote for things that appear to be against their own material interests. I mean, it can happen. And I'm not saying that all those people in your graphic were saying that, but I mean, it has been known. Sorry.
Thanks. I've noticed that defence spending is the one in which the Tories actually...
Yes, they do well in that. They still come out. That's one of the few areas where the Conservatives have maintained a strong lead.
But historically, has defence spending always been at that sort of level? Or is it possible that could it rise even further in the context of global conflicts and become a political issue? Have you any information?
So I don't have any commentary on defence spending specifically. It's one of the core areas where they get, so welfare, NHS and defence are three sort of holy grails for government spending. But I have no commentary for you at all on whether I think it'll go up, down, left, right, I'm afraid. But I can tell you for the public, it is an area where the Conservatives traditionally polled quite well.
So they might make an issue of it?
They could, and actually there's enough going in their favour because, quite frankly, there's a lot of global challenges where the UK has a voice and a role, and that is an area, and actually having David Cameron in post for that area, it's an area where we might get quite a bit of media attention.
Liam, I'm really sorry, but can you catch a cab round to that side of that, just so that everyone feels represented? While you're walking, I'm going to ask a question by John Vincent, partly to give the impression that I understand these issues, which is, are people expressing concern about tech such as automation, AI, big data?
Fabulous question. One of my favourite topics at the minute. I never thought I'd get asked about that here, Anand, but I...
Well, not by me, no, you're quite right.
No, okay. Yeah. So, yes, we've been doing a lot of work on both public views of generative AI, technology, AI in general, and not just in the UK, but globally. And the UK used to be quite a tech optimist society. We were with some European counterparts. We thought, it was more good than bad. And more recently, when we've looked at the polling for the UK and some of the Anglosphere markets, they're more anxious and worried than they are optimistic about it. And that is very different from some of the developing economies. So we've got a lovely matrix which puts the UK up on the top left, which is more anxious than positive about it. And where we're seeing most anxiety is amongst young people in relation to employment. And so there are tech concerns, and this is something as well that, whilst it's not talked about very much in politics because it doesn't seem to be as sexy as the NHS or impacting everybody in the same way as the NHS may, it is an area where government are going to have to navigate quite a difficult narrative with the public, in the same way for the net zero conversations they're going to have to navigate a difficult narrative and on how they're going to find money for public services when there is nothing left in the kitty.
I quite like the idea of replacing my kids with robots. But anyway, there's gentlemen.
Thank you. You mentioned in one of your slides how people don't want austerity anymore, and of course we don't. But on the other hand, do you measure much in terms of the growth of the national debt and the degree to which, if the interest payments on the national debt were a sort of government department with one of the top three, and do people worry about that, or is that really not particularly much of a concern?
So the public, when each time we talk to them about the economy, depending on what's happening, they think about the economy slightly differently. So today, when you ask people about the economy, some of the things that will resonate with them will be more like food prices, energy prices, rather than national debt. That isn't really where their minds are at. So I think, whilst that is a huge reason why there is less money for public services in the future because of the need to pay down some of the national debt, I'm not sure that level of narrative is currently feeding through to the British public. They're thinking about whether they are better off than they were previously, and the answer for the vast majority is no.
Okay, I'm afraid we're going to have to draw it to an end because I know Kelly said she has to get off. I'm just going to do a couple of words of thanks. So firstly, to Kelly, I mean, we knew this was going to be a long day, and we thought who could turn up and give a sort of energetic, interesting talk that would keep people going at the end of the day. Kelly, thank you so much. You managed that. Thank you. A few words of thanks to Ollie, who sat there right at the back, who does all the work in putting these conferences together, and it is a nightmare job, so please thank him very much as well. To the film company who put that question on my hairline, that picture of my hairline up there, we'll have words about that, but thank you for producing the videos. And finally, to Sophie for doing all the work on the report. Thank you all for coming. Please sign up to our newsletter. Please tell all your friends and family too. And have a great Christmas if we don't see you before. We've got one more in-person event, which is next Wednesday with Ros Atkins from the BBC, where we're talking about how you explain complicated things in a clear way. But if you can't make that and we don't see you again, have a great Christmas and New Year, and we'll see you in the new year, where we have an event in early January on the prospects for the big elections in 2024, which, given what Kelly said today, you can't afford to miss. Thank you all. Take care.